What's going on? Welcome to Lapeef-ing Sunday. I'm Lapeef JR, your host. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew who we got today. We got Miss Pearl, Naomi. I am Chels, Watch, Hink, E, also known as Ez. How y'all doing, Flemmy? How y'all doing?
Shit, it's all
How's it
good. How
going?
about
I can hear
yourself,
you
Don? You
guys.
good?
Good, man. Ready to
Yeah.
rock.
Okay.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling wonderful, man. Another day in the paradise. We're going to see what these Bears doing today. Hopefully it's a win. Hopefully you're not disappointed.
We'll see. We'll see, yeah.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get this show started, man. We're gonna talk about Brittany opening up, and we got a couple other topics up on the back end. But Brittany Renner begs men to forget her past. She recently went on NBA Players podcast along with her host on her reality TV show, and they had some discussions. But Brittany put it out there that she wants people to forget her past. So let's go ahead and unpack that and see what she had to say.
With you, your stance, Brittany, because I've listened to some of your podcasts and talking to guys and whatever, and going back and forth with them. Like, what is your stance on past? Are you once you meet the person, past doesn't really matter? What is your thoughts on that?
I feel like everything someone has encountered up into present day needed to happen. So whatever has taken place, whatever puzzle pieces these relationships have given you, I'm not going to judge anyone for it. If I don't want someone to judge me for my past, I cannot judge them. And I feel like, of course, I am always going to be very vocal about that group of people that I feel like, if you have had public relationships or you've just lived a very public life like myself, I always found myself going to bat for and being that voice for that. Because, for me, it's like, I live my life out loud. Pretty much everything I've done, you can Google and find it. So I feel like you not wanting children, with someone who already has a kid because you don't have children is a very different energy than, oh, you dated this basketball player who took you seriously, who you thought was your end game, and I wouldn't look at you as that. To me, that's very egotistical. Again, your preference, you're allowed that, but I also think it's kind of okay,
I feel like it's honestly, it might be the way most men are wired versus how women are wired. I feel like most women, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all don't care as much about past as men. And I feel like that's because y'all have a gift of being more forgiving, being more graceful, being more this, all these things. And men seem to dudes will get mad over some stuff that happened 5 years ago when you weren't even with them. I don't know what that is in men. I feel like it's just a difference in how we view a situation. I don't really know if it's necessarily wrong, but it could very well be an ego thing. And that's not the right way to go about relationships. But at the end of the day, I feel like whatever your preference is, there's someone out there for everyone.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I also feel though that men collectively not only have pretty low self-esteem for the most part, or their ego is astronomical.
What?
I feel like men fixate a lot on someone's past because they feel that another man can permanently taint a woman. You don't have that power. You just don't. So it's again.
You don't think so? You don't think
A
that some
man
women
cannot
are
permanently
damaged?
taint me. It's just
Not
because
you, maybe you're very a strong, independent woman, but a lot of women are they've had relationships that have completely changed their personalities, the way they trust a man, the way they view men in general. I feel like you can be in a messed up relationship that can really mess you up.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there, and then I'll pick it up after we open it up for discussion. So a lot of things in that small amount of time was said, about men tainting women, about the past not really being a big deal. And she made some accusations about men in its entirety. So I'm gonna open it up for the panel. What stood out to you? What are your thoughts thus far? Go ahead and start with you first, Naomi. I know you kind of had a little side eye about some things, but what's coming to your mind, man?
Okay, so I think that's a reflection of a woman's ego for her to sit here and say, "Well, men just have a pride issue on a woman's past." I think that's just that's a woman trying to emasculate a man. Personally, that's what I believe, because I think we all know that the reason why it matters more a woman's past than a man's past. I'm not saying either one of them don't matter, but this sounds like a woman who's just looking for an excuse. Like, you shouldn't hold my past against me because of what she did. And she knows that societal wise that she's just not going to be able to come toe to toe with other women in her proximity, and she wants to be able to say, oh, well, I'm just as good as that other woman type of thing. This sounds just like a way for her to excuse her piss poor choices.
All right. Go ahead, E. Yeah, me just so you know, there you go.
Yeah. Hope you can hear me. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. I've been following the show for many years. So it's good to be here. Good to be here. At the end of the day, I think from what the gentleman was saying, I forgot the basketball player's name. The way I see it, most men base their opinion on this topic on experience, and is based on the fact that they have experienced women who have not gotten over their ex. And I think with that viral video that circulated with her having her altercation with PJ Washington, first of all, a lot of guys are fans of PJ Washington. I like his game personally. He plays for the Mavericks. He has a nice game. His game has improved, et cetera, et cetera. He just signed a big contract, of course. But she does not come off, she personally, her specifically, she does not come off as a woman who has gotten over her ex. So why would that be a good opportunity for a new guy, especially an NBA guy or a guy of, as they say, or you hear that term, high value, or a guy who's in that realm? Why would he take a chance on that and be actually serious and intentional if it's very, very clear that she's not over PJ Washington? And that's really the bottom line. It always comes back to PJ, no matter what. I mean, she was dating Kevin Gates for a while. He did the Muslim thing for a bit. And then when all else fails, when there's a shutdown of some sort, it's back to talking about PJ. And she constantly talks about that situation. So it's like, I want you to forget about the past. Oh, by the way, I'm going to talk about my past. So it's just hard for a guy who has options as an NBA player would have. If it's not for anything casual where he's just trying to play around, why would he take her seriously if that's how she's presenting herself? And then a lot of her content from the past has been centered on calling out how easy it is to get with NBA players and athletes. So guys, most guys have seen these videos. Most of the guys in the league have seen those videos, I'm sure. So considering all of that, she has not to date presented anything that says that she's in a new space from that person if you're looking at it through the eyes of an NBA player. So that's kind of what my thoughts were on that.
All right. Go ahead, Watch. How did you view what was said so far? Mute, let me take you out. Are you good now?
Oh no, yeah, I pretty much I share the sentiments, almost of Easy and Naomi. It's just a lot of hypocritical statements, and I think that she's kind of like lost, and she doesn't really know who she is. She's moving too fast. You kind of got to slow down and really think about what she's saying, her perspectives. And I think the interviewer, he's kind of, he kind of half steps in this point. Like he's kind of placating to them a little bit. He should be more honest and direct, like with how he feels, just because that's going to help them more. So, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I think, I don't agree. I think, yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that I would probably take away from what I just heard so far is the past is the past. There's nothing we can do. When you're having this conversation about the past, it's easy to say a lot of these things don't matter. But I think the past does. And moving forward, you have to be conscious of how you move in, the environments you are in, the people you are around, because if not, then you're going to be repeating history all over again. So if you were damaged, if you were reckless with your wound, if you were experiencing a lot of men being vulnerable, then I think that it does have an effect on your future. So from this moment moving forward, you just have to be intentional about where you are and who you allow around you, because 10 years later from now, you're going to probably still be saying the same thing if you haven't made the adjustments or the improvement. But go ahead, Charles. What are you seeing?
Imagine making a bunch of mistakes, having a shitty past, and then projecting that the men are the ones who have an issue. Like, I'm a coach. I help people change their lives. So I'm not someone who believes that you can't change your life. Because all it really takes is a choice, and then you start taking the actions that are in alignment with those new choices. But the idea that you fucked up in the past and now everybody else is insecure is the height of like egotisticalness, if that's the word, or egoism and projection. And so I'm with you, JR. I'm like, if you want to change your life, change your life. But don't come out here telling men that we're insecure. Yo, if you got ran through, that's on you. And if we don't want you because of however you conducted yourself in the past, then that's the bed you made. That's the bed you have to lay in, right? And I also would say the idea that everybody cares about everybody else's past. It's just that men and women care about different things about the opposite sex's past. Women don't typically care women don't care how many women a man has slept with. Men do, right? But if a woman started dating a guy and she found out that he used to be an abuser, she's more likely to be like, give him the side eye. If she found out that he slept with a guy in the past, she's going to hold that against him. So everybody, you are the culmination of your past at this point. So the idea that I'm going to overlook it because you're telling me, oh, I changed now. Okay, cool. You changed. That doesn't mean that I owe you to consider you as a wife or a partner. That's my thoughts.
Go ahead, Brother Hink. You saw a little bit of that clip. Like, what came to mind? What are your thoughts about what Brittany had to say? And just in general, when it comes to forgetting people's past?
Yeah, I don't. I think Brittany's just a scorn hater, and there's nothing we can do about it. You got to let her be what she is. Now, an individual like that will definitely probably promote somebody to forget about her past because she has a longevity, a laundry list of her past. Fellas, and ladies too, you shouldn't throw out somebody's past. That sounds crazy to me. Why would I do that? You need to take it in consideration and judge them. And yes, I did use the word right, judge them. You should judge them because her past could be her future. Because if she never changed, if she never corrected, if she never fixed the things that she did in the past, it's going to come to her presence. 2 years ago, she could have beat on that man, put hands on that man, called the police on that man, got that man in a situation he never should have been in. What makes you think she's not willing to do you like that? You think you're special? No, you're not. You're no different than the last individual. Maybe just your height, your income, and what you pack. And maybe that's the difference. Other than that, you're still a man. And doesn't mean she can't drum up some of her history and throw it in her presence. So you have to take that into consideration. Ladies, y'all should do the same thing. I don't know why y'all wait till find out like some dirty, crazy thing like somebody, I think, shared your man sleeping with another man. Then you gonna throw his past up there? No. You should throw it up on everything. If he shows a capacity to do violence, why would you get with a man like that? Why would you accept a man? If he's been locked up for 20 years for some violent crime, why would you get with him? Let some other poor soul take them burdens on, take on that situation. Don't you do it. Not if you got you in your right mind. Let somebody like Brittany Renner take on, because she forgives everybody's past. Your past doesn't matter. Then let this abusive man come in Brittany's Renner life and save this effort. Don't you be the fool to do it. Why? It makes no sense. So in her situation, yes, I know she wants to forget about it because hers is so messed up, cloudy, and dirty. Nobody should want to deal with her. Allow some other simp to take her ass on. Don't you be that man to do that.
Hey, this is to the panel and as well as Hink, because Brittany is a celebrity, but so her life is public for the most part. You know a lot of things, but there are people that are out there who life isn't public, but they do have a past. And so there's like two things that really come to mind is, are we asking the right questions to factor that in as far as if we're going to choose that person or not? Another thing is that person going to be honest when these questions are asked about their past? Because a lot of people want to conceal what it is that they've been through, inward and outward. So it's kind of really difficult to really process and even get through to someone and learn about somebody if they are not open. But it is a little bit scary for a lot of people because you know they can have a past, and you really have to be mindful and conscious of what they're saying and what they're doing. Sometimes you just got to sit back and observe and be able to try to get a better reading, because these things do play out. Now, whether the person want to admit it or not, there are some telltale signs that a lot of people do ignore. Or maybe they just may not be aware of what those telltale signs is. So that's why these conversations are very important as we look to move forward and vetting better. Because to me, the past does matter. And every person is different. It's not going to be the exact same response. So there are some people that can make improvements, but you have to see the consistency in it. If they're not consistent, then I think that would be a telltale sign that that person has not changed their past behavior, if it is revealed.
So, and the thing you said, a lot of people got to pay attention. A lot of people don't pay attention. They look past because they see the exterior about a man or a woman. They're looking at what they think they can offer them. But you got to look in their history and not be afraid to ask the tough questions. That's the point right there. Asking the tough question and being okay with the results of the answers. See, a lot of people say, oh, well, yeah, but that was 5 years ago. Okay, just because it was 5 years ago don't mean that man didn't get no help. Just because it was 5 years ago doesn't mean that woman has changed in the last 5 years. Time has passed. Doesn't mean what she did in the past changed. She didn't do anything to self-correct it. That man didn't do anything to self-correct. He didn't get no anger management for putting his hands on his ex-wife. He didn't do none of these things. So fellas, you have to pay attention. Ladies, you have to pay attention to what's going on around you. Make sure you ask a tough question and don't be scared of the results. Be willing to walk away if it's not what you expect or what you need to hear. The problem is most people don't want to do it. Well, I don't think I could never find another beautiful woman like it. Bullshit, you can, but you got to be willing to walk away from bullshit. Unfortunately, most people don't want to do that. They're not willing to listen, not willing to pay attention and accept what it is. You don't always have to ask the question directly out. You could kind of hint around it, put them in scenarios, in situations, and see what they would do in results like that. If I seen a video, I would present it to the woman. You know, I seen something the other day, and this situation occurred. How would you handle it? How would you deal with it? Have you ever done like something like this in your past? And you need to pay attention. Listen to what their lineage, their parents did, how their parents react, how their mother react. Please believe you me, the apple don't fall far from the tree. There's a reason why there's a saying on that, because people don't fall from the tree.
You honestly don't even have to ask questions if you're observant enough. Like, you just have to be observant. You have to be ultra observant with whoever you're dealing with or whoever you're potentially dealing with. But a lot of the times you don't even have to ask questions. Like, the people will disqualify.
Brother.
No. I agree. No, I totally know what I'm kind of like reinforcing what you're saying, but just from a different angle. I'm just saying, like, for example, like if I was potentially dealing with a woman, right, or looking to deal with a woman, before I'm even talking to her, I'm looking at her gram. I'm looking at what she's posting. If she even has a gram, I'm looking at what she's posting. I'm looking at her stories. You know what I'm saying? And you don't. A lot of, and I'm just using women. But a lot of women will be disqualified just based on that. And they won't. So if you even get to the point, if you get further, yes, then ask the necessary questions about everything, like very specific questions. But people have to realize a lot of the time they're not even getting to that point because they're disqualifying themselves, you know, just based on their online footprint, so to say, and you know, general, you know, aesthetic. Yeah.
But watch, we shouldn't wait to that far along till we in that type of relation. That's not look.
No, I'm saying
I said it before. I said by the third date, I'm gonna know your credit score. Now somebody said, well, it sounds crazy. Why would you need it? I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but
what you could do is tell me no or something like that. And right then and where when you tell me something like that, I already know what type of individual you are. Yeah, now, I'm just asking that just to test them out, just to see where their head is and see where their mindset is and see how they respond and think about it. And doesn't mean I literally want it, but you just got to make sure they be okay with asking certain tough questions. That's a tough question. People don't like to talk about the money, how much they making, and then the first, second, third. I'm just going to ask a tough question to see how you're going to be reciprocal of the next tough question I ask you. Are you willing to answer it? Or are you going to be a little hesitant and don't want to ask it at all? So certain things you have to ask questions off the bat. I don't care about they don't feel like it's inappropriate bullshit. I need to know. Because I'm investing into you, I want to know everything. Don't hold back. You know what I'm saying? You got to be observant, not only watching, but asking. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, I was saying that's not gonna go good for you because like a lot of women say they're marriage minded and they, but they're not really like that. Like, a lot of
talk is cheap, dog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're gonna run into a lot of roadblocks, even though that's honorable the approach you're taking.
So be it.
It's no, but yeah, you gotta
right, so look. If you want to find a good thing, it's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy. No, I agree.
It's not supposed to be easy.
No, I agree.
Then everybody have a good thing. That's not the case. We see that, right? We see a lot of dudes having issues and not fine. So if it's tough, then so be it. Hopefully, at the end of the day, it's well worth it, and you'll have a long, blissful marriage, if that's what you're looking for.
But I mean, overall, it's kind of like it's just insane to think that for people to say that a past doesn't matter. Like your past matters in every facet of existence. Like whether it's your, like you said, your credit score, your past matters to the government. Whether it's your criminal record, your accomplishments, your resume is essentially a track record of your past. So like. I've been thinking that to myself, like it seems like male convenience is being demonized because a lot of dudes just want convenience in their life or preference or whatever. And it's just like, damn, you can't even have a preference to want somebody who, who's carried themselves in a certain way. It's just very disingenuous, and it's a horrible way for them to approach the argument. I don't think they have, there's like a legitimate argument against it. Or pushback, but even though the way that they approach it, like trying to, make underhanded jabs talking about insecure or it's completely insane when that's biology. A lot of people are going to school and they're sending their children to school, and they'll be mad if they don't get a good grade in math or science, but then they grow up to never apply math or science to their life, and it's just completely insane. Like our schooling system is horrible. Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
Okay, let's go ahead and have Naomi respond, and let's get Pearl in there, you guys. Go ahead, Naomi.
All right, so I have a question. So and this is one for the men. So because we know that men are the ones who control marriage, if a man is being intentional and he's asking questions like, hey, your credit score, kind of like what he was saying, asking those tough questions. If a woman is beating around the bush or not willing to answer them, does that tell you men that she's not really marriage minded?
I would say it tells you, yes, that she's not marriage minded. But the thing I would hone in on is, what is this person's level of ability to accept accountability for their negative outcomes, right? And people can lie to you, but people are who they are, right? And so if you listen not just to the answers they give you to your questions, but if you listen to the interactions they talk about with other people, and if they're never the problem, but they always have a problem and they are the common denominator, then you are the problem. So if it was your parents' fault, if it was your siblings' fault, It was your ex-boyfriend from high school fault. Then it was your ex-husband's fault. And then it was the government's fault. And then it was whoever else's fault. That's going to tell you, okay, this person is not the type of person that takes accountability for their contribution to the negative outcome. If you don't want to answer the question about your credit, then we're not even going any further.
Well, a lot of women. Well, I think a lot of women are brought up to be guarded, you know, and just be extra cautious. So I don't think that's necessarily like a direct correlation. You know, a lot of, you know, I would teach my daughter to be very guarded too. I wouldn't, like, you know, if I had a daughter, I wouldn't just be like, I'd tell her to be guarded. You know, I'd tell her to be ultra cautious, and, you know,
about what though?
About questions like that, because you don't know what people's, you don't know what either or. I'm just saying, I'm just taking my mind there. Like, would you tell your daughter to be very open about that thing, that type of stuff? What I mean,
about
like,
what about what stuff though?
Like,
right?
credit score, like.
Yeah, I got 3 daughters.
Okay, no, yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, so give me your perspective. Like, if would you? I'm just talking about like on the first. Like, wouldn't you want your daughter to be like, "Hey, Pop, you know, I was on a date, dope dude. He asked me my credit score. How do you think I should approach that?" Would you want that, or would you want her to just answer off that?
I mean, if she's seriously vetting this man, as a husband, and he's seriously vetting her as a wife, then I would tell her, okay, you've reached a point where it's time to be open with this man.
Because would you want her to ask you first?
Of course.
So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't want her. I don't think she would. I don't think it would be smart for her to answer that off rip. That's the only thing I'm saying. Like, I think she should come back, talk with you, and then maybe date 2. You know, she can be forthcoming with the information. But that's what I'm saying. Like, because she said is if she's hesitant, if she's is that mean she's not marriage material? I'll say no, Naomi. Like, if she's prolongedly hesitant, like she don't want to answer for multiple months, then yeah. But like, if she doesn't answer you the first time, but then the next time she comes, or like the next few like time, you know, then, you know. But yeah, like,
so once you realize she will tell her, the home loan officer, what a credit score is, the rent manager at an apartment.
If she's smart, she won't, because if they when they run your credit score,
more than likely they want to check and look. I'm gonna check it just to see how honest you are. That's why I'm going to do it. When I rent out a house, I need to know, see how honest. Not going to tell me if you're honest, but tell you if you're reliable in what you say. So yeah, I'm going to ask those questions, and so most of the times they're going to, and they'd be willing and open to do it. Now, whether they're honest about it or not is something different, but they'd be willing to do it. So why is it a problem now? I'm on the 3rd date with you, and I ask you just off GP. I be going, what's your credit score? What you looking like out there? How you moving? And then she take offense to it. I say, okay, well, I bet you tell that white man who you trying to get an apartment from your goddamn credit score. You don't even know him. You have no idea anything about him. Yes, sir.
Hey, you hitting on something very you're hitting on something that's very important, which is a person's self-awareness, right? We can all tell Hink is the type of person where he's comfortable with himself enough to say, if this chick is not willing to answer this question, or if she's kind of skirting around it, then she's not the one for me, right? A guy who's kind of like, I don't know, I like her, she's cute, she's pretty, and even though she didn't really answer, I'm kind of unsure if I should see her again, then he's the one that's going to get dragged along and never really get the information that he wants. Because other people don't make decisions for us. We make decisions for ourselves. So if I'm on a date and I want to know your credit score and you don't tell me, okay, cool. We're not going on another date. It's just that simple. But you can't avoid being open and then come to the conclusion that, oh, nobody trusts me. Well, you're not giving us an opportunity to trust you.
But you just said that you would tell you would want your daughter to come back and ask you how to play that situation out. So like, if you're on the first date with her and she says, perhaps she says like, can I get back? Do you mind if I get back to you? You know, on that.
I'm gonna tell my daughter on the first date to say, I don't really. If my daughter's uncomfortable with discussing it because she doesn't know this man well enough, right? I would tell my daughter to say something like, well, you know, I do fine, but I don't go into deep details until I know that that's what we're moving towards. Right? I'm doing good. I'm straight.
Let's go ahead and get to Pearl. Pearl, I know you saw the clip. I know we took a detour, but what were your thoughts about what Brittany Renner had to say?
My thoughts are pretty much like a collection of everybody's. I was just trying to take some notes, so when y'all got to me, I could just generate something for myself. Your past definitely matters. I think we fall flat because I feel like this whole vetting, maybe it's me, but I just feel like all of a sudden that's just a new word that people are starting to use. I know the process is still the same, but it's really intentional questioning. And I think we fall flat because we don't exactly know which questions to ask, or maybe not necessarily which questions to ask. I think it goes back to what Hank was saying. Like, we're afraid of having those difficult conversations because we're afraid of the answers. And not only are we afraid of the answers from other people, we're afraid of exposing ourselves. I think that's where that hesitation comes in at. But you have to be confident in who you are. And that's what the self-awareness that Shells was speaking about, because when you're self-aware, you're more intentional about your choices, which then creates a past because it's a collection of your actions. So I don't think if I was sitting in front of a man, it wouldn't matter who he was. I think transparency and then like a discretionary delivery information, like, is your credit good, bad, or terrible, as opposed to is it between a 300 and a 750, and can you tell me exactly where it is? Both are still going to give me an understanding of if you're disciplined, if you prioritize, if you are good with money management, if you're financially literate, and etc. I don't think avoidance does anything for anybody. It's costly, but again, those stem around those difficult conversations. If you're not able to have your own sense of astute observations with people, it's going to be difficult for you to pose those questions because you don't know how. You just know how to react off of the energy that you're getting with people, like connection, attraction, chemistry. But then again, those conversations, like, we have to be taught how to have those conversations. We've had this conversation previously on a different platform where we spoke about just social emotional and the lack of the learning and the lack of conflict resolution skills. There's also a lack of us having relationship skills. We're not taught this. It sounds good, but we're not really taught this. We're not taught this in school. If we are, it's very, it's scattered. It's not dedicated time to this. You definitely are not doing it in high school and then college. So your next thing you know, basically what I'm saying is you're adults, and we're missing a lot of these development skills. We're missing a lot of these communication skills, and it's dictating our ability or inability to have relationships. So I would say watch what you do and how you do it, because you can't dictate when you meet somebody how they're going to judge you or where they're going to compartmentalize you. We know that it's the game. You just got to be smart or smarter in your actions.
Mm-hmm. I think Pearl, Chels, and Hink hit on something that's very important, and particularly Pearl, when she was talking about energy and connectivity. There's a lot of people that speak on they're waiting for the right connection, the right energy, and they don't even know what that even looks like. It becomes like something that they just say because it's comfortable, but they really don't know what to look for. And so as the interaction was breaking down amongst the panel just now, I was listening to Watch, who looked at asking the credit score as maybe that might be a little bit too much. But then once Ms. Pearl was talking, I'm thinking like, well, maybe it's not too much. And Hink was doubling down on it. Like, this is something that I do. Like, what if we have been programmed and we're not realizing that this is normal? So we are afraid to be able to be transparent, as what Ms. Pearl was kind of hitting on. You know, transparency equals trust. If you can't be open about things like money, kids, past mistakes early on, it signals you're not ready for a serious relationship. You know, secrets is what kills trust before it even starts. And then we talked about the credit score, right? Credit score can be something you can align with character. It's not about the number, it's about the responsibility. So if someone can't manage their credit bills or their financial commitments, then what does that say about how they'll handle a relationship or a household? I'm real big up on like consistency. So if I see somebody's not consistent within their relationships, well, within every other area in their life, then why would they be consistent when it comes to relationships? And it made logical sense because I was able to measure it. I've seen it time after time after time. If they're not consistent, they're not going to be consistent in other areas in their life. But the truth is the truth, right? The truth is the truth. So if you delay the truth, it's just wasting time. Like the longer you have reality, the more damage it causes later. If someone finds out months later that you drowning in debt, then now it's betrayal, not just privacy at that point. And you also got to look at the fear of judgment as well. Fear equals accountability. Like people avoid these conversations because they don't want to be judged. But the accountability is a big part if you're even ready for a relationship. So if you're ashamed to reveal it, or maybe you're just not ready to date seriously. So all of these things are very important when we come to communicating and processing and trying to get better when it comes to vetting and dating and being intentional about seriously hopping into a relationship, possibly marriage. So those are just my thoughts. I'm gonna go ahead and play a little bit more of this video, and then we'll go ahead and add really to the conversation. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I can't complain, big dog. Happy to be here.
All right, here we go. I don't know what's going on. Let me check this out and bring it back in. Yeah. Always happen at the wrongest times, right? The wrongest times. Well, I situate this. Let me go ahead and ask about Willie. We was talking about forgetting the past. How important is revealing the past before dating or in relationships? Like, should the past matter to folks?
Yes, your past should matter. The only people who don't think it should matter are people who have shitty or questionable past. I mean, your past tells you everything about who you are and how you got to where you are right now, which is who we are while we're dating. So why would your past matter? I mean, not matter. If I meet a woman, my past absolutely matters because it highlights the path and all the work I took to get to where I am now, to make me the man that she's attracted to and seeking. So, of course, the past matters. Typically, the only people that say, like, for men, is like losers. They don't want their past to matter. And for women, it's whores because they don't want their past to be held against them.
I think the key to it is people figuring out how to be a better listener, right? How to know when you're being fed BS. The better you can get, because you can ask the right questions and someone can lie to you. So that means you have to be really good at listening for the inconsistencies. And like I said before, listening for whether or not that person is accountable for that past that they're not so proud of. Everybody has something in their past that they're not proud of. If when they talk about it, they take full accountability, it gets easier to look at this person and say, okay, this person is a human. They made a mistake, or whatever the case may be. They owned up to it. They're not trying to put the blame at anybody else's feet. So I can trust that this person is accountable. If you ever have a friend and every time they talk to you, they always win in every story, you're like, yo, you lying, dog. It's impossible. Floyd, the only one that's undefeated. Everybody else done took some L's. So if you're telling me you've been out here for 30, 40, 50 years and you have never taken an L and you have never been to blame for any of your problems, I can't trust you, dog. I can't trust you as a friend. I can't trust you as a wife. I can't trust you as a girlfriend. I can't trust you as a business partner. I don't really want you in my space. Because when you fuck up whatever we got going on, you're going to put the blame on me. Can't fuck with it.
Yeah, I want to touch on the past. I mean, I think the past matters, but I don't know if it matters the most. I think the past, what matters the most is if the past is still the present, if that makes sense, as far as those things that you're maybe ashamed of, whether it's your lifestyle, your boredom, if it's still happening, then that is a big problem. You know what I mean? Because we all have a past. So we can't sit here and want mercy and grace on our own past and then drive a person forever eternity for the past they have. And if you have bad credit, you're able to clean your credit. If you have a criminal record, you're able to expunge things off your record. If you have, there are various things you can do to improve yourself. I'm not the person I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I'm not the person I was last week if I'm really trying to get better. So, I mean, it depends on the situation and what the actual issue is. And like I say, in Brittany Renner's case, I think it's a situation where it's not so much that it's her past, because yes, she broadcasted her body count. Nobody asked her for that information. She broadcasted how she deals with NBA players. Nobody asked her for that information. But it does not seem like that's a thing of the past. And that's her biggest issue. I think her biggest issue is two things. It doesn't seem like it's a thing of the past, what she's complaining about. And then secondly, let's face it, she has a temper issue. She has an anger management issue. None of these things are things that is high risk, especially for someone, the kind of guys that she's looking to kind of be in the realm of. And these guys have the opportunity to have options. So that self-awareness, somebody said that I think there's a self-awareness issue there with her. I mean, she's a nice looking young lady. You know, I'm sure she looks nice in person. She seems to be very charismatic, very smart from what I've seen over the years. But as far as taking seriously, it just does not seem like a lot of her past is that far behind her, especially with this last viral video that came out where it's obvious that there's still an emotional attachment to PJ Washington, who just signed for $90 million.
We can't. We got to stop saying that we all have a past, as if we all have a past that we should be ashamed of, because we don't. We got to stop giving people that grace, because it's not true. All of us don't have past that we're ashamed of. All of us don't have lives that we live that we're not proud of. All of us don't have to say that, well, I'm not the person I was back then because they were a shitty person. Like that's not a blanket statement for the majority of people. And the people who tend to say that tend to be the guys or girls who have that type of past. And if you look at a woman's past and you don't judge her for it as part of your vetting process, all you're gonna do is fail. Because at the end of the day, if she was a hoe when she was 22, that mindset and logic that she was using back then is still there. She just may not use it as prevalent, or she may have become more skilled at it. It's a risk mitigation for men. And as far as the bad credit goes, your credit tells you everything you need to know about a person's financial aptitude and responsibility. So if a woman's credit is fucked up or a dude's credit is fucked up, you should understand like that person is a financial liability because their credit is currently fucked up. And the fact that, Easy brought up that you can get your credit clean, that's true. You can get your credit clean. So that we'll leave that for credit. You can't erase the fact you done sucked 100 dicks if you were male or female. You can't erase the fact that you're saying you were a violent felon. That's not getting expunged in any state. You can't erase the fact that you're saying that you can't go get shit in your name but a Facebook or an Instagram page because your credit score is in the fours. There's nothing you can do about that when it comes time to dating. If I meet you and your credit score is in the fours, it's like it's chapter. If I meet you and you're a sex offender, it's chapter. Like if I meet you and you hurt kids or you've raped niggas before, it's over. All of that shit from your past matters when it comes to dating. It doesn't necessarily matter when it comes to your value as an individual, as a human. That's where the redemption comes. But for men and women, you can't give people that grace when you're dating. That's not, you don't owe it to them. You owe them the respect of being, saying, hey, just because you sucked 100 dicks doesn't mean you're less valuable as a person. But if you sucked 1,000 dicks, you're definitely significantly less valuable as a partner, as someone who is worthy of my romantic interest. And the same thing I expect Miss Pearl to tell a dude. Okay, yeah, you done fucked 50 girls. Okay, cool. But the 10 niggas you fucked, hey, that's a disqualifier for me. Like there's nothing wrong with using someone's past and their circumstances against them. And I'm standing 10 toes on the fact that the only people who say that are niggas that it applies to, or niggas and women that it applies to.
Yeah, that's
you had a response.
What?
I thought Miss Pearl had something. I thought she had a response based on the facial expression she was.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, unless you're a guy who married the first woman you ever met, and you have your kids with all your first woman you ever met, you're not perfect yourself. So I mean,
no one's talking about being perfect, big dog. We're talking about having a past that's questionable. Men don't, and you said that unless a man had his first child with the first woman he got with, we're not women. We don't abide by that stuff. That's not applicable to us.
Right, but that's a strong
standard for men.
That's a strong pendulum swing the other direction from 0 to 1,000 dicks. I mean, come on.
Okay, I'm sorry. If I make sense, you want to get to some
15.
If she sucked 10 dicks before me, or 15 dicks before me, that's still a lot. I just said 1,000 because I'm saying for the conversation. But if you want to have a specific, like a nuanced conversation, and the semantics matter to you, we can have that conversation too. Because if you'll take a woman who sucked 15 dicks before she got with you, that just means that's what your standard is. My standards are higher.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not saying that either, but I'm just saying that's the least of her problems. Is really what my main point is. It is not. Is
how is that the least of
yeah, we don't care about her problems.
How is that the least of our problems when
what
the
I'm saying
majority
is
of
that
women,
the
like the
problem
majority
is
of
that
divorces,
her
have
past
infidelity
is
in them?
still happening. That's the issue. I'm not saying if you want to hold somebody to the past, that's fine. But what I'm saying is not the past. It's still happening. Like she has the person that she's trying to present that's different. It's just not the case from what I'm seeing. That's really my main point.
I think Shells has heard me say this before, and this is the first time sharing the panel. I'll tell you this: when I met my woman, I believe that she was, she was married. Like say, okay, she was married for 10, 15 years before we got together, and then so that's only one dude. She was single for a few years. Maybe I'm saying fuck the dude or two of them 3 years, and then I get with her. And I'm under the impression that that her body count is low. If I find out 20 years after we've been married that she sucked 100 dicks, I'm getting a divorce. Like it's not. There's no question. Fucking day is over.
Yeah.
Because what happens is when your past comes back to surprise me, that shows me one that I've been living a lie for the past 20 years. I thought I've had a wholesome woman who wasn't outside, who wasn't doing all this. Bald-headed hoe shit. And then I find out 20 years later that I have. That shit is over because my woman represents me. And for the men that she was with, they've known that she was like that and have been looking at me or laughing at me. And since my woman represents me to the world, that's like, listen, I find out October 31st, 2060, that she used to be a hoe. I'm filing for divorce November 1st. Like your past matters. Like, and I've worked too hard to get to where I am, achieve everything that I have to marry a whore. To marry someone that a lot of regular niggas was fucking with. A lot of regular niggas who had her coming over at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to do all this nasty shit.
Willie want to know it's because in the West we have a weird like relationship, like sexuality, right? So like we kind of like compartmentalize sexuality really well. Like everybody around this motherfucker, you walk around, everybody acting like everybody got the craziest porn in their fucking phone. You know what I'm saying? The stats show it. But you would never tell by, going on the subway, everybody's like, oh, I'm just a so it's like we don't, young boys, like they don't really think about it. It's like, think about what you was doing with that girl, like with that woman, all that nasty shit. Like think about 15 to 20 people doing crazier shit, the same shit. Like we kind of compartmentalize sex because, like, I guess, we can't be open with the conversation, or when we are open with it, it takes a certain direction, or it's had by a certain a group of people or whatever. But yeah, like you really got to just think about that, John. Like, damn, I was doing, and then she did that with, and then damn, like I don't think a lot of men process like what actually goes down. Yeah.
I want to say for the record, I said that the past matters, but if it's still happening, that matters most. I just want to make sure that's clear. I didn't say that the past.
I don't know. Like what you mean? Like no, I don't know.
All he's saying is that if the present matters more than the past, that's all he's saying. That's not. We don't disagree with that.
Right, that's all I'm saying.
Dicks, like 10 years ago.
Yeah, he's not disqualifying what you did in the past.
You just said it don't matter if your wife you've been married for 10 years. If you found out on the 10th year she sucked
It's
however many
over.
dicks, 10 years, then so you saying by saying that you know there is no like leeway. It's like as soon as you find out.
Oh, for
Well,
sure.
shit.
But I'm saying both things.
Well,
though.
dog, but you got to think about it. If he's married to her for 10 years and just now find out, what can he do? There's nothing he can do then. Well,
yeah, only thing I can do is
would.
leave.
Yeah, I mean that's the most. But I doubt if he wants to leave his wife after being married to her for 10 years.
I swear to God, I would. Like,
That's cap.
Oh, well, see, that's but not. Well, look, I'm not gonna say it's cap. Maybe that's Will standards. Now, if I've already married her and I'm 10 years in, more than likely I wouldn't leave. But I would say, God damn, baby, what the fuck is going on?
How you gonna address your old lady sucking 1,000 dicks? That conversation will never end, and you'll never get past it.
I mean, look.
You didn't pull credit.
Damn,
you didn't pull the
that's
credit the right
crazy.
way in the beginning. It is what it is.
Well,
You
if
got-
only
That's
women were
crazy.
honest about how many dicks they sucked, then that
I'm
would.
sure you're an established guy.
I can go pull all y'all
answer
credit
for
right
this.
now with the website. I can't go find out how many dicks Naomi and Pearl sucked in the past 10 years unless they tell me. So
Okay,
again,
look,
if
this
she
could
sucked 1,000 dicks in her 20s and she was sucking, she's on 1,000 dick a year clip, and then when I get with her, she says, well, I was only on a 10 dick a year clip for the previous 5 years. I'm still not fucking with her.
That's easier said than done. I'm sure you're a very successful guy. You're not 10 years
It's
from
not,
now.
it's
putting
very
your
easy.
assets
I
at
don't
risk
fuck with
when you
whores.
proceeding all because of 10 dicks.
100% I am. That's the difference, right? Because if a woman can, if 10 regular niggas can get the woman I
You try to
want,
get back to the video, JR?
and I'm not a regular nigga, I'm not fucking with
I
her.
get you. Yeah, we'll say he don't mess with hoes, man. That's it. What you got, JR?
All right, we're going to get back to this clip, y'all.
That's it. No hoes.
Tight
Shit.
shit over here.
Course, but who are we all fucking? You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of where it's like, you know, yes, we're aware of double standards. We all love them when it benefits us. But the truth of the matter is, it's like, if you meet somebody that makes sense, whether they have a kid, whether they've been with someone publicly that was in the league, it's like, why miss out on the potential love of your life just because some guy dated her and it didn't work out? They were meant to have a kid. They moved on. It's just like I said, but
that's the mature. That's probably the mature mindset. No, 100%. I wish I could think like that.
Off that too, it's like why are we seen as like the baggage? You know, like why do we when it's like a blessing?
Mama, there's a baby daddy.
And also right, and also like I really thought, and so did my ex. We thought we were endgame, and then Zoe came before that. So honestly, it showed me that actually. You are not my end game.
Yeah. And
so it's like I had to learn in a different.
I think it's the same ideology is the reason why men like some type of like purity in a woman, but women don't really like that in men. Like the girls that a lot of dudes go for is like someone who hasn't done everything in the book and like been around the world and seen everything there is to see and done everything. Like they like to bring like a new experience to a woman, and I feel like women are the opposite. They want a dude who has done his thing, can show them, you know, put them on new things. I feel like it's the same ideology. I feel like men and women are wired different, but putting myself in y'all's shoes, the double standards would get irritating. The fact that we think that we can just have a crazy past and have a million bodies in our past.
A billion bodies. A million's generous.
But then we'll be tripping about if a girl we like has however many bodies. My question is, does that matter at all to you guys? Does past matter like at all?
That's hard because I feel like there's a part of me that's like, get it out of your system. I don't care what happened before me as long as it's not happening when I'm with you and after. Mm-hmm. But also like to some extent, because who are you exchanging energy with? Right. Like how
those are real soul ties. That's a real thing. Yeah. When you talk about baggage, like I believe in that. I believe that all these people that you've been with you can bring that into the next situation.
You can also cut the cord as well. But
absolutely. Yeah. So for me, it's like, so how accessible are you? Because then that changes things. Like, are you really picky with who you're exchanging energy with? That to me is important. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 33 years old. I'm not having a conversation about like body count. Like in my mind, that's not like something I'm ever bringing up. I just don't care. Again, like every step that you have taken to arrive here, it's written. So for me to like get caught up on all these insignificant really details, like I'm more concerned about Do I like you as a person? Do I like who I am when I'm with you? Can I be more of myself with this guy? Yeah. These are the 3 questions that mean the most to me. So all that body count and, you know, all that other stuff before, to me, it's just like, yes, like it's very talked about in pods, but it's like, how are we moving this conversation forward in like a productive way? Because it's like, okay, I don't want a girl who's been with a bunch of guys. Okay, well, I don't want a guy who's been with a bunch of bitches. Great, now where do we go from here? You guys, we want somebody pure. Okay, but you're not. You're asking for something that you're not. Like,
100%.
Like, are you waiting? Have you waited till you are married, or
No,
that's
what I'm saying. I think it is.
So you're not really pure either. You see what I'm saying?
I think it is a double standard. Like dudes really have a double standard on that.
All right, so she opened up a little bit more about the body count and double standard. So what do you guys say to a woman that may not have realized that her past was important, and so now she's figured it out, and she's living life? Should she just be a throwaway at that point because she has a past, or can she turn her life around and become something of substance?
Regardless of how you spell the word housewife, you can't change a hoe into a housewife. And the only people that say their past should matter are women who used to be whores. Like, she just proved it. We know that she got 100+ bodies. It's advertised, and then she says, "Well, you're not pure either." No one expects a man to be pure. They expect us to be able to provide. And a woman's chastity is her primary agency when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, when we're dating. It's not ours as a man, because it's hard for men to sleep with 100 women. Miss Pearl can go get 1,000 dicks today. She puts a story on Instagram. Meet me at the Motel 6, room 115. It's gonna be every nigga that follows her there with their dick out, willing to wait for another nigga to smash before they get their turn. Yep. None of us men can do that. We can't go on our story and say, "Hey, I'm passing out free dick today at the Hojo," and then we got a line of women showing up. That's not how life works. So when she's saying like, "Well, you're not pure either," or "You've been with 1,000,000 bodies," I've had to earn what it took for me to hit that many women. You were born with, all you have to do is just open your legs and be like, put dick here. I'd say half the niggas on the panel is probably gonna go hit Brittany Renner.
No, I ain't hitting that.
Oh, wait. So look, real quick. So you wouldn't hit Brittany Renner in private if nobody knew?
Of course I will. I'm talking shit. But listen,
okay,
listen. No, yeah, no, I'm talking shit. Yeah, no, listen. The end game. No, I agree with everything you said. And the end game. Listen, she proved herself wrong with the end game, John. Right? She said the white girl. She said that was the he thought that her ex was the end game. That exactly proves why your past matters. You messed up in the past. You thought that your ex that you had a child with was the end game. You and then you divorced them. So that means you miscalculated. That was a huge miscalculation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you caused, like, it'd be different if he divorced her, but like, she left him. So it's like, yeah, your past matters. Like, you made made mistakes. You made miscalculations. You gave somebody who you now feel is not worthy of your body. You gave him your body. You gave him a child, and now you don't feel that way. You know, and they want us. They're basically deflecting, and they're basically trying to shame us for realizing that, like, yeah, it's not optimal to be with a woman with kid. And like, that dude, he was real. The interview, he was real vocal when he was with Plaque Boy Max. I think, like, he was real vocal. He on his little, like, he's like kind of, you know, backing down. I don't like that shit. Like, bro, be as vocal and be, right, you know, give as much pushback as you were when you weren't around them. You know what I'm saying? Like, now he kind of like, yeah, I know it's just kind of hard. I kind of see it from, nah, bro, you wasn't on that.
Hey, he was just trying to keep the show going, though. You got to think about it. If he pushed back too hard with those two women, he's not gonna get the content.
No, the shit he would have got a lot better. He would have got.
Well, no, because for what he's trying to do, right? You know, because he actually doesn't want to have a whole bunch of, you know what I'm saying, controversial shit out. You know, he got a contract coming up, so he's just doing the podcast thing.
That's a fact. He shouldn't even be podding for real.
He's playing it safe. You know what I'm saying?
But he shouldn't even be podding. Then you can't really.
I did have a question for the panel as far as men. So, do you think that men are affected by their past when it comes to women at all?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Our
So,
past
man,
is not,
It's not sexual, just not sexual necessarily.
yeah, not our sexual past. Unless you was doing some gay shit, then yeah, you deserve all the shame you get if you was.
Yeah, or you was burning or some shit like that. Yeah,
or
but
you was out here beating. If you was out here beating women, but as far as sexually, no. Ours is about like the effort that we put into to get to the where we are. Like, so look at JR. JR top 10% nigga. All the work he's put in his life matters because how he got to where he is now. So it's not about his hitting. It's not about how many women he knocked down in his past, 20 years of life. It's about the work that he did to become attractive to women, which those things like being, a provider, being emotionally intelligent, being educated, being safe, being able to provide protection. Those things matter for a man. How many women
he's JR had horrible credit 10 years ago?
Can he provide today? Like, so don't act like it's, bro. One thing it's almost kind of annoying when men do is act like they do that. Men and women abide by the same standards because it's a different standard for us.
I didn't
no,
say
that's where that logic goes.
If
he had bad credit 10 years ago, and I say he can provide today, what y'all do is, well, if she was a hoe 10 years ago, how could she not be one today? I see
Miss Pearl, if you were dating a dude and he was like the guy who wore the hot dog suits to tell people to come into the restaurant, but now he just a little bit more like. No. If you're dating a dude and he like mildly successful, but you found out like he was a dude who did the hot dog, would that change what you thought about him? Like he'd had like some like humiliating kind of job.
No, I wouldn't change how I felt about him because he could have took the easy route, right, and got a pack and started to sell or scheme, scam. So if he's doing something, you know what I'm saying? We know how we didn't grow up. Some of us got to get it out the mud. As long as he's doing something and he has a plan, I'm not gonna say, "Oh, you used to flip signs, but you're successful now." Like, what's the point of saying that?
You said that. I can hear you saying that in an argument. I ain't gonna hold you. You used to flip signs, mother.
I used to flip signs. Like, I would never down him for that. Even if he was still flipping signs, like there's always, like I say, easier route. And if he's not choosing that, and he has that level of discipline, and he's focused, hey, baby,
is that
where you going? I'm not gonna judge you off of that.
Is that most women?
I think there might have been an easy.
Is that most women? I don't know. I'm just curious.
That's not most women. I might just be an anomaly in that sense.
Yeah, most women that aren't whores.
I mean, I ain't passed by him. Like, we see the people deliberately tag signs. It ain't too many women that's pulling up on the sign saying, "Baby, here go my phone number, DM me." Like, they riding past fast, right? So he wouldn't always necessarily be a choice. But if we keeping it real, like I said before, I can't necessarily dictate a man's hustle as long as it's not, like I say, selling drugs and scamming. I'm good.
Hold on, because I think that might have been an easy example. I think if somebody was, because he was working, I don't think that's but
hey, give me something else.
On the internet, we do see some men that are well off have been affected by women because of the type of woman she was, and they did get lost in the sauce, and she crushed them, and so now, he has some animosity, or he has a chip on his shoulder when it comes to like the women that he dates. So I do kind of sort of think that depending on the woman and who she was to him, that it can have an effect on said man. If he wasn't strong enough in that department, because like some men that are well off. I've actually seen in college, and I brought this story up before. I had a guy that, he was smashing tons of women. He had to smash at least about 1,000 women on the campus. People that was staying like they were neighbors, and it was like 3 of them. He smashed all 3 the neighbors, and they knew, and they were like it was crazy. But the one woman he couldn't get, what he had an issue with, he couldn't get over that, to the point that he was hating on the guy that actually had got action with him. With her.
Was the reason that she wouldn't get with him because of his history?
It was because of his history, how he carried himself, like how thirsty he was, how entitled he felt, because he felt as though it should be no reason why she shouldn't want me because all the other women want me. but when he couldn't handle the rejection part of it.
Right. So here's the thing, though. We don't get to dictate other people's standards, right? Like in the video, she's complaining about the double standard. People are okay with double standards until they're not in their favor. There's double standards on both sides of the aisle, right? And the thing people have to realize is this. If women don't care how many women a man has slept with, then the women are the ones setting that particular standard. That's just what it is. If men care about how many men or women have been with, then men set that standard, right? It's no different than business. If you're trying to sell some shit nobody wants to buy, that's your problem. That's for you to sit with. You have to deal with that. The market kind of is what it is. You take your wins and your double standards where they benefit you, and you accept the ones that don't if you can't change it, and you move accordingly. That you take the actions that lead you towards the goal based on the layout of the land. Nobody says you have to like it. If men don't like women, if men ain't trying to marry women that have slept with a bunch of men, there's a simple solution. Don't sleep with a bunch of men.
Well, the next generation gonna have to start that because our generation
is that's fair.
On average. Hey, what was the question you had for Pearl though, bro?
So Willie, because you said that if you found out that your wife had sucked a bunch of D's in the past, even though she ain't cheated on you, no nothing, everything good between y'all, you out, right? That made me think to ask Pearl, kind of like the flip side of it. And Pearl, I'm just going with the assumption you're a woman, so maybe you don't care as much about how many women a guy has slept with. But if you were with a guy and then you found out that he cheated on every single woman he's ever been with, are you now concerned about y'all's relationship? Are you considering leaving based on his past, even though he's never given you a reason to think that he's cheated on you? And Naomi wasn't up here, so I would have asked her the same question.
It would definitely raise a red flag. It definitely would, because you cheated on every other woman. That's like if you abuse every other woman. Do I have to wonder if your fist gonna come to me that day? But I think it would allow me to have a conversation with him. Those difficult, hard conversations. We have to go through your relationships. Like, why did you cheat? And it's not just, oh, they were terrible women. Like now we're speaking about his ability to either provide emotional availability, competence, intelligence, his level of communication. Like something was going on. It's not always that women are terrible while men cheat. A lot of the times men are just not unhealed in their own ways. And they use women basically to sexually masturbate with. But that's another conversation for another day. If it was specifically for me, then yes, I have to go through each one of those situations with you, those relationships, to figure out why you're cheating. And if those behaviors within you are still present. I'm not going to just assume, oh, I'm this wonderful woman and I didn't change him and he ain't just, no. Like those behaviors can present themselves at any time. Like they're called triggers. So I would really need to reevaluate him. Like I would definitely give him kudos and credit for how he has been thus far, but I cannot dismiss the fact that you have been an infidel all that time. It's no different than any other situation. Would I be looking at his phone and like changing my thought process? No, but I would definitely, like I say, raise my observations. I would have to. I would be a fool not to. We definitely have to have a conversation.
Gotcha. Naomi, you want to answer it too?
I'm hoping that my mic can work. Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm not at my house, so if me and him have been together and I don't find out until afterwards that he's had a history of cheating, I'm with Pearl on this, because what I don't want to do is bring, obviously we need to have a conversation, like why did that happen type of thing, where did that come from, what place were you at. Now his responses will dictate whether or not I actually stay or not, because if his responses are like, well, she pushed me to this and she pushed me to that and she pushed me to that, because ultimately if he cheats, that means he made that choice to cheat. So there has to be a reflection of accountability. Well, you know what, I just effed up, and if he's not taking, if in his words like in his explanation that there's no accountability, then he's more likely to cheat on me too.
Yeah, because cheating is a habit for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely a tool that we have in our box for. You know what? I ain't got no head in 2 weeks, and she ain't cooked but one time in the past 2 weeks, and the house been dirty. Oh, I feel so unappreciated because I do all this stuff for the house. Let me go hit one of these chicks in my DMs. Like it's a tool that a lot of men have. Like I won't deny that. So if a man is a habitual cheater, you should definitely take that into consideration. Like if a woman is a habitual drinker and then her phone dies, nigga, you should probably take that into consideration because she's probably sucking drunk dick. Like there's nothing wrong with that at all. Sorry.
All right, let me go ahead and get to this. Super chat came through. Sophisticated Jerk $10 says Willie is cooking. Shout out to the panel. I want to thank you for that. Also, shout out to the sponsor, Anson Belt and Company. That link is in the description. Let's make sure we get our belt game up. Again, that link is in the description. And they're giving you a gift as well. With that being said, let's go ahead and keep it moving. This woman says men are good readers. And I'm curious to get you guys' thoughts on it.
A lot of women get on this app and they, say certain things about men, like they're dumb and things like that. And whether I agree or disagree, we're not here to talk about that. But what we will talk about is how men are very good at reading people. I don't think it's talked about enough at how well men read women, okay? Specifically, men can also judge other men very well, even they don't speak up on other men as often as they will on women. Men can literally look at you and know so much about you. And I've learned this through studying them. I've read books. One of the books I'm reading right now, Psychology of Gender, Men and Women, and also through listening to their podcasts and the videos that they watch and just watching them online. They read women like a book. You thought you knew your friends. I'm telling you, a man could come around and he will tell you, he's like your mom. You know how your mom would like, oh, that's not your friend. That's how men are. Men know what type of woman you are based off how you dressed, how you act around him and his homeboys, and even the way you act with your friends, what you post, all of that stuff. They are watching. They are watching you. They are forming an opinion. And might I add that they're usually not wrong when it comes to judging women. They're usually not wrong, okay? And I personally have stopped being friends with women based off of how men treat them, okay? Stay with me, sister, stay with me. So I had a friend, and I've been knowing her since grade school. Cool person, right? But every time we would hang out and we'd talk about our dating life, she would always tell me about how men were asking her for money. Men were making her pay for the first date or go 50-50, or telling her I lost my wallet, or, some egregious story happened when it was time to pay the bill. Or they were asking to like borrow her car or stay with her. It was just always something. And I would be like shocked. I'd be like, girl, what are you talking? Like, I would always be so intrigued because I've never had this experience. Like, I've never been told to pay for, or, asked to pay for a date. I don't do any of that. But I would be intrigued. And then when I hit 25, it was something that developed up here, the frontal lobe. I was like, oh, the reason why they are asking her these things or treating her this way is because of low self-esteem. And then I started to see it. I started to see it in the way she walked and the way she carried herself in the decisions. I started to see it naturally, right? And then I had another friend, cut her off too. Every time we went out, it was like men just naturally spoke very dirty to her. I'm talking about like they were just very I'm not gonna say they're aggressive, but they were just very sexual with her off the rip. Didn't even know her. Now, mind you, she did used to tell me, about some things she used to do, whatever, blah, blah. That's her business. But like for men to even pick that up, I'm talking about on the first meeting, and they're like being very, with her. And they wouldn't do that to me or the other girl that we used to hang out with, our other friend. They would only do it to her. That's because they could pick up that spirit. I'm telling you, men can read low self-esteem, low self-worth. They can read if you want their attention. They can read it all. Some of them are so good that they don't even have to have a conversation with you, sister. So what you post matters. What you wear, it matters. In how you move in the world, it matters. Even the conversation. I had a few videos back. I told y'all, watch what you say. Stop sharing everything. Be careful of what you say. Only say the minimum. I'm not saying you lie, but he don't need to know all of that. It's quite frankly, it's none of his business. But like, yeah, I picked that up on watching a lot of men podcasts and things like that. Like, as much as I would like to get on here and say that they be over exaggerating, no, they're very good at reading people. They are very good. Even when they read each other, even when they read another man, men know when other men are full of it. I mean, look at the situation going on right now with the guy who is a baby mama maker. Look at that situation. Look at how the men are chiming in. They're very good. And I suggest to all the women out there who are actively dating and seeking relationships with men, and I suggest to the women who are actively dating and seeking relationship with men, I'm only talking to y'all, I suggest you get on and listen to some of these podcasts that they're listening to. Not the podcasts where they're pandering to women, but the podcasts where they're talking about women and they're talking about the women that they do and do not like. And I'm not asking you to subject yourself to what they do and not do like, you know, whatever. I'm asking you to listen to how they describe women, listen to their experiences, and that will tell you a lot about how they assess you. They are very attentive. Men are very attentive. And it taught me something just in watching them. And I don't care about their opinions about, you know, certain stuff, whatever. It's about the detail. It's about being able to read people very well just by how they walk and talk and how they answer questions, because nobody is different. You know, everything has already been written. People may think that they are real and different and they one of one or whatever, but patterns and everything have already been written, right? Patterns will help save us all in general. So
You guys get the message.
Yeah,
hold on. Before I do, hey, OTC, I'm gonna drop the link just for you so you can come up and you can elaborate on your feelings. That link is only for OTC. OTC, pull up, and you must be on cam. Hold on.
Hey, JR, check your text.
I think it's amazing. Like, she just figured out, like, she basically just figured out, like, yeah, you should pay attention to men. Yeah. Like, she's like, it's like an epiphany for her. It's crazy.
Yeah, she late to the party.
Yeah, it's like, oh, wow, maybe if I actually pay attention to the other sex and just observe them, you know. Like,
and she broke girl code. Like, you don't just down your friends and just put their situations out there. No, you didn't just say, yeah, it was Shelly and Miranda, but come on now. It's like, you could have gave us a personal antidote or something like that. Like, to throw your friends at that. That's just something that we women, we don't do. That's not nice. But yeah, she not saying nothing new. Like you say, watch, maybe it's something new to her, but it's the same old game. I guess, like I say,
well, a lot of women, they don't know. A lot of women don't know a lot about men for real. Like, they don't know shit about men. It's kind of crazy. So like, they come to these epiphanies pretty late. And it's
is
like,
that because we do a lot of generalizing? Do you think that's why we don't know? Where do you think the misconceptions come in? We're not watching, we're not paying attention.
You guys aren't told, you know, you guys aren't told to have to know, you know, and you guys don't really have to know for real, like, you know, on a biological basis. But you guys like, you know, I was brought up, and then in hindsight, looking at it, it's interesting. But I was brought up, you know, be respectful of a woman, you know, just how to treat a woman, you know, how to court a woman, how to do these different things. And, you know, I don't think you guys are really taught the equivalent, you know. So from a young, when that's the you know, the status quo, you know, you're not going to go on to have much of an interest in, you know, understanding men, especially when you don't really have to pursue them, you know, like that, you know. So yeah,
I'm curious to hear what Hank got to say about this. Go ahead, Hank.
Hold on. Can you hear me now? My bad.
Yes, sir.
So, as far as her, look, ain't no woman gonna listen to what she's saying because women love to talk. But the problem is a lot of men love to talk too. So men need to start listening. Now, men of my age and that era, We already know to pay attention, close their mouth, shut, open their ears, stuff like that. But these young girls, they not going to stop talking. They not going to hear nothing she said. They going to turn everything and she spoke a lot of game. And she was factual what she was saying. But they not going to pay attention to her because they love the show. They love to put on the show. They love to talk about it. They love to brag and boast. Unfortunately, a lot of these men do too. Some of these men talk more than these women. I said it on King Talk. Do shut up and just listen. Pay attention. Get that intel. Do just pay attention. So with what she was talking about, I can't disagree with. I can't because most men operate move like that. Now, that's why they always talk about you ought to have either your father or some type of male father figure in your life to help vet these men that you're trying to, that you're trying to date and get to know and all that good stuff. There's a reason why they said it because we pay attention. We see the bullshit. We can read between the lines. You know what I'm saying? We watch some video. I see it earlier. Call out somebody said, "No, hey, you jumped to conclusion." No, dog. I see the way she talking, the way she moving, the way she operate. She ain't shit. She ain't shit. And so you got to pay attention. And fellas, make sure we teach our sons this. To pay and listen to these girls, how they talk and how they move. And when they start saying that bullshit, you already know what to do. You categorize them. Now, I know, ladies, it don't sound nice. It sounds rough. It sounds mean. I understand. But it's what we do. We categorize you. When she was talking about that girl, they always treat her like talking crazy to her. That's the reason why. They categorize her as a whole. So they treat her as such. And that's what they supposed to do. We don't treat a lady like a hoe. We treat a lady like a lady. But we treat a hoe like a hoe.
If I could put it to an analogy, I look at it like a placement test as far as, because, she was right. And yeah, she was probably late to the party. But I think in the past, in these spaces, I don't think a lot of women care what men thought about what they look at. And I think society and platforms like this has gotten a lot more awareness out there to actually maybe start listening. But I look at it as like placement tests. You take a test to place you for a class in college, and your score on that test decides whether you're in an honors class or a regular class or maybe even something more remedial. And I think, when a lot of guys look at women, it doesn't take very long either to really kind of assess her spirit, her personality, where her head is at, in spite of what she even might say. So, what she spoke was truth. And also, guys will collaborate with each other in case, that's why it's important to have that wolf pack, because guys will collaborate with each other in case one guy missed something. So, yeah, the reading is definitely something that men have always done. That's kind of a basic concept, but yeah, men have always done that.
I think it comes from men have always been the hunters and gatherers. So men have always had the responsibility of going out and hunting and being aware of their surroundings more. Like it's kind of like a running thing where if you go out to shop with your wife or your girlfriend, she's just looking at the clothes. You're counting the people in the store, you counting the exits, you're trying to see where everybody is. So because we're the protectors, that means we're at the front line of the danger, which means I have to be good at watching people in general, right? Now that kind of translates into how do men categorize women, right? And I don't generalize demographics typically, but men have categories of women when we meet you. It's already kind of set in our minds, right? Is she a wife? Is she somebody that's cool and I would smash, but I wouldn't be with? Is she somebody that I would smash, but just kind of like she's a hoe? And then there's everybody else. And while different men may gauge women differently, on average, most of us will come to the same conclusion about most women.
The only men that gauge women differently are the men the women don't want. That's those are the only ones. Those are the only ones giving women grace. Those are the only ones giving women passes for being hoes. It's the niggas that women don't check for anyway. because they have to, because they don't have the ability to be as selective as choosy as the men that women actually want to. So they have to settle for whores because I'll take a hoe because she's pretty, or I'll take a hoe because you're saying she give me pussy and she'll fuck me when you're saying 2 or 3 times a week as long as I pay all the bills. The men that women want are not giving those passes of grace because we don't fucking have to. Like,
but Willie, though, do you think that those dudes, do you think in their minds they know like, oh, she's just a hoe, or have they just convinced themselves that she's a wife?
I would say they convinced themselves that I can make her a wife. I know she used to be a hoe, but I can't. She's as pretty as I'm gonna get. I'm never gonna get a girl who looks like her. I'm never gonna get a girl that I can be this proud of going out with and showing, like, oh, look at my girl. I'll never get this opportunity again. So they tell themselves, you know what? I can work with her. I can saying, yeah, she used to be a hoe, but she's pretty now. As long as she cooked and she stops doing, hoe shit, I can make it work. Or if she does a little hoe shit, I'll deal with it. But those are not the men that women want, though. Those are the men that women will settle for because they're willing to give her a pass. Like these women who used to be hoes, after they attack the top 20% of niggas for 10 years, run up an accidental, the extra 2-3 miles of dick because, you can't get with a nigga in the top 20% without fucking him. And then after that, they'll be like, you know what? I got to go back down to this bottom 80 because at least they were treating me good. They weren't just calling me past 9 p.m. They were taking me on trips and not expecting me to be sucking dick on balconies, all of the other wild shit. So they go settle with these niggas after they've probably had kids by, say, a nigga or two, because these bottom 80% niggas will deal with them being whores.
Wow. But you think the bottom 80% will deal with it, or do you think that the bottom 80% is like, nah, I'm good at this point?
They have no choice but to deal with it. Look at the stuff they say on these panels, and like they cape and pander to these women. Like they have no choice but to deal with it. They have no other option.
Even the basketball player wasn't standing on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like even a lot of these, people, a lot of the higher up dudes is dealing with it. So
you got to think though, bro. Those dudes only higher up because they have money. Like when we describe and saying the type of women they want, women only want those niggas because they have money. That's all it takes for those women because they're nine-figure, a billionaire niggas. They don't have to. They're not playing by rules. But let's say those lesser, niggas in the top 20%, the ones that are, that make $1 million, $2 million a year, that can live whatever lifestyle we want. None of us are dealing with that shit. But those 9 to 5, like OTC robo type niggas, the $17 an hour, I ain't never had a bad bitch in my life type niggas, they gonna deal with a pretty chick that's a hoe because they have to, because it's all they can afford. So we're not going to do that because it's not what our life circumstances dictate to us. But for those types of niggas, that's what their life circumstances dictate to them. That's all they can do.
Okay.
I mean, wait, Hink is another successful guy up here. Hink, would you ever accept a hoe, like a girl that you knew was a hoe, to be your wife?
No.
All right.
No.
Easy. I'm assuming you're a pretty successful guy yourself. Your background don't look cheap, and you're saying you well groomed. Would you accept a woman that you knew used to be a hoe right before she got with you?
No.
All right, Shells, I know your background. Would you take a woman that you know done had 10 miles of dick?
No, the answer is no. The answer is no.
I'm not even gonna ask you because I know what the answer is. I'm not gonna ask you.
You love talking about these hoes.
And Miss Pearl and Naomi, listen, forgive me if I'm wrong, but neither one of y'all strike me as women who have taken 10,000 miles of dick either. And if you had found out that your girlfriends were all taking miles of dick, just at going out being whores, would you still fuck with them? I rest my fucking case. That's
oh shit, my bad.
That's funny as hell. No, that's true though. Yeah, it's definitely true. Double standard shit,
Can I say something about Michael Porter? First of all, I went real quick.
That's his name.
I think it's nasty work for him to do that interview. That is nasty work for him. He's in the NBA. I thought that was supposed to be a fraternity of players.
Yeah, he knows some
other players' baby mom about their experiences, and it just seems a little tacky, man code violation worthy. So I just want to kind of put that out there. I just think him doing. I know he's new to the space, but his show is called Curious Mike. I mean, and I wanted to say also, Brittany Renner, she would be better suited in a conversation with Paul Pierce. I would love to see that exchange. He can really drop some truth on her, since that's his nickname anyway. But But him doing that interview, I'm sure he didn't talk to PJ first. I mean, he may not even know PJ, but they're all in the league. That's just nasty. That's
well, I don't know much about him. What's his contract looking like?
He didn't get a supermax, but I think he got like 140 million, so he up there. He got more money than
What the hell is he doing with a podcast, man?
Listen, these niggas are bored, bro, and you got to think,
Listen.
right? For in the age we in, a podcast for these types of niggas that already got 1 million followers, it's easy money for them, and all they got to do is go talk about some shit that most people probably want to hear about. Like, I think that we see value in listening to how athletes talk about relationships because that's a stratosphere that we're not in. Some of us may be there financially, but all of us aren't in there as far as I'm saying status and current, friend group. So hearing how Michael Porter and all those guys deal with it, you know what I'm saying? It makes sense. Like on what's that other show with Ryan Clark, The Pivot? They talk about
I hate that.
why athletes don't mind fucking with the same girls, and it's because those women understand the lifestyle already. So they don't have to teach them like, baby, I'm gonna be gone a lot. These chicks already know. So the girls they fuck with may not be long term, may not be long term. You know what I'm saying? Right? Just be fair, be clear. But they understand at least that, hey, you can't call me all day. I can't be up your ass all day. I'm not sending you good morning text messages, all of that other shit, right? So they choose to deal with that same group of women. But when it comes time to get married, they're not marrying them women. Look, there's very few women who have married multiple athletes. Like Scottie Pippen's ex-wife alone. Leave her out of this, right? Because she's just a vaginal anomaly, apparently. But there's not very many women who have married these men. There's a lot of women who have been fucked by these men.
All right,
well, I know that situation talking about. Look, eventually the basketball is going to stop dribbling for them, so they're going to have something to do outside of that. So why not go and get the party started? It's hot for athletes to have podcasts now. Go and get in there. Look, now as far as him talk about PJ, look, I would have cut off. As soon as she started talking about PJ and her baby daddy, I said, baby girl, I don't even want to talk about that. Let's leave that out. Let's talk about everything else but that situation. And she could talk about any goddamn thing she want, but as soon as she talk about that goddamn PJ, I'm gonna say, hey man, I know this guy, I play with this guy, I play against this guy, I'm friend with him. I don't really want to speak on that. That would probably be the better thing. I don't know. I didn't see the whole podcast. I assume he did because Watch is saying, Easy saying it's nasty work for him, even, I guess, talking to her about that. But I don't know. But go ahead, JR. My bad.
Nah, I'm just going to say, he probably don't care.
Can you imagine playing basketball against a nigga for hundreds of millions of dollars and that nigga like cross you over and be that's why I fucked your bitch? Like, that's crazy. Like, you know how much shit, you know how like nasty.
All that now, Willie.
KG said Lala Anthony tastes like Cheerios.
Thank you. That was exactly the point I was about to be able to make. He said that shit after he just scored on Carmelo. He was like, your bitch tastes like Cheerios. First of all, I don't think that telling a man that his woman's vagina tastes like Cheerios is the exact food I would use, because Cheerios is not something I think about when I'm eating vagina.
Cheerios taste good.
The fact that he said that to that, like, that's why you can't be sitting out here with all these women that other niggas are hit. Because again, imagine me getting into it with a panel member, right? And I find out that his baby mom used to be my old work. You know how that's gonna go. You know exactly where that's gonna go, JR. And that's what happens to these men.
Well, maybe he might have used Cheerios, because maybe he was thinking about the complexion.
No, he said taste like, bro.
Cheerios don't have no goddamn taste. That's some nasty work, man. Cheerios ain't got no taste.
That's exactly how I want the
honey nut.
No taste.
Said she tastes like honey nut.
Oh, okay. Well, now that's
just like Cheerios.
If he said honey nut, then that's still disrespectful. But regular ass Cheerios, like the ones they give badass kids.
No. He meant honey nut. Man, nobody even considers those. Bro. Nobody even think about them crazy bear Cheerios. We talking about honey nut Cheerios. Maybe even the frosted joints.
Super chat.
You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is you talking about?
Ethan Love, 499. Great conversation. Shout out to my big bro, Easy, getting busy on the panel. Months. Real dope, 499. Hell no.
He said honey nut Cheerio. He said honey nut. He said he did say honey nut. He said your bitch tastes like honey nut Cheerios, nigga.
That's fucked up.
Damn, nigga. Oh shit. No wonder he ain't thinking on the MVP thing. Yo,
And that's his wife, by the way. It wasn't a girlfriend.
I'll lose my fucking shit if some.
He shouldn't thank her on the Hall of Fame. She didn't shoot one fucking jump shot.
You ain't see that was a big thing on the Breakfast Club. There was that was a big thing. LaRosa was like, why didn't they thank her? I'm like, what kind of shit is this?
That was a big thing because the Breakfast Club was ran by feminine bitches and women. So I mean,
yes, all these platforms. Listen, I used to be big fans of a lot of these platforms. Like I used to listen to Charlamagne the God's podcast. I used to, listen to Joe, and I've listened to these like 10-year podcasts and shit. Bro, things have changed in the last 5 years. So dramatic. Like the poles have shifted, and these people have either taken some type of money or something, and they're like, it's like very anti-male messaging, it's very a lot of the messaging in these podcasts, and just being a fan over of course maybe 10 years, and just seeing the evolution of their perspectives and like how they approach topics. It's very, man, like even in media, like it's not even just a black thing. Like what the white media, whatever mainstream media, they're up in arms. Like I watch a lot of like film YouTube channels that break down film and media, and they're fucking highly upset about the quote unquote woke agenda that's being pushed in Marvel, for instance, in Star Wars, and almost every facet of mainstream media. It's people who aren't. I'll put it that people.
Hey, watch. We can talk about this on the back end. Let me this last topic in real quick, and then brother, the flow is yours. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel again. Shout out to that.
God dang.
What's going on?
Here we go, y'all. So this woman says men are getting weird about it. I'll break it up into two just so it's not long-winded.
Weirder.
Y'all, the men are getting weirder and weirder. I was just at Whole Foods, minding my own damn business, in the frozen aisle, trying to pick out some food, and I get approached by this older guy who really looked like he should have been in ShopRite or Aldi's. And the first thing he says to me is, "Are you married?" And I said, "No." As I said,
I'll go ahead and increase this volume real quick, man. I mean, I gotta export it with a louder volume, but it'll probably take me like 2 minutes because I'm hearing people saying the value is low.
Right. I know one thing. I know my man Watch will be ready to filibuster for you, JR. I do know that. No, as far as the Carmelo thing, though, I think if he was still married to the woman, I think he probably would have gave her props. But he ain't married no more. So what the hell is it? Doesn't matter him bringing her up. She's a thing of the past. And maybe he got a new woman, and he probably don't want to bring up this ex in a most memorable speech of his life. You know what I'm saying? So he wouldn't want to do it. What I look like if I'm on the Hall of Fame and I'm bringing up my goddamn ex-wife and my new wife and my new ladies right there in the crowd rooting me on and supporting me. Yeah, I look crazy with that situation, and that's a conversation I ain't gonna want to have after the fact.
Carmelo is respected amongst his peers in the league. If he didn't mention her, there had to have been a reason. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
The reason is she didn't shoot a fucking jump shot. She didn't play.
No.
Like she didn't do shit for him. Like she has nothing to do with that nigga being in the Hall of Fame.
If she was his wife, then that's appropriate. But but listen. Like, and this is how I'm playing it. If I had a wife, right, and she stuck by me the whole time, I'm gonna thank her. But she divorced me. She opted out of that, so you don't get no thanks. So it's not even about the jump shot, like, because you could be my wife. You could have my sneakers and my socks ironed so they nice and warm in the morning before I go to practice. You could have my shake ready. You could, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm gonna thank you. But she opted out. She divorced, and a lot of these women, they want the conveniences of being a wife without being a wife. Like, she was using his last name, same with like Hillary Crowder with that whole Steven Crowder. Like, you can't get the conveniences after you say you don't want a fucking marriage no more. Don't make no sense. Talking about, oh, I'm grieving my marriage. Did you file for divorce? Fuck is you great? That's like shooting your best friend and you crying like, man, he gone. Fuck. Did you kill that nigga? You know what I'm saying? Stupid. You know.
Also, they're in court. They've been in and out of court on various civil suits too. So there's a layer of allegedly, you know, they're saying allegedly she had stolen some money from his charity.
Lala,
Yeah.
Lala,
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I remember that. Yo.
Lala has had her butt cheek spread on 8 different TV shows.
Yo, yeah, that was crazy.
Why in the fuck would you expect that man to even bring up his ex in a Hall of Fame speech? You know who's gonna bring up their ex, their wife in a Hall of Fame speech? LeBron James. That's probably it. If I was Steph Curry, I wouldn't bring his wife up either.
And she tried that podcast shit too, Savannah. And I'm sure he told her, you got to cut that shit the fuck out, that podcast shit. Because you see what Aisha Curry do, wilding out on homeboy.
Yeah. All right, I'm ready, y'all. Let me go ahead because we got to go in shortly. Here we go.
Y'all, the men are getting weirder and weirder. I was just at Whole Foods, minding my own damn business, in the frozen aisle, trying to pick out some food, and I get approached by this older guy who really looked like he should have been in ShopRite or Aldi's. And the first thing he says to me is, "Are you married?" And I said, "No." As I see him looking at my ring hand, I don't have a ring. I said, "No." He said, "Well, do you want to be married?" I said, "No." He said, oh, why not? What? I said, "I just don't. I'm not interested." He says, "Do you have Google on your phone?" I said, "Yes." "Why?" He says, "Because I want you to look up who I am." I said, "And what would that matter, sir? I already told you I'm not interested." And he says, oh, okay. And then he scurries off. I'm looking around like, am I about to be punked? Is this how men are really approaching women in 2025? Young and old. This man was old. He looked like he could have worked for the sanitation department. Maybe. I just left the gym. So I got on gym gear, you know, I'm in shape. I take care of myself. I don't look like someone that this man should have been approaching. But what I'm wondering is, are women really desperate for marriage? Because is that his pickup line? Is that working for him? Are women actually like, "Oh yes, I'd like to be married one day"? Are we not using discretion? Can men just roll up to us because we don't have a wedding ring on and that be the lure? I just didn't understand why he even thought that was appropriate. And then I just had to think, he must be doing this with other women and it must be working. So hopefully we're not that desperate, y'all. It's plenty of women who have been married for 20 plus years who are getting online and telling y'all, don't do it. It's a trap. There are studies that are going around saying that men fare better in marriages than women.
I'll stop it there. I'll play the last part. What are you guys thinking?
Wrong messenger for this message.
Yeah.
I think she's a weirdo. I think she's a weirdo too. I mean, she's talking to a screen in a car by herself alone. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, what do we perceive as weird? Like he's not weird for trying to pursue a woman. He pursued her totally in the wrong way. I mean, if he was hopped out of like a Revolto Lambo, you know, I'm sure she would have maybe Googled him, but you know, it's just like he's men are going to pursue their biological imperatives. Your biological imperatives to mate with women, to reproduce. So a lot of women have a problem when they don't approach. And now you have a problem when they do approach, but they're not good at it. So now they're weird. So it's just like, this is pretty insane. Like that you're you're being weird by like basically putting this private engagement on blast to a bunch of people that you don't know, and you're exposing yourself, and you're just in a car by yourself talking to the phone screen. Like that's the weirdest shit ever. Like that is some weird shit. Like you have a TikTok and you're like 40 something. Like, come on, B. Like, what is he doing? Like,
yeah, let me get Chels down on me and Pearl in there. Go ahead, Chels.
Oh man, I think he was trying to holler at her. What I didn't like is how she basically explained one experience that she had, and then she pretty much said the whole demographic of men are that way. So you had an experience in the grocery store with a guy who was interested in you. He asked you, were you married? And then she kind of went on and on and on, and I kind of tuned her out, to be honest. But you don't have a ring finger on a man asks you, are you married? That's him shooting his shot. That's not weird to me. And like Watch was saying, you can't have it both ways, man. Like you can't complain about men not approaching, and then when men do approach, you complain about the way they do approach. Asking a woman if she's married, he's actually doing what a lot of women say they want, which is be transparent. I'm asking you, are you married? Because I'm interested in you. It's pretty cut and dry. So, I mean, sometimes I think people use the internet to clout chase, right? One little incident happened, I'm gonna run to the internet. Maybe I'll go viral. Maybe I'll get some followers. I think the fucked up thing about it is that the people who agree with her, who had similar experiences, are now looking at a whole demographic of men and saying that men are weird, right? No different than if I had a chick that I thought there was a hoe trying to holler at me and I said, yo, women are hoes. Women would be like, what? Not all of us, but not all of us. Yeah, but the one that just tried to talk to me is a hoe, and y'all got the same genitalia, so all y'all hoes. That shit is crazy to me, man. I'm over it.
Go ahead.
I don't believe. Hey, wait, just one quick thing, and it's not. It's the evil part is not just the shame. It's the shaming for biological imperative. Let's not forget that. Like that's super damaging to young men. You're saying that the way you're programmed is not good. You're inherently broken. That's what we're telling young men, and that is the most dangerous. Like I remember, it's dangerous. I don't want to go in. But it's,
I got you. We're gonna come back to you. Watch.
Genesis almost.
I got you. Go ahead, Naomi, then Pearl.
All right, so I think her making this video, actually I saw it. It was sent to me by a couple of other people, and I was in the comment section, just reading through the comment section. I think it's very, how do I say this nice? So me personally, I don't like it. I don't like it because a lot of women complain, men don't approach and they don't talk to us. Okay, well, you don't tell them where. And then when they do approach because you don't like how he looks physically, then now he's a weirdo because you're not attracted to him. So it's just, I think more and more women having this type of perception of how a man should and shouldn't approach. I think it only bothers women because I'm gonna tell you right now, if that man if he looked like Willie or if he looked like JR or if he looked like Shells, if he would, depending, like she looks like she's probably like in our age range, probably like within 35, 45. If she was approached by any of the men up here, she'd probably be like, this guy just approached me and asked me if I was married. And then he told me to Google him, and she'd be having a completely different outlook on it. She'd probably be bragging like, this is how men should do it type of thing. I really liked how he just came up to me in the grocery store. Like she'd probably change her voice and everything. Like she'd be like, oh my God. But let's be for real. The only reason she had an issue with this was because of the fact, the first thing that she said this man looked older, which says that she's not attracted to older men. That was the first thing that she said. And then she went on to call him a weirdo and everything else about why he was not right for even approaching her. That to me is more damaging. And if more women continue to do things like that, then men aren't going to approach, because we already know men don't approach women at the gym because they're going to think that you're thirsty and stalking. You can't approach women at a gas pump or at a gas station if you find them attractive, because then you're a weirdo, you're following her. You can't be chivalrous and open a door for a woman anymore in 2025 because of I think feminism has just ruined the women's perception in today's time. It's just ruined it. I'll land there for now.
All right, go ahead, Pearl.
Yeah, I think this was an attention-seeking video. I've heard plenty of old men. Are you married? That's like their baseline. It's like, well, if you're not, do you want to be? Like, I don't know if she's not had that experience. Sort of like with younger guys, they be like, you got a man? I'd be like, yeah. How long you had that problem? Like, what?
Yeah, it's a play.
It's just conversation. It's just like pickup lines. Like, you hear all type of stuff, but I'm not about to come to the internet and say, yeah, he approached me at the gas station, grocery store, and he was weird for asking me if I was married. It was going back to what Chills was saying. Like, the old guys, they looking at your finger, are you married? Like, most of them lead with that. Like, we've been hearing that women that's out there and you had men approach you with different type of calibers. You heard all type of things. So it's not like you surprised by that. I don't know if she don't get a lot of attention, or like I say, maybe this was just an attention-seeking video just to attack men and try to say they're weird for approaching you. That goes back to what Naomi was saying. Like, if it's always the issue, like, you can't dictate. You want them to be dressed a certain way, have a certain amount of money. They got to pull up in a certain car, listen to a certain music, have a certain aesthetic before they even open up their mouth. And then when they do, now you want to dictate what they're saying, how they saying it, how it's going to land. Like, it's just too much with these women nowadays. Again, that was just a simple conversation that she just took and went to wherever she went, TikTok or wherever, and just made a big scene about it. And again, the problem that we're having is so many people are impressionable. So many people are, you know, they might be looking for advice, or they just hear this stuff, a part of the algorithm, and it becomes a part of how we move and how we operate. And they get a delusion or confusion that that's how it's supposed to go. It's not. There's nothing wrong with a man walking up and just saying, hey, are you married? Like, damn, like, you really didn't have to do that. Like, Watch was saying, if anybody, the weirdo was her. Like, you just took a regular, simple conversation interaction and made it real deep. And then you generalized a bunch of other men. Like, yeah, she did way too much. Lame.
All right, we play a little bit last part of it. I know y'all don't like it, but here we go.
Their health goes up, ours go down. There are women that are getting online who's having these children that's saying don't do it. And that message must not be reaching as far as it should if women are still desperate for a raggedy man's hand in marriage. I could go on and on. I just couldn't believe it. Look, I got my Whole Foods. Ladies, please. And if I could have snapped a picture of this man, y'all would be looking like, maybe you will understand why I'm so taken aback. He didn't look like he had two nickels to rub together. And then he wanted me to Google him. I know money when I see it. And I know it's not always flashy. It don't have to be. But you can tell by how a man takes care of himself. With his health, his appearance, his shoes, his nails. How groomed he is. He may not be in the flashiest of stuff, because I don't like flashy men anyway. But I can tell when a man takes care of himself and he has the means to do so. This man wasn't it. And I'm offended with how groomed I take care of myself, that you would even think that I would entertain you. But these men are desperate. And my whole point in this message is that clearly there are some desperate women who are entertaining these fools. That's all. Good day.
Well, I guess Naomi might have hit it on the head with that one when she was saying if it was a guy of substance, that she wouldn't be saying that. So I think she just don't probably like the man that approached her.
That's what I said in the chat too. I posted that while the video was playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you know, the crazy thing is, first she started calling it weird that a man even asked her if she's married. As a man, you got to know these things. You got to know. 'Cause look, I've seen some married women without rings on. So that's a question you have to ask. You just don't know. And you don't know her man be right there with you. You approach this woman, she married, that's going to be a problem, especially one doing, like I said, I've seen women who marry and just don't wear their ring like that. She might forgot it that day, forgot to put it on because she put lotion on it. Whatever reason, you ask her, you know, before you continue to pursue. There's nothing wrong with what the man did. Now, as far as saying that all men are like it, no, not all men like it, because now y'all ladies are complaining men are not approaching you. So this can't be the case where he's creepy because he asked that question, because most men are not approaching you ladies. And this is the reason why. When you got situations like that, what makes you think most men want to stick their neck out so he can get turned down and felt small or inept or whatever the case may be? Why would a man want to do that? It takes a man with a certain level of confidence to continue to push on and push on. Some dudes get turned down 1 or 2 times, they ready to throw the white flag in and they done. They're like, fuck it, I'll just get me a prostitute or a lot lizard.
So
you know,
I
wouldn't want to do that, but you know, some dudes will probably result to that extreme situation because of rejection. So that lady was just talking crazy again. Then she gonna make fun of say that man should go to Aldi's. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Look, Aldi's got some great trail mix. In case y'all don't know, I like Aldi's trail mix, so she can kiss my ass.
This is my thing, right? I'm looking at it from I put me in this man's position. One, if I'm someone that can say, hey, I want you to Google me so you know who I am, she doesn't look like the woman that I'm saying that to. Like, that's not who I'm saying that to. If I was lame enough to say that shit, right? But again, just assume that I am. That's not the woman I'm saying that to. I'm not saying that to the woman with a face full of makeup on and fucking Trader Joe's or wherever the fuck you think they're at, or Whole Foods. That's not who I'm saying that to. And then furthermore, I'm not saying that if I'm not going to the grocery store, if I'm a nigga that can tell a girl, you should Google me who I am. Like, that's not, so there's that part, right? And then there's this. When women get on these like social media apps and make these videos, like they forget that the stuff that you're saying typically highlights more about you than it would about the person you're talking about, like about this guy. Because if you're comparing the two of you, you're a single woman that is of age in a grocery store shopping for yourself. And from the looks of that bag, she's shopping because she lives alone. There may be cat food in there, but that's cool, right? But so of that, for him, at least where he is in life, he is still doing better than you. What I saw in this video and in the previous videos, like where they say that women ask for things that they're not, all women do. Women want men who have more money than them. Women who want men who are taller than them. Women want men who are typically more attractive than them, because if they didn't, they wouldn't want them. All these things being true, how do we make this video and post it as if like we thought that the response was going to be, yeah, sis, these niggas are getting weird, blah, 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 right? When it's not, these women are getting weird, because the fact that you took all time out your day to sit in your hot ass car to make a video, right? Because if you look in the video, you can see her car wasn't on. I'm just not trying to be funny. Like, I noticed she was sitting still.
No, I think it was on. I heard the AC in there, but
I didn't hear no AC and I didn't see no lights on the dash, right? Like when she turned to show the seat, I didn't see none of this shit or whatever, right? But again, you took the time out your day to sit and make this video about a nigga you didn't want. Imagine what she would do if it was a dude that she did want. Like she'd have been in there showing all 32 teeth, smiling, and say, "Oh my God, this guy." And then I Googled him and oh, he's a millionaire and all this other shit, right? So like, women who do shit like that now, this is the worst type of attention. Is he like putting your ass on the internet or coming over here and like embarrassing yourself on the internet? Like the two things that niggas got to worry about now. Like we can't just say, well, shit, my girl ain't had her titties on the internet, I'm good. No, if your girls on the internet making videos like this, it's just as bad.
Just as bad. I think in any facet, like even just taking pictures, peacocking at the end of the day. And it's weird, like a lot of, I think like it's interesting to me how a lot of those women, they bought into that, you know, a lot older women, they bought into like the feminist rhetoric and stuff like that. It's crazy.
Go ahead, Naomi.
All right,
I'm gonna check back with some other guys too.
So I think one of the things that we're not talking about is how she called other women desperate. She tried to shame other women who were willing to say, "Hey, well, this is something that's okay for me." Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if I'm at the grocery store and a man approaches me, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, say less." You know, that's not an issue that I would see anything wrong with that. It's alarming to me, and to me, it's shameful that more and more women are telling other women, they're shaming them, calling them pick-me's, calling them desperate. If you are a humble woman and you allow a man to have a conversation with you like this and you don't shame him because you're not attracted to him, you are ashamed, you are desperate, you're a pick me, and these are all words that the modern feminism use to shame other women, even away from just a man approaching them just in that simple manner. And that's something that I don't think we're paying attention to, because we got to look at so I can tell you right now, she's the kind of woman, just from what she was saying, what I took away, she's the kind of woman that cares more about a man's financial status. She cares more about money, because the first thing that she said is, I pay attention to what his watch, his shoes, his clothes, what he should and should not look like, how his hygiene should and should not be, type of thing. That tells me that she's more like, what's that word? More focused on the things. There's a word for it. But
the material things.
Yes, materialistic. Sorry. I was gonna say it in Spanish, but I was like, wait, I can't do that. My Puerto Rican's gonna start coming out. No, because it just angers me, because if more and more women are starting to shame women just by having that conversation with men. They're like, well, you shouldn't be that type of woman. But why not, though? I think that reflects a woman's not only humility, but a woman's femininity, a woman who can be able to have a conversation with a man like that and then say, hey, you know what? Well, I'm just not interested in you. There's a nice way for a woman to do that. But this new age feminism is just shaming all women into thinking that, one, you shouldn't want traditional values. You shouldn't be the type of woman that's easily approached. You shouldn't be the type of woman that's willing to have a conversation. No, you should be cutthroat, pay attention to only what a man makes. He has to be those sixes type of thing.
Feminism.
Yes, it's feminism, and we're seeing it more and more here and on social media. And then a lot of women are getting behind, like rah-rahing these type of videos. And I'll be in the comments like, oh, y'all in here gold diggers. and I'll catch so much heat for it. I don't care.
I found a lot of 50-year-old black women they feed into. I don't know how it got to them, like this new feminine. It's shit fucked up.
Go ahead, Easy. What you thinking?
Yeah, I think it goes back to the previous post about men reading. And someone stated before, she's talking about this man being weird, but more so in the video, she's really displaying her own character more than anything else. And I'm sure the other men in this panel can agree. You kind of picked up certain things from that, or even if it was the guy that she would have been attracted to, he might say, I don't know about her. I mean, she's putting out a little bit like she's got a little anger in her, like she's not that fun, like she's kind of a little bit on the negative side. And maybe there's some hurt that she's had in the past that's not fully healed. All these things, even if it was a guy that she was attracted to, as soon as she starts talking and her energy and vibe is like, man, you're a nice looking chocolate brown sister. But man, if I'm doing my little placement test as to whether she's, someone I would consider a wife or a girlfriend or just someone to hang with, I can't put her in that top tier because of what she's displaying. So, I mean, she can talk about how weird the situation was all she wants. But the bigger problem that I saw was that she was displaying some things about her that I would think would probably turn off some guys that would have been interested before she spoke a word, and she talked about, like she's, someone said money and watches and things like that. And that's fine. That's her preference. But my thing is like, I don't see why a guy, even with a good watch, would pursue her as the best option, because that guy would probably have options. Let's just admit it. He would probably go for his best option, would not be a woman who has that kind of mindset and energy. So, I mean, she can talk about weirdness all she wants, but really, ultimately, she just displayed and showed her hand about how she is, So I wish her well, but man, that wasn't the best look for her from a man's standpoint.
Go ahead, Brother Hink.
Yeah, I believe I already spoke, JR, but
Okay. Well, if you spoke
yeah,
already,
yeah.
don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dope.
I didn't. I missed the initial part of her video where she was saying what the guy did.
He walked up to her and was like, "Hey, baby, you married?" And she was like, "No, I'm not interested." And he says, "I want you to pull your phone out and Google who I am." And then she makes a video about how weird men are and saying he's not a guy that should have been trying to talk to her. He's funny looking, his lips is ashy, and a bunch of other shit.
I don't got too much to say about that.
I mean, look at her picture. Put her picture up, JR. That'll tell him everything he needs to know.
Do you guys think she's ugly?
I think she's not attractive enough to have this message or opinion, and I don't believe that her lifestyle would measure up to.
Without the makeup, she is like she got mad makeup on. Like if you like bare face, she look crazy.
I don't think the foundation of her face is going to be an ugly one, even though she got makeup on. I think that
you can tell she got black circles around her eyes, all that kind of shit. So.
Yeah, I don't see all of that.
Bro, she got wild makeup on.
Nah, she don't have a lot of makeup on.
For real? I mean,
she don't have a lot.
Miss Pearl, she don't got a lot of makeup on.
No.
I wouldn't consider that a lot. She got
Naomi, she don't got a lot of makeup on. Y'all are muted.
Pearl, you on mute. Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just talking. For her complexion, she definitely got a lot of makeup on. It could have been more subtle. It's not distracting where she looks like a clown. But I mean, if y'all really asking, like, if we was to wash all that off, I don't think anything a little too different. I think she's attractive. I just think her attitude is bad. Her makeup could have been a little different, but we ain't got to go out into that. I think she's
her makeup is not. Her makeup ain't bad.
Women always say women are attractive.
I think that she's.
I don't know, man.
I think she's average. I think she's average, and I think. Do I think that
I don't? Yeah, like this is a thing.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, this is a thing that I don't particularly like though, because I know we on the internet and it's easy to judge people. But I think most of the men will probably try to give a shot or they will holler.
Of course. I'm just
so
like no crazy.
I think some of y'all being like really overcritical. But it is a possibility, that
Watch is being overcritical.
Yeah, she could look a little different. But I think that's what most women is you just never know. I mean, they can have it caked up on there and they still look decent, or they can have it caked up on there and you might see some like imperfections.
I'm saying makeup don't count in my like you can't like it's crazy, like it doesn't count.
No, I agree with you. However, looking at her face, she's not an ugly woman, and if the foundation of her face without makeup is going to be just fine. No, I'm not talking about her foundation as a makeup.
About the structure.
The structure of her face, is fine. She has a nice facial structure. It looks like her eye, it's symmetrical. It looks like her skin is going to be relatively clear without the makeup.
But if you took all that off and she had dark circles around her eyes, would that give her the same rating?
No, that would count against her if she did have dark circles under her eyes.
And you see what she got around her eyes, right?
No, I didn't see.
Well, she only got eyeshadow. She got eyeshadow.
Nightwing. She like Nightwing from Batman.
One thing she needs to hate is post-nut clarity, because I know it's been many a nigga that smashed her and woke up and was like, "What the fuck was I doing?"
Like that.
No, she ain't that bad. She ain't bad. She not bad at all. Actually. Her hairstyle is not for me. Like I think if she switched up her. Like she got the earthy thing going on. I don't really like the earthy thing for the most part. But if she switched up her situation, she probably have a nice face, a nice
like
look.
She's natural hair. That's a heavy plus for her.
So hold on. Watch. I'm trying to figure this out because you made it sound like she was like Tammy Faye Baker caked up and shit like that.
I'm just saying I could tell that she has a good amount of makeup on. Look at her eyebrows. Like look at I'm observant. Like she got her face is 5 different colors, beloved. Like. She got blue eyes. She got.
Hey man, call me beloved. God damn.
She got red. I'm from the East, bro. Blue eyes. She got.
I got you.
Cheeks. She got rouge on her face. Like I don't know what. Like you know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Like her face is 8 different colors. She got on a lot of makeup. But I'm just saying.
But you would approach her though, right?
I'm not gonna.
Would you knock her down?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For the sport. But I'm saying, like,
God damn.
her hair, like, I'm not gonna just make negative, comments. She has natural hair. That's a plus. That's a heavy plus. That's a lot in her favor. I appreciate that. A lot of these girls look crazy with this glue. You can see their wigs. You can see the net through their whole hairline. That shit look crazy.
But you know the thing about it, you could think, but watch, listen what I'm saying. You could change her makeup. Most women, you can change your makeup, man. You talk about her hair, they not changing that goddamn hair. Ain't shit you gonna be able to do with her hair. You talk about a black woman hair, you can curse yourself. But the makeup, you can talk out of taking off that goddamn makeup. You understand what I'm saying? So that could be changed. So I probably wouldn't run away from. I say, I'm not a fan of a lot of makeup. Is that what you do on a regular basis? And I would ask that question. You don't think she'll go?
If you got to put on makeup to leave the house to go to the fucking grocery store, you're ugly.
She's not gonna.
That's the end for me. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, that's where I draw the line. Like, you go into the fucking grocery store and you got to put on makeup to go pick up fucking radishes, cucumbers, and goddamn ground beef.
She was working out. You're right, Willie. What did she say? She said, "I was just working out."
All of that.
Go to the gym with makeup on. You look crazy.
Going to the gym with makeup on just means you're ugly and you're a whore. That's two different things for me. But going to the grocery store and just putting on, and you got to put on makeup on, bro. You are ugly. Because, like, do you know how bad it is? That's like a nigga, I'm saying, this. He puts on all this jewelry. You're saying he puts on all this jewelry. You're saying he pulls out the Bentley just to go get groceries because he wants to get attention from bitches. Like, that's dumb.
That's a fact.
Like, do you know how lame that makes you? You just lame with money. Same thing for women. If you put on makeup and perfume to go to the fucking gym,
yeah, that's weird.
Ugly whore. If you're just going to the grocery store, maybe you're a hungry hoe. Either way, you're still ugly. Like,
a lot of people, a few people go to the grocery store and the gym to try and pick up partners. I know when I used to go inside of Whole Foods, oh my god, like some of the women in there used to look so good. You know?
I'll give you that because when I was young in the military, I used to go to Walmart, like on the 1st and 15th, because that's when everybody get their food stamps, and go find like the real cute women that had the carts full of groceries. Like, that was a eat because I know two things: they got the snacks, that they had kids, and they fucking. So I understand that. At 41 right now, though, I'm not going to the fucking grocery store to look for a woman. That's the last place I'm going.
I think that's the place you need to be. Like, this is the thing, right? If you go into Whole Foods, you can look inside a woman's cart and be like, oh, she my type.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Oh, okay.
That's a fact. That's a great
vegetables. Like, you come in here, you get your water from Whole Foods.
I hope she doing Instacart on your ass.
You drinking reverse osmosis water?
Exactly. What is she doing? What is she doing? Instacart driver for somebody else?
This bitch got frozen burgers and 4th of July frozen pops in her cart. you know she ain't about shit. You know what I'm saying? Her life is fucked up. But if she got like quinoa and like that and kale and fruits, you're like, okay, that you made a good point, Daddy. That's a great.
If I see a
daddy
in her grocery,
that man calls him dirty. God damn, dog.
Quinoa just tells me right now that your ass is fake.
He called me beloved. He called that man daddy. God, is that an East Coast shit too?
Pause.
God damn.
That was some good advice in terms of going to the supermarket.
Hey, I'm so glad my name ain't got no weird shit in it, because you can't accidentally call me daddy or none of the other shit. That's wild.
Call that man daddy.
Listen, you're gonna have an issue if he starts saying Poppy, okay? That's all I gotta say.
No, come on with that, Sean.
Look at her, like, bro. Like, I'm gonna ask you a question, ladies. I know y'all.
Is that the same chick, JR?
Of course it is. Listen.
God damn.
My woman tells me, like, she'll tell me, like,
send it to the back chat.
She'll tell me I take real bad pictures of her, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? I think every woman's man, we're not gonna be like a great photographer of y'all because we don't know the angles and shit, right? But as women, would y'all have picked that picture of yourself, the one that she just posted up here?
Oh, that's what I do.
Exactly.
I wouldn't.
That's the thing, right? Like, if you have these, for example, it'd be like me going on my social media talking about financial shit when I'm a $17 an hour construction safety vest wearing nigga, right? Like, it would be that's what it would be like. That's what, when you women are out here talking about this shit and y'all look like that, or y'all in these comments making these these crazy ass comments like, bitch, we can't see your profile picture. That's how crazy y'all sound. Because ugly women should have these expensive with unattractive men or weird, creepy men. They go together. But like you never see women who are super attractive or like I'm saying that are desirable to men that ever have these types of talking points. You never see it. It's always these felony face bitches or the ones who look like they fucking daddy that have these weird ass talking points that want to come here and talk about niggas are weird.
That's not true.
What you saying? It's not true. Is that what you
Show
saying,
me
Walsh?
show me one wifely woman you see that makes these points about women.
You didn't say white.
I did say wifely in English.
What
Out
points
loud, I
she-
said it.
No.
What
I'm
points did
saying
she make?
you said it's only the busted looking joints, and there do be attractive looking joints.
No, I said there. You never see an attractive wifely woman making these points.
You didn't say wifely though.
I did in English. Like you can
You
rewind the
did.
tape
You
back.
did.
Absolutely,
No,
I did. So again, you don't see wifely women that are attractive making these types of points. You only see these bitches who wear makeup to go to the gym making these types of points. Or you only see the women that got 15 miles of dick in the past 365 days talk about my body count don't matter. Like those are the only people you see making these points. Or you know what I'm saying, again, y'all would not respect me when we talk about financial shit if I couldn't demonstrate that I was financially sound. If I'm the type of nigga that go to work in between breaks on my forklift and be hating in the comments and shit, and then I try to talk to y'all about money, you're gonna be like, nigga, you a pallet operator. How are you gonna tell me about saving up for a 401k or how to invest in something? Nigga, you literally wear a hard hat to work and you a crossing guard holding a stop sign type shit. Like my circumstances would not match the message that I have. That's the problem with the majority of these people. Their circumstances do not match their messages.
I do want to say this too, because I mean, attraction is subjective, but I think a lot of men are thirsty. And I do think that a lot of men, that she does get action.
You said you had said women who are super attractive to men are desirable. You didn't say white.
Hold on, watch. Hold on now. Let JR finish it.
Yeah. So I think that she does get action. So she may not think that it's an issue with her saying what she's saying because based off of the action that she receives and how the world looks at her. Like she's not, I've seen terrible to be able to make an argument with that. But like a lot of men do look at women that wear makeup still beautiful. You know, they're judging her how she is and how the appearance that she presents right then and there. Like they may not even think that deeply as far as what it looks like when she pulls the makeup off to be able to determine if she should make that message or not. I mean, they still getting at her. They'll get her just for the body. When I was younger, when we rated women, they'll just say they put a bag over her head and turn her around.
A butterface.
Yeah. Now, the standards might be a little bit higher with certain type of men as you get older, but some of them men never change. They still will.
That's true.
Will dab. Now, they may not go out public with her. They may not be caught in the real world at a restaurant with her or bringing her around the guys, but behind closed doors, they're going. And so she probably do have people in her DMs. And that's why she probably continues to dress the way she dresses because she's not lacking in that area. And then she's also making up the difference by being in the gym. So she may not necessarily have the face to everyone, but she may have the body. I haven't seen her body, but based off how she showed, and I think Mott could agree, she seems like she may be put together when it comes to the body area. But her attitude and her face may not be a 10.
Jared, real quick. The fact that a woman has men in her DMs means shit. Because literally niggas will fuck anything. Especially the niggas in her DM, because if they wouldn't be in her DMs. The problem is they don't have the men they want in their DMs. Mm-hmm. They have the men they don't want. So, and then for somehow they disqualify those niggas from dating, but they're still willing to take their attention. The same way like women will date a guy they don't like for the free food, the trips, and you know what I'm saying, the network access and all the other bullshit, right? Yeah. That's the case with her. That's why we're saying like it's these women who put these messages out, they're not getting the results they want. Because if they were, they wouldn't be making these videos. If she had the type of attention from the type of man she wanted, there would not be a TikTok video about relationships or about weird niggas in the grocery store. She's only doing it because she wants more attention. It's an attention-seeking behavior.
Yeah, and to respond to Joe, I just seen him come. He said, "I just say she your type." I'm just speaking in reality. Like women I won't say all women, but some people process things like this, right? You know, like a guy may think he got all this shit together because based off of how the world looks at him, but he could be broke as fuck. But he doesn't really understand that because it's the attention he gets, it doesn't really matter. It may matter at a certain age, because I've seen some men that used to get a lot of play, but they never leveled up when it came to finances. And so now they're starting to look behind. You know, now they're starting to because they didn't pour into themselves enough to be able to have a certain access in them. When you get a little older, things are different. Like those finances do matter because it's going to determine the rooms that you're going to be in and the people that you're going to be around. So when it comes to her, I still think that she's not looking at it that she's not valuable because she's still getting the attention. Like all it takes is a small amount of attention for women to get, and they're going to thrive off. They're going to feed off of it, gravitate to it, and she's going to keep speaking. She's not going to look at it. Now, whether she gets married, that may be a different story. But as far as her putting that message out there, I think that she gets the attention, so she's going to keep doing it.
I think that we are demonizing the word weird and using the word weird wrong. I think she's actually pathetic. I think she's projecting. I think if the man were to who stepped up to her, got rejected, and then had an attitude, he would be pathetic. So I think that we're using the word weird incorrectly because honestly, weird is just being different, uncanny, supernatural. And it's so funny that we talk about women wanting the top 20%. Well, that's literally the definition of weird. By definition, that's weird to be in the top, like, because it's not normal. So I think that the issue we have here is the way she's using the word weird, because everybody else has already touched on the points. I just haven't heard this point yet in terms of you have to be different in order to stick out. So it's kind of funny how we're using this word, like weird has become a new trend. Like weird has got me in more doors than being normal than I've ever gotten in my entire life because I stuck out. Hence why I got this camera. I said, I've been watching Lapeef for the last 4 or 5 years. I waited till I got a $2,000 camera before I stepped on and hopped on the mic. I'm hopped on. The reason why is because I probably would have been looked at as weird with my background and my stuff not looking right. But the actual word weird that I actually became helped me give the confidence to say, I'm gonna hit that link when JR drops it.
Damn,
So
your camera costs $2,000. Let me borrow $1.
But no, but the point that I'm making though is that and I'm saying that to say because it goes back to what JR just said, invest in yourself. It took a long time to get that. I invested back in myself. That's all I'm saying. But the point I'm making though is the fact that I think that she's pathetic for even getting on the internet and trying to expose this person off of an instance, off an experience. It had no positive things to say and expects to be seen in a positive light while projecting her own insecurities. That's it.
I'm going to disagree with a couple points. So in terms of the word weird and the definition of the word weird, I think weird has several definitions, and I think even based on how you say weird, it'll have a different definition, if that makes sense. So if I'm like, oh, that's weird, right?
Okay.
That's a little bit different than saying like, yo, that nigga is weird.
Yeah, connotation.
Like, those have two different definitions. So, and when it comes to the interaction, I didn't watch the interaction, but it seems like she pretty much turned down a guy, and then his response was for her to Google him. I think he's the first person who made a weird transgression inside of that scenario, right? It's okay for a woman to turn you down, but then when you say Google me, it's like, nigga, who the fuck is you? I don't care who you like. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care what status you got. What do you mean Google you, right? Because what if a woman did that to you? If you turned her down, she's like, yo, you need to Google me. Like, bitch, you don't get a fuck out my face. What you mean Google you? Like, I think that he was the first person in that situation to be weird. However, I do agree with y'all to come on the internet and just kind of like, she did that thing that girls do. They want to feel superior and tear somebody down. I dig it. So I agree with that part.
Real dope. I think that I get what you're saying, but that whole like the double standard, the thing that you equated both the Google me, man versus woman, ain't the same thing. Because well, if he's using Google me, he's speaking of status. Now, whether he has that status or not, hey, that's no, I agree. He probably shouldn't have done it that way. I wouldn't have done it that way. But her doing that, that's just giving her, that's not status. That's giving away a lot of different things that we just talked about earlier. They talked about earlier in the panel. Hey, you'll pass your body count. They don't want that. They don't want you looking them up like that because it's going to reveal some things that you might not want to find. So when he did it, I think that the weight, there's just two different weights. So I agree with you on the connotation on using the word weird. but I literally I looked up the word weird before I even spoke on it. And I just used the main definition. Now I understand we can interpret, that's what we do as human beings. We interpret things and turn it into what we want it to be. But I just went to the definition straight out of Oxford, even though, you know what I'm saying, I ain't got no degree.
Yeah, but there are multiple definitions to words. You know, I understand it can have its original definition, and I'm just being honest. Like when it comes to like
really,
when it comes
really,
to like
we do, real dope.
Yeah,
we really
so,
doing that. Real dope. We
listen,
really doing that.
So when it comes to like semantics, right, and semantic drift, right, words, the dictionary will add definitions over time,
No,
right?
right.
So it'll add because the dictionary is not here to be an authority to tell you how to use words. It's here to let us know how we are using words.
Neither is the credit score when it comes to dating, but we use that for indication of the past, right?
Yeah, for 7 years, yeah.
Yeah, but what Real is saying is he's saying that like in Chinese, like I'd study a little bit Cantonese, like the way you say a word and the inflection that you put on it, it means like 8 different things. And that what he's saying is that you can call somebody a weirdo and you can call somebody weird, and it can mean 2 different things, or the way you say it. The context in which
I'm not excusing people using words wrong. I hate when people use words wrong, or I hate when people ignore words that you said that changes the context of something and they leave it out. I hate all of that. I'm just adding the little tidbit that words oftentimes can have multiple meanings, and if they do have a reasonable, like weird, we know that there are different meanings for weird and depending on how you say it and stuff like that. It's different if somebody trying to reach for it. I was just trying to communicate that
like when
when
I say take off the cape, that could have 2 different definitions, right? When I say I don't mean Superman cape, we know that, right? I mean the other cape, right? When I say take off the cape, okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking it off.
No, don't take it off, bro. Keep it on. We gotta have some balance out here.
Hell yeah, we need some pushback. I don't like echo chambers. I hate that shit.
Well, solutions come from echo chambers, though.
I want to argue that, but not today.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think so.
You put a group of like-minded people together, they're gonna make more solutions quicker.
Yeah, like-minded
a room full of people who disagree.
Smart, like-minded people challenge each other's ideas. Like
that's not what I said. If you put a bunch of people in a room who agree on something, they're quicker to come up with solutions than a room full of people who don't.
Not if they're not intelligent. It's not true.
If you put a room full of people, like again, you put a room full of smart people in a room.
No, I think Willie's right.
He didn't say that it matters that the message could be that it will work. He's just saying that they're gonna come up with solutions.
Yeah. Willie's right to a degree. Like on the far end of the argument, he's absolutely right when it comes to like, yeah. But if you put intelligent people into a room who are willing to have a good faith discussion, who have counter views, I think that's the best way to go about it.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. That's all I was saying. Like they got to be intelligent.
But that still doesn't make the statement wrong because he's saying that.
I'm not saying he's wrong.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying he's wrong at all.
Yeah. No, the way he put it, he made it make sense.
That's not true.
In terms of what did I say wasn't true?
Can you say your statement again, Willie?
If you put a room full of smart people,
No, don't switch it. You switching it up, brother. You putting the
his original statement was that echo chambers.
Brother. You said smart.
Is echo chambers with rooms of people who agree with each other are quicker to come up with solutions than a rooms full of people who disagree.
He didn't say good solutions. He said solutions.
Well, I mean, the solutions are inherently good for what I'm talking about. Because if we're not going to give people credit for coming up with dumb solutions, I would never do that.
What? That's what we do that every day.
No, that's what you do every day. I don't do that.
What do you mean? That's what I do every day. That's
I don't give people credit for coming up with dumb anything.
Yes, you do it too, probably.
I promise I don't.
I don't know.
I'm also not in a position where I have to have people come up with solutions for me.
99% of people
the solution provider.
In dumb ideas, 99% of people are complicit.
I think if you put a room full of feminists together,
you're complicit in a dumb idea.
If you put the earth. If you put a room full of feminists together, I'm pretty sure they would come up with a bunch of solutions, and they would come out and all the solutions we would be like, "Fuck no, I'm not doing that." Like, I'm like, they would come up with some solutions, but we'd be like, "No, no."
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
Because they wouldn't challenge each other's ideas. They would all
right, but again, that still doesn't change what Willie said.
That doesn't change what I said, but we have to also understand that too. There's no such thing as a room full of intelligent feminists.
We agree on something.
Sorry, my bad.
But the reason why I keep saying that watch is because a lot of times people hear what they want to hear. And so if you actually listen to what he was saying and process and just sometimes you just gotta hear it and then let it process and then respond. But that's something you talk about what we do on panels. What we do on panels all the time is we hear a message and we don't even care about the meaning of what they're saying. And in order to be able to grow, you have to be able to listen to what you don't agree. Because how else would you know that you're wrong if you don't listen to something that you don't necessarily agree with? But that still entails with you understand what they're saying and then where they're coming from, and then kind of determine like, okay, that make a lot of sense. I never thought about it like that, or I didn't really factor that in, or could he be right and I not realize that he's right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I collect data. I collect data and I like to just kind of put it all together. So sometimes you see me quiet or I may not respond. I may get back to you. It's not necessary for you to have to respond right then and there with a disagreement. What's going on, Bo? What you been hearing that you agree with? I know a lot of people on the panel, they share similar ideologies as you. So I'm just curious as to what you think.
So I had a lot to listen to while I was getting my lashes done this morning. But that lady was, I can kind of see both sides, right? Some guys are weird when they approach you out in public. Some guys are really strange and they say the wrong things and they look at you the wrong way. But like from what she was describing, I didn't see anything wrong with what he did. Are you married? That's not a strange question. Coming up to you in a grocery store, you're in public. Like if you are attracted to that man, he's going to approach you. So like I can see the woman's side of not wanting to be approached. Some women don't want to be approached when they're grocery shopping. That's their time. But I also don't think that you have to have the reaction that she had. I didn't see what she looked like because my eyes were closed the whole time. I just heard everything. So, but regardless of what she looked like, if he thought she looked good and he wanted to approach her, it was an easier way for her to handle that situation.
Bo, is that a lot of makeup?
That's not a lot of makeup, no. That's not a lot, but
let's give a baseline. That's not a lot compared to what?
Yeah.
So it's not a lot of makeup like for everyday wear, but she's got on a whole hell of a lot less than a lot of these influencers be wearing. I mean, they cake that stuff on nowadays.
I'm talking.
But I mean, wearing makeup, running errands, I did that the other day. I wanted to change my mood, so I put some makeup on. It's just one of those things.
Not no disrespect to you, but that sounds like that sounds insane.
What sounds insane?
You wanted to change your mood, so you put on makeup.
Yes.
It sounds like some was that Dahmer shit. Like you put on a mask, like.
I didn't put on a mask. All I did was put on some eyeshadow and some lipstick. I don't wear a full face of makeup, and I wanted to change my mood. It makes me feel better to create something. I'm an artist. So if I can paint something, if I can do something creative with myself or with something, it makes me feel better. It lightens my mood. It's not the makeup. It's not the way I look. I look perfectly fine with absolutely no makeup on. I don't have on anything right now.
I think so.
I don't think that it makes me feel better as far as how I look. It just brightens my mood that I was able to do something.
So create. If you were upset before bed, would you put on some makeup and go to sleep?
I wasn't upset.
Oh no!
I wouldn't.
Okay.
So it's just doing something. It was that thing that I chose to do. So some women do that. That's just my reason. I don't know what that lady's reason is. I just don't think she has on a whole lot of makeup. But I'll keep my opinions about the makeup to myself. I just don't think that it's a lot of makeup. But I don't think that the reaction that she had was warranted based on the story that she told. I think that there was an overreaction to that guy. But I think that guys also do need to be cognizant of the fact that some women do not want to be approached in public. And sometimes you just have to be like, hey, my name is such and such, engage her reaction, and then just walk away if you don't get the type of reaction you want to get. It just is what it is. I think we're being unfair on both sides.
Is it fair?
Yeah,
that
but see, Fall, that might be what she did. We don't look. We only got a portion of the story. Her, a portion of her what she had and what she experienced. But the fact that she called a man weird because he asked her if she was married or not, that's a little extreme, man. How's a man supposed to know? I mean, look, I have no problem. That's the first question I would ask if I was in that situation. Are you married? How you doing? My name is such. Are you married? I just was wondering, because I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. You say I'm married, I'll say, okay, my bad. No disrespect to that man, and I walk away and keep it moving. But, is she just thinking that's weird? That's crazy.
That's social ramifications,
y'all can talk to whoever y'all want to talk to. It ain't illegal to go up and approach a woman. If she get mad, she get mad. It is what it is.
How many of us on the panel have was walked up to a woman and then she just off rip been like, no, thank you?
When I was a kid.
I mean, I'm talking about now. When we was a kid, they didn't know no better. But now, how many, or ladies, how often? Because y'all probably had to turn down niggas all the time, so I'm not gonna ask y'all this. But how many times have y'all walked up to a dude and he been like, no, thank you, I'm good?
Never.
I've had that happen a couple of times, but it's only because they were involved.
Well, not necessarily. That's what we supposed to say. We got somebody.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not talking about. That's a given.
Oh.
I'm like, how many times you walked up to a single dude and been like, hey, I'm interested in you, and then him being like, no, I'm cool.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, aside from him being gay.
Yeah, y'all think that's regular. Y'all think that's a regular.
That nigga.
Men go opposite. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mont, how many times do you think your girl has walked up to a dude and he been like, no, I'm good?
Probably never.
Exactly. Hank, how many times you think your wife walked up to a dude and that she was interested in and been like, no, and he was like, no, baby, I'm good?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I've never seen it. Let me not say never. I saw it happen to one of my son's moms one time, and it was funny, but it was also because the dude was just, he didn't like black women. We would just say that's probably what I think.
Are we talking about specifically attractive women?
Yeah, just saying specifically, how many times you so attractive men? We're not going up to women trying to talk to them and they being like, oh no, I'm good. That doesn't happen to attractive people.
Okay.
Which is the point that I'm making. So when you see it happening, or you hear someone talking about that it's happened, unattractive men should approach unattractive women. I think that they would do well together. Oh my God, my bad.
So watch what you got to say, Watchy. I know Watchy ready to fight back. Fight you. Well, you see that look.
No. I was doing something. Can you reiterate what you said? Sorry, just in short form. I was mollied. No, you are on mute. You're on mute. Excuse me. I'll respond right to it. What you said?
I was talking about the game. I'm sorry.
No.
It's no good, Willie.
Would you ask me to respond to? Hank? You said.
Now you look like you ready to fight back to what was said. That's what I was asking.
But I didn't really hear processes. So if you want to give me a short form, and then I can tell you.
Well, I'm talking about what Bo was saying. You look like you're ready.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
I got you.
Yeah, watch your break, man. Just go ahead and take a little break, man. Take a little break. You got to get thoughts a little bit, man.
Yeah.
Hey, completely unrelated. The Giants kicking the Cowboys' ass. So if y'all see me get animated, that's why I'm not.
Oh, you're talking about that?
Yeah. No, you see what Malik Neighbors just did?
Nah, man.
You'll see it on ESPN tonight. He just Odell Beckham, Trey Diggs. It's bad.
The Cowboys. Go ahead, Master. You about to say something? So Hink.
Nah, well, basically, I was just going to say, reiterate the whole aspect of it. The fact that people are making TikTok videos after these experiences, that to me is that's the pathetic part. I get what Bo was saying, but I'm still saying either way, whether anybody said or anybody who does think that both parties are at fault, that's fine. But at the same time, I still think that people aren't recognizing that that's what it is now. You just going through an experience, like you literally are having an engagement, and your first mind is to make a TikTok video. That to me that's why I keep saying it's pathetic. Like, I'm gonna keep reiterating, that's pathetic. It's sad. I'm gonna use the word one more time. So for those in the back seat, those that sit in the back seat, it's pathetic.
What's wrong with it?
I didn't say it's wrong. I said it's pathetic. There's a sadness to it. Like, I feel bad for you. Not that it's just wrong. I feel bad for your life. Sorry for your mother. I feel bad for your family. Sorry for their father. I feel bad for you. It's pathetic.
It would be deemed that way if it was in reverse. Can you admit that? Dope?
I don't think so. I think that, and you can push back on this. I think that if somebody goes through an experience, thought-provoking enough to make them feel some sort of emotion, or think something, or come with it, like, a new perspective or something like that, or just kind of like something that they hate, and they get in the car and they're like, you know what, let me make a video and talk to my community, or talk to my friends, or broadcast this message. Be different if she like, yo, this was his name, this is his business card. It's a little weird, but just to kind of like, share your perspective online. I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing, especially if you can have a good interaction and then go and share that online. I just ran into this nice person and they did this, they did that. Shouldn't the vice versa be the good and the bad?
It wouldn't, but it wouldn't be socially accepted if a man did that.
Did what?
If a man did the same thing.
We do it all the
time. They do it all the time. And so that was my confusion when he says it's pathetic, because men do this all the time. Do you know how many men get on their phone, set up their phone, and they're like, I hate women, and put it on TikTok? Y'all, you got to stop this.
I don't see that.
Well, congratulations. Because you know what? It actually does happen. And you cannot sit up here and call a woman pathetic or people like her pathetic. And men do the same thing all day long.
Wait, Mo.
Women use social media.
On the camera, cries and hollers and whines about their experience and posts it. Everybody, if she is pathetic and people like her are pathetic, so are they.
Yeah, Mo, the only difference is we can't just call the women pathetic for doing it. Because now what I will say is that when the man who it doesn't apply to sees men doing that, like calling women, saying I hate women, all that shit, we call those men pathetic because we know that it's fucking weird. But it's also that highlights the fact that the only time you see men not doing that is when those men identify with that pathetic man that's saying it. Because the women who call her pathetic literally don't identify with what she's saying. Like y'all said, y'all think she's doing too much. So we can call her pathetic, but to your point, we do have to call men pathetic who do the same thing. But what we need to make sure we understand is that the only people who aren't calling out this pathetic shit they're doing are the people who are pathetic, like the people who have that same pathetic ass point.
Maestro. My bad.
Like
how Maestro catch a straight, man?
Listen. No, but we clown Tyrese though. We clown Tyrese for crying.
Let me clear it up, because y'all are the same argument. This ain't so when I say pathetic, let me be clear. Let me be uber clear. Let me be specifically clear, because y'all are conflating two different things. It's pathetic that someone had the gauze or the courage to come up to another person and take their chance. And then that person, instead of just letting them down, they decided to let them down and make a conversation, like create a tick. That's pathetic. See, what you guys are saying is, oh no, it's pathetic that a guy gets on the internet and cries about women's wah. See, you're moving the goalposts. Of course that's pathetic. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking specifically, this person got on the internet when someone tried to make a pass at them. It didn't do anything rude, disrespectful. They're not on the news. If I'm not mistaken, JR, you didn't show a clip from 9 o'clock news, did you? This was from a TikTok video. That's pathetic.
If I can give context into why I disagree, it's because it's not like it was just a man that just said, hey, you know, I just wanted to know, are you married? And she said no, and I'm not married, but also I'm not interested right now. And he walked away. It was a situation where he did something. His response was something that she felt warranted, was thought-provoking enough to make her get on the internet and tell people about it. Him saying like the Google me part, that's like if you know, told a man I'm not interested, and then he dropped his money on the ground and was like, you missing all of this, and then walk away. It's like, well, let me go tell people what this nigga just did, you know? I think that's the difference in what you're saying versus what actually happened. I think him doing that was not normal, was a little bit corny. And she's like, let me tell people about this corny, what just happened.
Now that I agree with. That whole Google me thing, now everything else she lost me. But that whole Google me thing, boy, if you don't get your ass out of my face, because Google me, as a matter of fact, because some of us are Googleable. I am. That's why I'm like, nobody cares. Like, if you're trying to get to know me, I don't care who you are, like, unless there's a mugshot that's finna come up in Google.
I don't care.
Unless there is some type of, you know, terrible story that's about to come out. That's what I care about. But like your accolades and what you got, I find that out eventually. Men who are important don't have to tell you they important. I think that's corny. I think that was terrible.
You know, the last time I heard somebody say something corny like that.
But you can't sit there and say you don't care, but then you want to get to know somebody, but somebody say Google me. You can't sit there and say that the same breath, because that does help. If you want to get to know some person, you decide to Google them. What's wrong with that? You want to get to know them, right?
Don't me to do it. Don't lead with Google. Like, if I tell you I'm not interested and you're like, Google me, that's not going to make me more. Actually, that's going to make me more disinterested, extremely more disinterested.
Yeah, but for some people, most of y'all heifers are shallow, so most of y'all will be okay with that shit. Most of y'all would be okay once he found out. Look, we see them, them gold digger, catfishing ad videos where first she wasn't interested, and all of a sudden he walk up to that goddamn nice car. All of a sudden her mind changed, her tune changed. Now she's ready to run up on him, but she's ready to run a mile in order to catch his ass, in order to get his number. So we can't act like that shit doesn't happen. It happens.
Yeah. I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying, like,
hold on, dope. Me and her having it.
For a woman that genuinely is not like that, a woman who just, hey, I'm not interested. And nothing's going to make me be interested in you. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care who you work for. I don't care what you got. If I'm not interested, I'm just not interested. And I don't mean that to say that there aren't women out there that wouldn't like hit a quick U-turn when they find that out. Absolutely, that happens. But I'm just saying, like, that's corny for a woman who is genuinely not interested in what you got.
But so you're an exception. So majority of the women are like this. Majority of women will hit that U-turn. Majority of women will, once they find that later, say, I was thinking about it. She probably walked outside the store. I was thinking about it, and I probably overreacted. But here's my number anyway. Most women are like that. We can't sit there and say most women are not.
I'm not saying the percentage. I mean, listen, if you want to say most, you're a man. I don't date women. So if you want to say that, you can say that. I'm just saying, I'm talking about the specific women that I'm talking about. And I'm not saying what percentage what percentage of women that is.
Yeah, but you got girlfriends. You got friends. You got family members. You talk to them and you hear how some of them talk. Yeah, I didn't want to give them a chance. Look, I think it was a video we seen the other day. I forgot who it was. I didn't want to keep ghosting him. Stephen Curry's wife. Yeah, I didn't see him as somebody I would want to be with or something like that. All of a sudden, it started to change. All of a sudden, now she wanted to. Oh, well, I looked at him a little different. But what you say he's something like you wouldn't get with in high school. He was nowhere near somebody you thought you would ever be with. But guess what? You end up marrying the same dude. Yes, she did. She said that. Okay. She said that saying he wasn't something out.
What?
Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I think we got a delay. But she said she didn't think that she was what he wanted. She didn't think he liked her in high school. That's correct. She was just friends with him. She didn't see him like that because she didn't think that he saw her like that. That's what she said. Not she, you know, he was just a friend. I ain't really like him like that until. No, she never thought that he saw her like that.
Yeah, Hank, you just spread misinformation.
Go to hell, dog. So another situation where the lady sit there and say, see on videos like, yeah, I didn't really like my husband, but he was persistent. He kept pursuing me. Man, it's the same goddamn situation. So we can't act like these things normally don't happen. Like the women don't sit there and say, nah, I didn't. And then all of a sudden they may see something or hear something. Girl, you better go on and go get him. You know who that is or such. It happens on a regular basis.
I don't disagree with that. I've had women clients for 20 years now, and I do know that happens. They, you know, this guy was trying to talk to me and I wasn't really interested till I found out he was driving this or his job was that or whatever. Like, yes, it does happen. I've seen it happen. But at what rate, I don't know. But yes, I can agree with that.
Do y'all think there's something wrong with that?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was just about to, I thought we knew that was the nature of women. I thought that we always knew that women were attracted to status and, you know, not just the man, but also the things he's achieved or he has. Do you think that should not count towards, you know, a woman being attracted to a man, or do you think she shouldn't weigh that at all?
No, you shouldn't. Because look, most men are not going to have the status that they're looking for right off the bat, especially if we in the mode of dating young. So most guys in college don't have no money. They don't have the status. They probably on their way to getting there. They're working their way up to it, but they're not there. But you're going to sit there and say, "I'll turn them down. Don't deal with them." See, that's part of a lot of sisters' problems. Sisters like them guys in college, they just not there. But then white women come around and get them. Then all of a sudden, why'd you go get a white girl? Well, this white girl loved me when I ain't have shit. She wanted to get with me when I was just a freshman on the JV squad trying to make the roster. But y'all wanted to get me once I was ready to sign that goddamn contract. Nah, that ain't how it works. I mean, I think Willie was saying there, she didn't shoot no free throws with me. She wasn't in the gym with me. But when I got that status, all of a sudden I got to bring up in my Hall of Fame speech. No, you wasn't down with me when I didn't have shit. But now you do? No. So I think that does matter, though.
So I'm not saying that a man shouldn't weigh that. And, you know, like if a woman is like, just like, yo, I don't want to deal with you. Then she see your money and then she trying to deal with you. Yeah, of course, most men just going to fuck them chicks and keep it moving. Right. But I think that to some degree, a woman is attracted to a man's not only his attractiveness or his genuineness, but what goes into his attraction is also his stature, his confidence, the things that he has achieved, the way that he's respected by other men around him. These things we can hate it, but what these things have an effect on women. If you go somewhere and everybody there know you and everybody there is kind of asking you for advice, to like, yo, I'm trying to get up with you, like women they gonna feel that, and they can't help but to like it.
Yeah, but not every woman is like it though. Not every woman is worried about a person's status. Like, look, Bo just said that said she wasn't. I believe that's what you said, Bo. Maybe I misunderstood. I misheard you. Did you share that you was not worried about a man's status like that? Is that what you just shared?
No, not if I'm not interested. Like if I'm already not interested in you, that's not going to make a difference to me. Not that it doesn't matter at all. I'm just saying if I'm not interested, I'm just not interested.
But it can
hold
be
on, Dope. Hold on, Dope. Hold that thought real quick. Izzy, you want to say something? I know you've been pretty quiet.
No. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Dope.
If you were,
man, we better not.
What you say?
My bad. I just said we better not let Sierra husband beat us. I'm gonna talk about the game, G.
My thing is, it can be a factor though, right? It being honest, because I've heard lesbian women, say that they're still attracted to men, right? To some degree, if they see a good-looking guy, they still, you know, some sort of attraction there, right? I'm talking about ones that dress like boys. So my question to you is, if you were being genuinely honest within yourself, if you thought about it, have you ever seen a man in certain more than just his looks and you know him being genuine? Have you ever been But have there ever been other things that made you attracted to him or made you gravitate towards him at all?
Who's that question to? Bo?
Bo?
She's not even hearing you.
Oh, I thought she was processing.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Somebody text me. Say that one more time. I'm so sorry. Say that one more time.
God dang.
I'm here.
Okay, so my question to you is, if you were being genuinely honest within yourself and asking yourself this question, has there ever been anything besides a man's looks in just him being genuine while you're talking to him that intrigued you or made you feel a way? Like, let's say it was a man and he did drive a certain car. Did that make you at all more intrigued by him? Or if he did achieve certain things in his life, did that make you at all more intrigued by him? Not consciously, but subconsciously. Can you admit that? Or
Oh, yeah. In my 20s, listen, I didn't have, I had a car. It wasn't the best car. And if that man had a nice car, listen, hey, hey. But the older I got, the things that piqued my interest is, it wasn't what the accomplishments got that man. It was the efforts that man had to put in for those accomplishments. It's the work. And I like a committed, consistent, hardworking man. So I'm looking at what you have, but I'm looking at more at what you had to do to get there. Like what type of man you had to be to get all of those things. Mm-hmm. So it's not the things, it's the effort at this point. In my 20s, it was the things. Mm-hmm. You had a nice house, you had a nice car, you had a lot of money. Because I ain't got none of that. Hey, sir, how are you? And yes, you can have my number. Yeah, I can.
So you're saying now, if a man told you, let's say you Googled a man and you saw all of his achievements and you could deduce that he had to do some really tough character building things to be where he is, that would make you more attracted to him?
That's impressive. Yeah. I like an impressive man. I like a hardworking, intelligent man that has good character, that has really had to, I mean, I don't want to say I want somebody to get it out the mud, but I just want I want a man that knows what hard work really is.
Yeah. That's all I was saying. I think that these things can play a part when we're dealing with women. Because I know with me, I don't look at none of that with a woman. I could care less. I mean, it's nice to have, right? It's nice that you've been able to work and achieve certain things. I don't care though. Like, that's not necessarily what I'm looking for you to fill a need in my life for, if that makes sense.
Hey, Dope, what are some of the things that you look for in a woman?
I want a woman that admires me, who sees the things that I've been able to do and, can look at my achievements or just can kind of like just look at the way that I think, the way I ask questions and kind of be like, and that I want her to admire me in different ways. I want her to be cooperative. I want her to be able to, I want her to want me to teach her. A lot of times you might get with a woman who's, she don't want to hear something from you, but she'll hear it from somebody else. And she's like, you know what? Somebody just told me this. And I'm like, yo, I told you that 10 times. What are you talking about? Like, we already went over that. So I want a woman who is cooperative, woman who's loves me, a woman who's loyal, those type of things. But that's my main thing, is a woman that I can teach and a woman who wants me to lead. A woman who sees my vision and is willing to, step in where I tell her, she needs to step in at. What do I need from her in order for us to be great? So.
Yeah. I was having a conversation with someone, I can't remember who, but they were saying that men want to feel needed. Is that a thing, in your opinion? Like, do men want to feel needed?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think men naturally want to be useful. And I think, I know I need to be useful. Like, I can never be one of those men that's just on the couch. Just kind of like, or standing outside living with their mom. It's just not, I want to be useful. I want to be useful to everybody. Like, anybody I get around, I'm going to give them ideas. I'm like, yo, bro, you should do this. I've been thinking about this. You should do this. Like, this is something that you should do. Or, I'm just useful. I want to be useful. And any relationship I've ever been in, I've helped women achieve things, and I've given them ideas, and I've, that's just, I want to be useful, and I want to feel needed. I like that because I take pride in the simple things. I take pride in holding the door open. Take pride in, you know when like you with your girl, like we just came from a farmer's market, right? And everything that we bought from the small businesses, like whenever it was time to pay, she just kind of slide to the side a little bit. I take pride in that. Like I take pride in like, let me Apple Pay this $20. Like I take pride in the little stuff, and I like a woman who notices that, and she takes pride in, in having a man that do that, and vice versa. I take pride in her doing the little things for me. So
I don't think that men want to. I don't think men should want to be needed. I think men should want to be wanted, because when someone needs something, there's an obligation there. Like OTC needs his job because he can't pay his rent for the room he's renting in that lady's house. Like people like need their car because they don't. I'm saying because they got to get around, but it's not the car they want. Like when you need something, it's obligatory. When you want something, every day you choose that thing. Every day you choose to go do that. Like when you want your job, you choose to go to it because you enjoy it, like you naturally want it. Every day that you wake up and you choose your person, you're making a conscientious effort to do what it takes to be that person's other half. So I would prefer that my woman want me than need me, because if she needs me to survive, to do anything, that's what her attraction to me is going to be rooted in, other than her simple choice of the, you know what, this is the man that I want. Right? Cool. I could be a need. It's saying also, but the primary thing for me is to be what she wants. Because when you need something that you can have, when you need something, you'll do anything to keep it, to maintain it, to get it. Even that becomes lie, deceive, be deceptive, whatever. And when a woman wants you, like that's when she actually like reveres you. I'm saying she admires you. But a woman who needs you will just more likely to just tolerate you.
Okay.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, but when you
hold on.
Go ahead.
Give me a sec. Because hell has finally frozen over. Because here's the thing. I've said this so many times. And I'm not sure what the universe has done to make us align on anything.
Y'all got the same rhetoric. Y'all been at it.
My God. But I'm really glad. I just want to say to the chat, I'm really glad that y'all agree with Willie, because that means that y'all agree with me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Hank.
So I don't agree with Willie. I don't want my wife to want me. She needs to need me. I don't want my wife to want me. She needs me. That means she can't live without me. That's what I want. I don't want me. Bullshit. If I ain't around, life ain't complete. That's the way I move it up, right? Yes, ma'am.
But yes, exactly, right? Because the things that I want in a man, right? Not the things that I need. Like, I don't need you for survival. That means that I have to be nice to you. I have to sleep with you when I don't want to. I got to do all of these things that I don't want to do because I need you there. I need you to take care of me. The things that I do not need for survival that I want, those are the things that I attach myself to, and I eventually can't live without with you. Like my man, the things that I want, the things that I fall in love with, those are the things that I can't live without once I get that man. But we are talking about a need for survival. The literal definition of need. You do not want a woman to need you to be there. That means that nothing that she is doing to keep you there is genuine, because she needs to keep you in her life.
So I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with what Willie said, and I guess coincide with you saying. I don't. My wife's in the chat now. She knows she needs me. There's no question about that. She knows she needs me. She knows what I provide, what I bring, what I do, everything. She needs me. Life ain't complete without me.
You're not the only man that can give her the things you give her, though.
Yes, I am. There's only one thing. No. You're talking about financial. I'm talking
about all of that.
Listen to me. Not everybody moves and operate like me.
No one's saying everyone.
You move and operate differently from what I do.
You're not the only person that can be there for her mentally, financially, physically, or spiritually.
But there's other things that I heard what you're saying, but there's other things that I do not provide that nobody else can do. because that's what makes us unique. That's what makes us different, and she's okay with that. She just not. But go ahead, brother. I mean, I understand.
Willie, if you left your woman, right? What are the chances that she finds another Willie?
Slim to fucking none. Look at my son's mothers.
There we go.
So why are you arguing me when I say what I said? Then,
because what y'all said doesn't negate what I said. I said you're not the only one.
I said I don't agree with you. I didn't say it negates what you said.
I'm answering the question you just asked me. Why I'm arguing against what you said, and what the reason why is because you're not the only man that could be you for her. Period. Just because they haven't found somebody else doesn't mean they won't. They just haven't yet because it's improbable.
So why are we not telling the women that in the red pill spaces? Like, hey, ladies, no,
who's not, nigga? You hear me saying that shit? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't hear nobody telling women they got options. I hear them telling them, yo, you have no more options. Your options are gone.
You hear me saying that? Like, listen, the eyes. This is the thing, right? Say you get with a 1% nigga. Let's say we'll just use Naomi because she's a neutral person that's not going to inflame these lames in the chat, or you know what I'm saying, or whatever, right? So we use Naomi. So Naomi gets with a guy who is a top 1% guy, right? The odds of her getting another one would be like saying that you're going to hit the lottery twice because there's not very many of those men. So the odds of her getting one, not saying it's improbable, not saying that it's not impossible. It's just mathematically improbable that she's going to find a man who is going to be another 1% earner or be better than the guy that she got, right? Because women don't want to settle. If they get with a guy, they want to get the next guy they want to be better. They don't want the next guy to be less than. So the odds of her getting a man better than the one she has is slim. So use Hink's wife as an example. Hink's a 1% guy. If Hink leaves, the odds of her getting another 1% guy is mathematically improbable, but it's not impossible. That's what I'm saying. Hink is not the only person who can be what he is to his wife, other than be him, his exact person. But everything else we're talking about, the emotional maturity, the support, the protection, that shit is not unique amongst men, or excuse me, it's not that it's impossible amongst the majority of men. It's just rare. So again, mind you, not downplaying Hink. I think Hink's one of the dopest niggas in the podcasting space. But to this point, his woman is not going to just if something happened to him, she could find another replacement for him easily. It just won't be easy for her to do it. That's my point.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I agree that it is possible that a woman can find another man to have the financial means who will love them to pieces.
Right.
Now, actually, my girl, it's gonna be hard for my girl to find another nigga to love her like me. It's gonna be hard. Like I love her stinky draws. Like it's gonna be hard. I be telling her don't shower, like skip the shower, like.
Listen,
it's gonna be hard.
Listen, don't bring that Napoleon shit up, bro. We know, like, that's gonna derail the whole conversation.
All right,
don't do that.
Well, Bex, I do think, and I think what JR said was not that because we live in a modern era. Nobody needs anybody, you know. But do we want to feel needed? I think I want to feel needed.
Hey, I'm gonna push back. Women definitely need men. If without men,
they need men in society. They don't need a man to be in a partnership with, or a marriage, or a relationship, or they don't need a husband. A woman can get everything. She can pay money to get everything in this life. You know, and she can have no money, and she's still gonna have the government to feed her. She's gonna have the government to feed her kids. She's gonna have the government to pay for what is it called? Health insurance. The government's gonna cover daycare. The government's gonna step into all those things. What you say?
Everything you're talking about, men provide.
Yeah, so in general, they need men in general, but they don't need men that they have to be with romantically.
When we're saying that they don't need men, they don't need men to survive as single women, but to live their best life where they have the best outcomes. They absolutely need men.
Oh, Hank, he agreed with us.
Men and women have always needed each other. That's never changed.
Oh, shit.
It's just the social media, lack of physical interactions every day from back in the 80s, 90s, 70s. All of that has changed. Technology has evolved, but the rhetoric has changed. I don't need you. The rhetoric has changed. Men and women have always needed each other throughout time, space, and history. None of that's going to change. The only problem is our approach is different now. We're used to. We're talking about the video that this young woman made. Here's where I understand the word pathetic. The word pathetic means that the actual physical interaction that you have with the opposite sex, you're uncomfortable with that, however long that was, but you're very comfortable announcing to millions of viewers around the world about this weird interactive meeting that you had with a human being. And it's like not, and that's not normal behavior. It just isn't. There's something icky and gross and disgusting about you disclosing a personal interaction with another human being who is trying to be nice to you. And this is how we navigate through the world. We're trying to approach and be forward and express interest. And now we're being like criminalized and punished and shamed for it all over the world. So how is it that, we see all these TikTok posts about men not approaching, and then when we do approach you, you make a TikTok video about the approach and about how gross and icky we are as men and how we're weird for approaching you. However it looks like, because it's always messy. There is no perfect approach that's going to suit your liking. There's always going to be some criticism about it. But do you really need to tell millions of viewers around the world who are strangers about your interaction with another human being who's trying to be nice to you? That's what's pathetic about it. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary shaming and embarrassment. It can affect a person's career. It can affect a person's relationship with other people because you felt icky because he doesn't, he's not the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He doesn't articulate correctly. You're not attracted to him. That's it. You're just not attracted to him, but therefore you can tell the world that he's weird, disgusting, and demeaned his whole behavior before the whole world permanently.
So we're gonna try to get oh hell now in. He wants to get oh hell now in.
What's hood, panel?
What's up, man? How you? Yeah, we hear you. What's good?
We're live, man. I can't speak so much as far as to the video, but what I can say is, can we please stop pushing this false narrative that I always be seeing Bohem and a couple of the other little feminist, pro-feminist type women up here always pushing that women don't need men? Can we stop that bullshit? Like, woman, you came from a man. Your whole existence is only here to be Adam, the very first man's helpmate. That's literally your job in the Bible. I don't adhere to any religion because I'm not religious, but I've read all 4 of the major religious books. And in the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and the other one, I forget what the name of it is off the top of my head. All of it say that you're supposed to be the tail. Show me an ass that ever talked and that ever stood up and said that I deserve this. No, you deserve what you get. Just like men, we what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? We can only have what we can defend. Like you don't have a nation if you can't defend it. Just like a woman. Women can't defend themselves. It doesn't matter how much the modern technology is, you still need a man for an abundance of things. Safety, security, provisioning, kids, all of this, like society, like what a lot of women don't understand is you're just a car. You're just a car. Men, we are the drivers. Women, literally, I don't know why you're looking crazy, Bohem, but women, you are literally the car. A car, I'm looking outside right now. Ain't no cars out there moving with no drivers in them. Men, we are the drivers. We carry the seed of life within us. You're just the vessel, the machine, what's the joint that you in the medical joint where they spin the blood and get the plasma out of it and shit? That's what you is. You're just the machine that gets the plasma to the bottom. So
a centrifuge?
I can't remember what it is, sweetheart. I ain't go to school for medicine.
That is unfortunate.
What make you say that? Why is it unfortunate that I ain't go for medical?
No, that's not the unfortunate part.
So oh hell no. Do you agree that do you want a woman to need you, or do you want a woman to want you?
Man, no man wants a woman that wants him, because wants change. You need to breathe. You need to drink water. You don't need to eat, but you do eat. You have to have water.
I agree with him. I don't think it's funny. He's right. Wants do change, and most of the time, most of the women that I hear saying that I don't want to need them, the women that I hear saying I don't need a man, but I want one. Those are the women who I don't want. I'm not attracted to those women that say I don't need a man, but I want one. I don't like that.
Man, the thing is, though, right? If we understand how fickle a woman's wants can be, the fact that a woman wakes up every day and wants you for years means significantly more than a woman that needs you for years. Because that means that for 10 years, every day, that woman woke up and chose to be the best she can be to still remain qualified for you. A woman who needs you, motherfuckers in the military need to be in the military, right? They don't go in there and they're not serving their country for real. They're in there because they want a job. So a lot of people in there just go do what it takes to maintain the bare minimum. When a woman needs you, you're more likely to get the bare minimum from her because she actually has to have something to measure her output from. When a woman wants you, she's going to be doing what she thinks is best for you, and it's a lot less likely it's going to be the bare minimum because she's choosing you every day. When she could choose a million other niggas every day, or a million different men, she chooses you. Every day you wake up with a chance and a choice. The fact that she spends her chance and choice on you every day should mean more to a guy that is of substance. Now, for regular motherfuckers, cool, you might want a woman that needs you, because if a woman wants you, as soon as she's more likely to find somebody better than you that she can then want, like you said, because those wants are going to change. Given the fact that women are still hypergamous, and given the fact that unfortunately women date up, so I think that there's a spectrum of men that should want to be needed. I don't think that you or Hink, for what I know of both of you, I don't think that either one of you guys fit in that group of men.
When a woman wants you, when a woman wants you so bad, it's almost like she needs you. It's like a drug, right?
That's the point.
Yeah, but to her, she needs. I'm gonna reiterate. In reality, in our society, our modern society, nobody needs anybody because of the infrastructure that we have, right? Men are going to protect you because we have police. Men are going to put bad people in jail and all those type of things. However, I prefer to operate. At least I'm going to operate like I need my woman, because that's how I like to operate, and that's how I want to. That's how I want to be one, right?
But do you really need her though, bro?
In reality, no. I don't think anybody needs anybody.
All right, and so you really want her. That's what it is.
So
you
I think
want her, but you operate as
needed.
if you need her.
I want to feel needed.
But real though, do you need each other to breathe? Do you need each other to drink water, to get water? Do you need each other to feed each other? Like, what I'm saying is, these things,
have you not seen the water that nigga drinks? That shit's expensive. She probably need him for that.
No, well, I don't. So here's the thing. But what I'm saying is, the things that keep us alive, because of how society is run now, women are providing the things that they need to stay alive. And I'm not saying that we do not need each other in a lot of other ways, but it is important to understand that women do not want to need to be tethered to a man in order to not be homeless, hungry, or destitute in any type of way. That is the need we're talking about.
Right now,
that's unnatural.
Need you in other ways. So hold on, because I didn't interrupt you. Okay. All right. Great. And by the way, you can call me Bo, because Boheme is not my name. My name is Boheme Noir. But since you can't pronounce Boheme Noir, you can just call me Bo. I just want to get that straight. Please get my name.
That's called a microaggression. I don't know if you know. But.
I apologize. No, it's not. I'm just saying there are a lot of, because it is French. It's called Boheme. It's not Boheme or Boheme. It is Boheme. So I just tell people to call me Bo. It's really not a microaggression, for real.
Yeah, that's called gaslighting right there.
But I was being a little shady. I will say that. So here's the thing. I get it. I do want a man, I do want to rely on a man. It's just hard to trust who that is. It is hard to trust who won't take advantage of that. That is why women make a big deal about not needing a man, because we don't want to need someone so much that we get taken advantage of. So it is important for men to realize that. It's not that we don't want you. It's not that we don't need you. We just don't need you in the ways that we're not looking at it the same. Is what I'm saying.
You need a man to be your best self. I think so.
Okay.
Does your man help you regulate
can have
your
that
emotions?
opinion. I think that you should be your best self before you even meet someone.
You can't be.
When you say that wants change all the time, when you meet someone who really knows who they are, they know who they want, and also wants change for everyone, men and women. All of us are changing constantly through life. You have to get someone who is self-aware enough that they can tell you when that change arrives so that you all can work through that. Everyone changes. All the wants change. But the thing that is never going to change when you find a woman or a man who knows exactly who they are is the fact that they're going to want you every day. They're going to choose you every single day. That's the thing that's not going to change.
Yeah. I think if you're really being responsible, you understand that when you get a partner, or I know these niggas don't like that word, when you get a spouse, right? Or somebody, whoever it is to go through life together with, at a certain point in your life, you may not have the same mental capacities that you have right now. You may not have the same physical capacities that you have right now. There may be something that happens inside of your life that causes you to be at the lowest point you'll ever be in life. And in that moment, you're going to have that person who you chose to go through life with to hold you up and to pick up where you can't. Maybe your mom dies. Maybe you can't answer the phone, but she can answer the phone for you. You know, maybe because some people they just go through a depression, they stop paying their bills and like things like that. You see so many people on drugs and they homeless now and all that type of stuff. A lot of those people didn't have somebody. So I prefer to operate like I need my woman, because we're gonna go through life together, and it's going to be a time where where right now, of course, I'm strong and I can do my thing, but one day I may need you even more than I need you right now. I may need 90 more % than I need right now. So, I think that's the whole thing about becoming one.
I personally would rather have a woman want me and desire me than need me. The whole need me thing is it almost makes it seem like I'm God or somebody. I'm not her heir. I'm not her food. I'm not all these things. It's way more fun and enjoyable to me when she has a desire for me than a need for me, because a need for me does not always mean enjoyment. It doesn't always mean happiness. And I know those are emotions, but what I'm saying is that need it just doesn't sound as enjoyable and as fun of a situation as a woman who has options because she's high caliber, but she decides or chooses to be with me. And that seems like a more pleasurable lifestyle for me than a woman that needs me, but she might not even be enjoying the relationship.
Like men need to go get prostate exams. I guarantee you, we don't want to do that shit. But
it's essential to you understanding your overall health, just as it's essential for me to be with the person that I want to be with.
Get them, Miss Pearl.
Right now, we just so I don't know if you all are familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We're like right there at the bottom. We're like steady going back and forth about physiological needs, right? And that's what we get hung up in. Nobody ever goes above that and starts to talk about safety needs. I need a man for safety and security, period. Love and belonging. I need my man for loving and belonging. I could love myself all day, but I have a human basic need for connection, for esteem, for self-actualization. When we keep talking this, I desire to be the best or the most seeking of my potential. You need other people. And that's not just anybody. I don't want just anybody around me. I need people who are essential and who are conducive to my success. So I don't want to go back and forth with the whole need, the want, that like it's it is what it is. Like, it could be subjective to you, but at the end of the day, we all know what it is. These are needs, and that definition doesn't change. It's the difference between a want, which is just a desire, right? And then there's a need, which is essential. It is essential. And I think that's what Hank was saying. It's essential. He's an essential part of his wife's life. It's just as simple. You could want somebody else there, but the quality of the experience will significantly change. So we can just come above the physiological, like, we know we need men to be protecting and providers. They're going to basically fulfill those physiological needs. Can we get away from that and just start to evolve and get a little bit higher on the pyramid, so we can really start to evolve and have conversations that lead past, because we can't even get past that. It's a physiological need for us to have air, water, food, shelter, clothing. We know that already. That's not what we're speaking about. I need a man, and I don't care how it makes someone else feel. You should feel the same way if you value a relationship and true connectedness, and you want to reach your self-actualization. That's realizing that who you are as a woman. I think that's what Oh Hell Yeah was saying, like, we're helpmates. But I ain't gonna keep going around in a circle. I'm gonna land my plane, but I feel like that's the argument that we're not getting away from. Like y'all said, you want to keep going back and forth about the need, the want, the desire, and those are just terms that you guys are really using synonymous. Like, just come on.
Hold on. We gotta get Naomi in there because she's had her hand raised. Go ahead, Naomi.
Okay, so this is where I think it's dangerous for women to sit here and only see men as a want and not the need of their man. And I know a lot of women don't agree with what I'm about to say, but the fact of the matter is, I need whoever my husband is. And the reason why is because of the fact that I need him. Not, listen, could I have another one? Probably. As far as statistics, you can actually see that most women are divorcing their husbands at an even higher rate because they just want another man, because their wants are fickle. They have no more reverence for husbands. They have no more honor for husbands because they look at how they can just get another one. So when I have my husband, I need him specifically. And it's not for what he'll buy me. It's not for all of these tangible things. I need him for him and how I serve him and how I'm called to be with him. Could I replicate it? Possibly. But why would I sit here and take a choice like that? I think if women keep looking at men, and that's where needs and wants come hand in hand with each other. The wants go with the needs. Yes, I want to get up. I want to serve you. I want to cook you dinner. I want to give you a blowy, every other day type of thing. Listen, I want to do those things. But the fact of the matter is, I could do that for another man. But because I need you and who you are, and I value who you are as my man, my husband, so then I need my specific husband, because my specific husband will love me the way that I need to be loved. I'll feel safe. I'll feel secure. He'll be able to know me emotionally, because we all know that men and women are different. I think we keep devaluing marriage and husbands. Women do. And I'm speaking for women. I think women keep devaluing husbands and men from what they're supposed to be. Men are called to be an authority, and women just don't want to follow anymore. So this is where your needs go hand in hand with your wants, because most women, when they start focusing on their wants, then their husbands who they first needed, they now become tasked for what they have to do. So now your husband is no longer I get to do these things. He's now I have to do these things, and it's a duty. And then she's tired of it. And then now she's already away from it. She don't want to do it no more. So what does she do? She divorces him. And this is where marriage, we've gone so far off the track, and we're using all these little words on everything. We don't just listen. Society today don't choose spouses anymore to choose them.
You still have to be up there. You're gonna get sick.
So, like when Miss Pearl was,
but that's the thing. But that's the thing. We need to stop seeing like we all have choices. But when did we stop humbling ourselves to stop looking past that and really appreciating the marriage or whatever who we have in front of us? Because when you begin to dismiss them with that mindset of, well, you know what, I just wanted you, I don't need you anymore. And then now you no longer have them. And now women are divorcing men at an even higher rate. And I'm not saying men don't do that to women, because I know I've seen it. But I'm speaking more on the women's side, because the divorce rate on why women are divorcing men is at an even astronomical high. And it saddens me.
Y'all are talking about the hierarchy of needs. One of the things that is pointed out is that most people don't even know what that is. So this conversation is never going to be centered around that. But one of so when we were saying that it's better for a woman to want a man, or I want my woman to want me, that's because I'm talking about from the second and third level. I don't need my woman to need me from the first level, which are going to be the food, water, shelter, all of that shit. But the protection, all that stuff, those are second and third needs, and a second and third level needs. That's why I say it's better for a woman to want her man because of those things. Because if she wants her man, it's because he can provide those things to her. So that's an incentive for her to choose him every day. But again, when you need something, there's an obligation behind it that can water down or discredit what your reasoning is for that, or for your attraction is for that person. When a woman wants you, she's going to choose you. There's no obligation there. She can choose a different man every day if she wants to. Right? So now let's say if a woman had 10 men that can meet her first, second, and third level needs, right? She has those men, which a lot of women do. They have multiple men that can do this. The one she chooses is the one that should feel the most special because she doesn't need him, because she's got 9 other niggas that can do that job. So when she chooses that one man, that's why just from following the logic chain, that's how you can see that wanting a man is better for a man than a woman that needs him.
So I'm gonna get some.
This is my biggest.
Do you mind if I get some pushback? Because I haven't spoke on this part yet, and I really want to get on it because I disagree with Willie. To be honest, everything else he agreed, I disagree with you, brother. And the reason why I disagree with you is because when women or men step out in their relationship because they wanted to, because there was somebody else that they desired. Usually, you hear the term "I needed some D." I needed some. You don't hear the term "I wanted some D." I wanted some. And I said something in the chat. It's so funny how we ask for what we want and we borrow for what we need. Jim Brown says we have a want problem. I'm going to repeat that. We ask for what we want, then borrow from what we need. So then we tie it back to the whole credit thing. That's why most people have bad credit. It's because they were borrowing for things that they needed. They used the money that they actually had. Instead of buying the thing that they needed, they bought what they wanted. Now they're borrowing, paying Peter to asking for Peter to pay back Paul to get the thing that they should have worked hard for in the first place. So I think it's a problem when we talk about, and maybe it's just my entrepreneurial background. Maybe it's just that whole thing where I'm a fan of E.T., him saying, the whole, you need it as bad as you got to breathe. Like you really, like, if you ain't treating your relationship, your marriage, as much as y'all might think I'm not excited about potentially being married one day, being with the right woman, you absolutely wrong. Yes, I made mistakes, but more so I learned lessons, and I was with the wrong people. It doesn't take away from my desire, the need that I need to be with a woman, the right person, so that way I can be my best self, even though I had to earn the right to even be at the position I'm at. So I get really what you're saying to a degree, but I will say that is the issue and the problem oftentimes when it comes to being successful. And successful is not just a financial aspect, it's successful in the relationships. People have this want thing, and that want changes, but yet when they step out, they say, well, I needed some dick. Like that, to me, that's a huge ass problem in our community.
Yeah, because they needed some dick more than they wanted to be faithful to their man. But yeah, so I'll use your point as an example, right? You said you're an entrepreneur, and I know that to be true about you. Would you rather your employees want their jobs or need them?
Right now, I would rather my employees
don't qualify it. Don't do that.
I would rather my employees need the job.
Exactly. So why do you want your employees to need the job?
I always tell them, you don't need me, you need these lessons. The money that I'm paying you, that ain't worth nothing to the stuff I'm teaching you. You need this work.
Let's be realistic for what most business owners want. They want their employees to need their jobs for. It's because when they need their jobs, they're going to show up and do the job that they are depending on them to do, so they can continue to earn the money they earn as the company owner. If you had employees who wanted your job, right, those employees are going to do better than the ones that need their job, because those are going to be the ones who don't mind working late. They go above and beyond to get the job done because they value the job. Those are the employees that actually is going to do more than what's asked for them and not just the bare minimum. So apply that to a woman. A woman who needs you is going to be like an employee that needs her job. A woman who wants you is like the employees who enjoy their job. The one who they don't need an alarm clock to get up. They just
you're making an assumption, Willie. It seems you're making an assumption that a person that needs something doesn't also desire and also isn't doesn't feel the fulfillment. That's a better word. You're assuming that a person that needs something doesn't feel fulfilled based on the thing that they're getting from that need, and therefore they're not going to be excited to deliver or execute on the thing that they are doing. And I
So
believe that's the wrong
I'll
perspective.
ask you. I'll put the question to you this way: do you believe that the majority of people have jobs they want or have jobs they need?
The majority of people have jobs that they want, or that they have jobs that they have jobs that they need.
Okay, so for example, Miss Pearl wants to be a teacher, right? She doesn't need to be a teacher. She could be doing a bunch of other things. Miss Pearl could be on OnlyFans. Miss Pearl could have been a lawyer. She could have done a lot of things that are going to make her a lot more money. But she clearly enjoys what she's doing because she's been there for so long. not using the fact that she's been there. Maybe she's like, okay, well, I'm here too long. I'm not doing that, right? I'm not going to discredit her like the fact she's an educator, because that's one of the most noble professions we have. But then now look at someone like Mont. Mont is a self-made man. The people that work for Mont, he needs them to need the opportunity he's given them, because they're going to be loyal to it, right? Because he has people who work for him on a transactional basis. Someone in your position, you have someone who works in you as far as the collaborative team or team-oriented basis, because what the objective for your company is. You want employees to want to be there, because those employees are going to be the more.
Damn, I was about to push back on that too. Pause.
I think the problem that we have is that we disagree on whether or not wants and needs are mutually exclusive. And there's an opinion, I think Naomi was expressing it earlier, how there really isn't. Wanting and needing a person is both, I believe, existing at a scale, such as everything that we want in life, right? There are things that you're willing to accept. You need a car, right? You may not get the car that you wanted, but you need a vehicle. The vehicle is the necessity, the object of necessity. A woman is an object of necessity, such as a man, right? You need the other person. When you're up, when they're down, you're up. You assist, you help, you do what you can, right? It's just part of being human. But in a relationship, we're probably the most complex creatures, because no other animal or kind of in existence has so many dynamics when it comes to a relationship. Think about it. How many different relationships have you been in before you decided to get married or what have you? You've had like countless, right? So you're constantly learning about new people that you haven't come across before. And what's familiar to us are people who we've been talking to for the past 15 to 20 years. Even though we've never thought of them as a partner or an interest, most people have at least more than 5 people have been in your life of the opposite sex or what have you. You may not have considered them as an option, but they probably are. Usually the best options are staring at us in the face, but we consistently reject it for some odd reason or another.
Yeah, I wanted to say that so I've had jobs before that I wanted and I didn't need. And I always made sure that everybody around me understood that I didn't need that job, right? And when I no longer wanted that job, I left. And I'm pretty sure it might be people on this panel that don't need their job. They just want it. And one day you're going to leave that job. And I bet you're not going to let nobody talk to you a certain way inside of that job, because remember that I don't have to be here, right? So that's always been my stance when I had jobs. My employees now, they need the job, but they also want the job, right? And that's what I really like, is that they take pride in going the extra mile, because they want the job and need the job. But if they just wanted the job, they would have much more leverage than I have in that situation, because I would probably need them to work, and they out here, they don't need the job, but I need you to work. So, I'll probably be in a disadvantaged position right there. So.
Okay, so this is my biggest pushback, Willie, with what you're saying. I understand the concept that you're attempting to apply, even when it comes down to employment. But one of the things that I've seen more and more on social media, and it's from men. Men say, well, this woman will be submissive to her employer who's paying her, but she won't be submissive to the employer, to her man. It's because she sees her employment as a need. So she's going to be submissive. She's going to she's going to do what she has to do for her employment, because she needs that check. It's a mindset. And so this is why I have that pushback on that, is because of the fact a woman has to have the mindset of the need for the man. Okay. Because if not, then she will injure him.
So question, just curious, right? If a woman like needs her man, it's because she doesn't have a choice. Like typically needs come from saying lack of options. Like it's why people have jobs that they need and don't want because they can't go get the jobs they want. Like and choosing someone is an act of freedom. Like you're taking your choice and choosing a person. You're spending that one choice on that person over and over and over and over again. So needs, like your needs fade as your situation changes. You may not need a man to provide protection for you once he's built you to a point where you can afford to pay someone for protection. So you no longer need him. You just, at that point, you're choosing him for his protection. So the fact that you're saying your wants, like the act of choosing someone that you want, that's not going to change. It means the exact same thing it does when you did it last year than when you do it in 10 years. That every day that person has chose you. Like I hear what y'all are trying to say, because again, we can break it through the Maslow's for Miss Pearl. We can just go from what you said. It's not really hard to understand how like there's obligation for that is born out of need or necessity.
So
I ask you a question, Willie. Would you rather a woman like Naomi or Miss Pearl who's saying that, yo, I don't care what you talking about. I need my man and I want my man. But they're saying, I don't care what you're talking about. I need my man. And they might not even have a man.
Right.
And they already saying they need a man. Right. Or would you prefer the woman who says, like Bo, who says, I don't need my man. I want my man. Which woman do you want?
So wait, so just to be clear, right? You're asking me which one do I want if I have to choose between the two? A woman who says she needs a man and wants a man, or a woman who just says she wants a man, right?
No. Let's just say a woman with Naomi's perspective or a woman with Bo's perspective.
I'm not, no disrespect to Naomi, but again, I understand. I want my woman to want to choose me every day. Like that's
and don't do it. Don't do that. I don't do that.
So I'm curious. Is the need? Is a woman saying that they need their man, not them wanting the man? Like, is that not the same thing?
Well, I think the question is, would you rather be wanted or needed? That's what we were talking about, and I said that I'd rather.
No, I've been listening. Me personally, I feel like I need my wife to need me. Like I feel like if we use a vehicle, right? You need gas in order to move the car. You can want gas all you want to, but you need gas to move the vehicle. The entire point of a marriage, a relationship, is for you two to move through life together, to go through the highs, the lows together. So in order to do that, to me, it seems like it's a necessity for us to need each other in order to get through those stages. Just like how Dope had mentioned earlier. If it gets to a point where I can't do something, I want to be able to feel comfortable enough knowing that my wife knows that I need her, or vice versa, her knowing that she needs me in order for us to get through, whatever we're getting through. And I think that it's also a piece of security as well, and safety, and knowing that this person needs me.
My wife will know that I choose her every day. My wife will know that everything that I choose to be to her is a conscientious decision I make every day. There is literally nothing on earth that I need my wife for other than companionship, reproduction, sexual access, and I'd say balance. If that was, you're saying, if I just wanted to give y'all something, there is nothing else that I need her for. Everything that I want her for is her femininity, her temperament, her personality, her company, her cooking skills, the way that she can make a house a home. Those are all things I want her for, but I don't need her for none of that shit. So, and for me choosing her every day, I understand that by me choosing her, it means that I have to protect, provide, lead, support, and build her up. I don't need to do any of that shit, but I'll choose to because I want her, and that's part of me wanting her means. I can't say, like, if I'm dating Miss Pearl, I can't say I want Miss Pearl and then not do the shit that she wants me to do, right? I can't. There's no way that I could make an argument to her like, I really do care about you, but I'm not doing shit for her. I'm not doing shit she asked me to do. I'm not doing shit that she wants me to do, and I'm not doing shit that she says she needs me to do. But me wanting her means that I'm going to have to demonstrate that. So that's what I do. I don't need my woman though. I don't need her. I want her, which is should mean way more to her than it does anybody else, or to, like, I'd say a man, because fuck, if I wanted to, I could go get from her from a million other women what I get from her, but I choose her every day. Out of the million women, I choose her every day to be the good guy too, to come home to, build for, to love, protect, and all the other shit for. So I mean, y'all got to put some respect on our choice.
That sounds like some R&B song, Willie. I mean, it sounds like the episode of Donald Glover when he's playing Michael Jackson. He was like, "I choose you. You're my sacrifice." Like, that's too much work, man. I gotta choose you every day. I gotta go through my phone. Beep, 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 let me see. Okay, I choose her again. Tomorrow, I choose her. That's too much work. When you building and you got stuff you gotta do, I don't got time to be going through mental gymnastics, choosing you. Listen, I chose you once. I need your ass. Get on the program. What are we doing here?
There is no
extra work. That's why you by yourself right now.
Get on the program.
There's no where you are. What other work is there to do when you choose somebody? Like, what we talking about?
Man. God damn. Bo, was that? Hold on. Time out. Fellas. Bo, was that necessary though, Bo?
Yes.
Was that really necessary for you to say it, man?
Let me tell you why, Hank. Let me tell you, it was just as much needed as many heifers as you thrown around on this panel. But I'm gonna tell you why I said it. The reason why I said it is because don't nobody want to put in that much work. That's too much. If that's too much, then that woman is not going to want you. If you are not going to put in the effort that it takes to let that woman know that you need her or want her every day, however you feel about that woman, then that is why you are alone. Because when you stop choosing that woman every day, that woman is going to stop feeling like you've chosen her every day. She's going to feel devalued, and she is not going to like you anymore because now I feel like you don't want me. That is why you are where you are. I don't know what to tell you. Like, in my opinion, I don't know what really happened. But when I hear a man say that, a woman gonna leave you every single time, because if you stop showing her effort, if you say that's too much, if that's too much, you need to be by yourself.
Okay, so who checks out of the relationship? Let's have a question. Who checks out of the relationship first?
EBD, hold on. But what you said, was that necessary for you to say that to him?
Yes. Like I said, as many times as you threw around heifer, that is how necessary it was.
She had another microaggression?
God damn.
If you got to be dramatic with the heifers, then I can be dramatic with what I just said. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, but you took a personal. See, I'm not talking about a heifer, and I wouldn't call it none of y'all personally saying.
Hey, Hank, some of your heifers should be personal though, bro.
It probably should be, but I'm just saying that was really personal. You took Maestro. She's available.
Who available? I'm not available.
Are you married?
I'm not available.
Yeah,
I ain't available.
Wow.
I'm not
available. So damn, Hank, you saying if a woman ain't married, she available?
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. You're not. If you're single, you're married. You're married. You're single.
That's the rule. That's why I keep mine locked in the closet. Okay, bet.
I know that's right, dog.
I'm gonna keep mine locked in the closet, chained to the bed, and with enough rope just to make it to the kitchen. All right.
Hey, I didn't mean to change the conversation. My bad. Y'all have at it. I'm watching my team lose.
Question to the fellas: Which perspective do you choose? Do you choose the woman with Bo's perspective, or do you choose the woman with Naomi's perspective?
I'm going with Bo's perspective, because if I want my woman and she wants me, that's more incentive for us to treat each other good and reciprocate each other on a continuous basis. I mean, the whole need thing, it kind of low key sounds like slavery. Now think about it conceptually. If she's able to maintain her identity where she doesn't need me, she can maintain her goals, her own self-worth, and then she chooses me, I just feel like she's in a better place mentally. She's in a better place mentally. And so I'd rather have a woman that's in a better place mentally and who chooses me, doesn't necessarily need me, and I don't need her. We just choose each other and have a good time. But the whole need thing, as time goes, when trouble comes, and see, that's a lot of times what happens when you get caught up in the whole need thing is when conflict arises. When conflict arises, then it's like the need starts to change. And then a lot of times one of the mates will find their needs in other places or figure out a way to fulfill that need on their own. And then the relationships is down the tubes. But when you actually choose a person and want a person and they want you, is more incentive for you all to work on your relationship and find ways to reciprocate and be good to each other.
So you compared it to slavery, dog? That's a little.
It seems like this argument is being based off of trauma. Like that's what it really sounds like. The underlying issue in the want versus need conversation is that we're basing this need off of trauma. If so, are we enslaved to? Do you feel that you are enslaved to eating or sleeping? Like these are things that your body needs in order to function at a high rate. You can go and you can eat the bare minimum, right? You can go in and cook chicken every day with no seasoning, rice, no seasoning, and it's boring. You don't enjoy it, none of that other shit, but it's a need. At the same time, you can spice this motherfucker up. You can broil it. You can barbecue it. You can grill. You can put it in the oven. Whatever. You can do all of these different things with this need, but it seems like we're engulfing this need of another person, something that we are put on this planet to do and to have. We're societal beings, so we need each other. So we're based. It seems like we're basing something that is supposed to be based in love off of trauma, and I get it, but I think that is just a damaging approach for us to take.
So I think it's kind of hard to put analogies on this because if you don't eat, you'll die. If I don't need a person, I can still live. So it's kind of hard to bring analogy. It's just very.
Have you ever seen a person that's in solitary confinement?
No, I haven't.
In their mental space once they come out of it.
Most people haven't.
You're talking about people in general, like actual contact with human beings. I'm talking about a mate.
Easy. Do you need a car?
I'm sorry.
Do you need a car?
Do I need a car?
Yeah.
No.
Do you think anybody needs a car?
No.
Do people on the panel think that anybody needs a car?
Yeah. It's required to go to work. It's needed every day.
A car is, even though in its most basic form, maybe it's not a real need, but it is a need. If you go to court, about your kids or something like that, and a car can play a part in the reason, one parent being more fit than the other, or one, needing more child support. Oh, I need a car to get the baby right. It is a need to some degree, right?
If it was a need, then Uber wouldn't be $1 billion industry.
Neither would taxis.
Yeah,
nobody needs a car.
Y'all oversimplifying it. Transportation is a need, and transportation isn't even because you can walk your ass.
Yeah, transportation is a need, but a car isn't.
You can walk.
A car is a method of transportation.
You just wake up a little bit early and walk to work. Honestly.
Hang on. Your needs vary by environment too. If you live in a metropolitan area with a bus and this and that, that's fine. But if you live in another area where none of that is available, a vehicle is necessary. I don't care if it's a horse. It's necessary to get from point A to point B just by your legs. No, in the modern day, 2025, even when you fill out a job application, they ask you, do you have reliable transportation to work? It is a necessity before even getting hired. So
I've never seen somebody ask for, do you have reliable transportation to get to work?
Yeah.
Reliable transportation is very
common. Reliable transportation is required for you to get to the job every day.
Postings that I've written, I've never made it one of my questions.
No, it's extremely common, Willie. I'm telling you.
It's common.
That's not the same. Exact verbiage is reliable transportation.
Is your business is digital though, Willie?
No, so yes, we're in cybersecurity, but you do realize that we have a billion, or buildings that we have to go to and sites that we have to actually go into. So the majority of the work will be remote, which I figure is one of the arguments someone's going to try and make. But when you have to go to see a client, you have to go to where that person is.
You have company vehicles?
But it's 100% on the majority of applications where they're asking if you have reliable transportation.
Cool. I just haven't seen it, dog. I'll take your word for it because you've seen it, and I know you to be a pretty honest guy.
Willie, do schools need air conditioning?
Yes.
They need it?
Yes.
No, kids learn better with it.
Do you know why schools need air conditioning?
They don't really know. Literally, they don't need it. Kids just learn better in a cooled environment. And
since a school's objective is to teach and educate children, they need to put those children in the best situation in order to accomplish that objective, which means they need air conditioning.
But based on the context that we're all using, they don't actually need it. It's just in a relationship, it is better for my woman to have me.
So real quick, are we trying to conflate relationship needs to the needs of school children?
School kids don't need air. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of kids in Africa that learn without air conditioning.
So real quick, I'm gonna ask you this question. I'm gonna shut my mouth. When you have a rental property, are you required by, I'd say, all 50 states to provide them with air conditioning?
Yeah, I'm not using the law as I'm not using the current laws on the book. No, I'm not. Remove the laws because we do know you have to
remove the law because we're not a lawless society.
No, in this conversation we have to remove the laws for the sake of this conversation. We're talking about needs.
Right, I'm not talking about moving the goalpost. I know you're watching the game, but you're moving this goalpost, brother. I know you're distracted.
It is a necessity for.
My goalpost is based in logic. My logic doesn't change.
But the reason that I'm saying remove the laws because that would have to relegate us to like Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Like all laws are different in different jurisdictions, or like outside of America, the laws are different everywhere.
But who cares about what we talk about American shit? We don't talk about what happened in France.
But I'm talking about in general relationships. In general,
even the relationships are still general to here. They're not general everywhere else.
Even to Dope's point, if we're or to your point, Willie, you need to have running water in order to lease out a home to someone.
He was talking about air conditioning, bro, not running water. Stick to
right, but I'm saying, but it's still a need though, and that's based off of the environment in which I'm assuming that he was getting to, the environment of where you can do these basic necessities, in which it'll be a habitable home.
No, running water is needed because it's a sanitary issue. It's a health and safety issue. It's not the same thing. That's why I said stick to the air conditioning.
We didn't always have running water, but somewhere along
we used to be slaves, bro, and now you can't walk around here calling people niggas.
We didn't always have running water, but at somewhere along the way in history, we made it a necessity for everyone to have. So just like electricity,
we didn't have cars.
Wait. Just like electricity, just like the internet, just like computers, like at somewhere along the way, as people evolve, our needs change based upon our environment. So things that we never had before, me being an 80s baby, we didn't have none of this shit. We played outside. We got scrapes. We
had air conditioning in 1983.
We didn't have none of this shit. So none of this is a
necessity. We had fans back then.
Wait. As time progresses, these things that were just once for businesses and large corporations, internet, Wi-Fi, all that crap, now all of us, if we went dark tomorrow, we all need it. Everything depends on this infrastructure in 2025. No, we didn't always need it, but now that we've evolved, we depend on it.
Hey, so Bo, watch this. So thank you for proving my point. And since you guys' needs change, that's why it's better to want something than to need it.
No, we don't need AC. We don't need air conditioning. We want that. We don't want to sit in the house.
Need AC. Sweating. How many of y'all can sleep when y'all are hot?
You're going to go to sleep. You just ain't going to go to sleep when you want to.
In the modern day era, people need AC.
No, we don't need it. We want it.
In the modern day era, people need AC. That's why. Wait. That's why everybody fucking has it.
Bro, it's too
everyone has AC because we need it.
Everybody don't have it.
Everything we have is because we need it.
No, we don't need AC.
Why does everyone have it?
You never. You don't think it's. You don't think it's.
Wait. Answer my question. Answer my question.
That's the thing.
Why does
everybody
everyone
doesn't
have it if we don't need it?
Your question is wrong because everybody doesn't have it, right?
Hold up. No. Answer my question. Why?
Everybody
if we don't
doesn't have
need
it.
something, why does everyone have access to it?
Everyone doesn't have it.
Everyone has access to AC.
Yeah, if you have the money to get an AC, you have. Yeah, if you have
money
access
or no money, the government will provide you an AC.
You don't have access to porn. We don't need. We don't need it. We don't need it. We all got access to it.
That's a terrible argument to make.
Well, the laws have changed. The laws have changed on adult access film and adult creation because not every state
Texas,
has it. So it's not a need anymore.
Okay, we have access to cigarettes. We got access. If the idea is that if we have access to it, we need it. That's a ridiculous position.
No, it isn't.
It's a ridiculous position.
No, it isn't.
It's very ridiculous.
So
hold on. Like a 900 on the www.ridiculousbullshit.com meter.
Real dope. What was the reason why you use that for an example? Well, because this one to keep on talking about air and water and all that bullshit.
I think that men and women are better together, right? I think that if we're using needs as like such a black and white type of you need food, like I think that men and women reach our potential together. I think that my woman is better with me. She'll never reach her potential without me. Which is the same thing with like kids have to eat breakfast maybe in school. It may be a law that they got to eat breakfast. They don't need no fucking breakfast. I don't need breakfast. They can eat at another point in the day, but they operate better to their potential when they eat breakfast and when they have AC, right? It makes them work better. It makes them they don't have to think about other things. They don't have to recruit their energy to worry about stupid shit or like, oh, I'm hot. Now I'm thinking about being hot instead of thinking about my work, right? So they're better off with it, but it's not a necessity in reality if we're being real.
In some places, the kids' only meals they get come from when they're at school. That's true for a lot of kids. But to your point, if you said that they need it to work better, they need the air conditioning to work better, and the school's job is to accomplish, getting them educated, then that's why you kind of prove my point that it's a need. Because if the school needs to provide those things to the kid to do their job, there's the need there.
Yeah, I don't think the school needs that to get the kids educated.
They do, because you say they do better. Like to your own language, you said they do better. If they did worse, do you think that school would be affected negatively?
If they did good enough, yeah.
No, if they did worse, do you think the school would be affected negatively? Yes or no?
Yeah, it would be affected negatively.
Okay, so then they need to do better. So they need to do the things that allow those kids to do better. There's the need. The need is inherent.
That's just because something affects you negatively doesn't mean that you need it. The other thing.
No, you literally just said it does, because the school needs it. The school needs to provide it for those kids to get the result that they need.
Oh, are you talking about like from a standpoint of hitting metrics and things like that?
Yes, that's what schools are for.
Oh no, so I disagree with you, because I think that goes back to like the law thing of, if you don't do this, we won't give you funding.
It's not a law thing, because there's not. I didn't say the school has a law to provide it. I said the school needs to provide it in order to do what they are charged to do. That is, the school's need is to educate students. The reason why they have to provide food and air conditioning for students is because it helps them achieve their need, which is all I'm arguing. It's very possible that a school can hit their baselines without having AC. I think so, because plenty of countries probably do it. When I was younger, we had fans. We didn't have ACs. They just blew around air. Like you can still learn without having an air conditioner.
Yeah, but you can't project your needs and your experience to everybody else that ain't you. Like,
I can.
There's not a bunch of like child clones of you who can handle like nothing but fans blowing in the air and then being able to get like a decent education. It doesn't work like that.
When did we start?
Your anecdotal experience does not get to cascade or dictate how everybody else should or shouldn't need something. Your own interpretation of need is relative only to your experience. We are talking in general. We are applying this rule to everybody who abides by that rule. A need is something that you usually use every single day you wake up.
Yeah, so I think it's safe to say that the vast majority of society, for the vast majority of the time society's been a thing, did not have air conditioning. How did we learn? How are we here?
Let's do this. How many of us right now need our phones? Can say that we can go a day without our phones? You can go a whole day without your phone. See, disingenuous as hell. My whole point is I can imagine.
How are they disingenuous because they didn't agree with you, bro?
No. Here's why they're disingenuous.
I'm asking him. That's a grown man. Let him answer his own question. I wasn't talking to you.
If you've done it,
Maestro, how are they disingenuous, sir? I'm asking you. You don't need a superhero to save you. I'm asking you, sir. How is it disingenuous because they didn't agree with you? In your words.
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead. I was asking you. I don't know why Nick was asking for you. I asked Maestro.
So my point is that
wait, real quick, why is your name Preem Prego, bro? I'm sorry, I just caught that. Like, what are we doing?
Preem Prego stands for premeditated pregnancy, reproductive.
Oh, bet.
Yeah. It's short. Cool. It's short. Premeditated pregnancy.
Fair. Okay. I was like, whoa.
Basically, for women who want to set niggas up. But my point is that my point is that I was getting to the fact that if we left our phones behind our car, I know for a fact every single person on this damn panel has felt anxiety when they've left their phone behind. That's a need when you're feeling anxiety to leave a physical device that you did not need 20, 30, 40 years ago. So
it's not a need. It's
everybody disingenuous in this panel.
It's a dependency. Because if I left my phone in the car, the anxiety I feel is, man, you know how much crypto access I have on my phone or how much my phone costs. So that's where my anxiety comes from. But as far as what the phone is meant for, like the communication standpoint, I could go 12 hours without having my phone. From a communication standpoint,
an hour, 12, 24, 48.
I'm not gonna hold you, but because I'm dependent on my device or my devices to carry out several major life functions that I have. Communication with my employees.
So are people not more important than the phone?
No, the communication is what's more important in my example. So EZ said he can go without it. EZ probably don't have employees or maybe kids that he has to track.
I do, but constant anything only.
No, I'm just in general. I'm just saying people who don't need to have their phones. Like kids when they go to school.
That's disingenuous. That's disingenuous.
Kids don't need their phone. That's why they take them from them.
That's disingenuous. In order to be a citizen.
I have a question. What does disingenuous mean to you? First,
you're not being completely truthful. You're making a bad faith argument. You're making a bad faith argument. Did that answer the question?
No, because if you're saying that disingenuous means you're not being truthful, then
I also said you're making a bad faith argument. Add the context to it. I said you're making a bad faith argument. That's disingenuous. Did I get that wrong?
It's not a. I'll go with your definition, but that's not what the word means. But I'm fine. I'm fine for the conversation. We're good. Go ahead.
So the reason why I'm saying that is because of the fact that we're talking about the phone, we're talking about anxiety, but we're also talking about what Black Dragon said, being able to fit in society. Our needs have changed. And this is why I would portray, I'm going to quote this right now. In 5 years, we're going to need AI. And if you don't have AI, you will be behind. You will be lacking things that you will be getting with it. Therefore, it will turn into a need. So society changes. We evolve, and in order for us to interact with society, and not be what they call cavemen or be people out in the wilderness, whatever the case is.
Hunter-gatherers.
Yeah. You have to use these new modern day tools, right? That can now become needs. Now we can argue, are people tools? That's a different argument. All I'm saying is it's the fact that we do need the woman needs the man, and anybody who says differently is being let me use the word. Make sure I use it right, Willie. Disingenuous. Is that
do kids need fathers? Do kids need fathers?
Absolutely.
You asking me that question? Yeah. Before you specifically, have you not seen these niggas that don't have daddies on this on these very panels? Absolutely, these kids need fathers.
Yeah. Now the kids need dads because they operate better with them and they have better results with them. However, if we're being all the way honest, the way that you guys want to take the conversation, they don't actually need them. You can grow up without them. You won't be optimally who you could have been, but you'll be alive and you'll be, a person, right? You'll be breathing.
So you don't need them to be alive or to survive. You need them to be a good person. No, so you have to add the context.
You need them to be the best person that you can be. You need a father.
What does that have to do with relationship?
Most cases.
Outcomes.
I think this is where the conversation is.
Outcomes.
I think your woman needs you to be the best person that she can, to be the best version of herself that she can be.
That sounds kind of demeaning, don't you think?
No.
And I've heard like 10 different analogies in the last half hour.
The need is mutual. The need is mutual. I mean, I know what you're talking about, like, hey, that's demeaning, but the need that he's talking about is mutual. Like when you're in a relationship, you're consistently choosing each other, and it has to be that way throughout the whole relationship.
You just said choosing.
Choosing. It's actively choosing every day because we make choices well, the difference between choosing every day is you still desire the person that you're pursuing and want to be with. If you're already in a established relationship, you're no longer competing. You're still out of the marketplace, and you still have your prize of your woman or your spouse who you're in a relationship with, but you still need to put in the effort to maintain it, because what happens is if one person stops choosing the other, that's when the conflict happens, and that's when one person wants to leave.
So do you stand with Bo or do you stand with Miss Pearl and Naomi?
Naomi, I was explaining that earlier.
Okay. The best analogy I've heard so far is the one that was given about the employees that need the job and the employees that want the job. And as someone who has employees and who has done interviews and who has seen the productivity after the fact when I've hired the person, it's always the ones, as was stated, who had the want, who was the better employee. And I think that's of every analogy that I've heard, that's the best connection I can see to a relationship.
Yeah.
And I know people in the chat were talking about me saying the word slavery. I was saying it's slavery for that woman if or the person who needs the other person it just sounds like slavery to me. I'm not saying that relationships is slavery, but I just want to make sure that's clear. But like I say, the best analogy I've heard so far was the one about employees that need the job versus wanting the job. And that's from my own, and maybe it's anecdotal, but from my experience, having been someone who's in an employer position for over 15 years in real estate, I have seen it come and go where employees, whether they're technicians or leasing people,
did they work for free?
Do the better job.
Did they work for free? Did they work for free?
The ones neither work for free, whether they need it.
So they need to. So did they work? So did they get the job and you didn't pay them any money?
The person who need it or want the job.
Did the person that you hired get the job and you didn't pay them any money? Did that happen?
Of course, I paid them. I paid
so then they needed to get paid, right? They needed the job, right?
The person that needed the job and wanted the job, they both got paid.
You can't make that delineation. That's
when have you ever worked a job that you didn't need?
You're just not wanting to listen.
Have you ever worked a job you didn't need?
Sure.
Yes.
What job was that?
I mean, I work in real estate. I flip houses. I'm a real estate agent.
Yeah.
So I've spent several years self-employed.
Yeah. But I'm talking about a job like working for somebody else. When you ever work for somebody else, you didn't need the job.
Yeah, I mean, I have a long work history. I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, I've worked a job where I didn't need a job, and I'll be honest with you, the jobs that I needed, I was not the best employee.
Okay, when the job that you didn't need, what happened to that one?
The job that I didn't need?
Yeah.
What happened to it?
Yeah, like what happened with that job and why'd you move on?
The job that I didn't need. Okay, you're talking about the job that I wanted.
The job you wanted but you didn't need that you had. You had a job that you wanted and didn't need.
I thought we were talking about wants or needs. Wants or needs.
You had a job before, you wanted that job, you didn't need that job. What happened to the job?
I have the job now because I want it.
Oh, so you're talking about your current job. You're not talking about something from the past.
No, what the example I gave is just my position in what I do right now, as far as having interviewed people and hired people, and my experience in dealing with employees who want the job versus those who got hired who needed the job. Because sometimes you're not always able to hire people who just want the job. I would prefer to hire strictly people who want the job, but sometimes the resume pool doesn't offer that. And so you just have to work with what you have.
So my question was, did you ever work a job that you wanted but you didn't need?
Yeah.
And excluding the one that you work right now.
Well, I've been in the industry I've been in now for 15 years. So I mean, I'd be going back a bit.
Yeah. So remember, when I say job, I mean working for somebody else, not yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I worked for the Marriott. I'll give an example. For several years, I really didn't need to do that.
You still got that company code, G, for those discounts on the rooms?
Oh my God!
Fuck
But
what y'all
even
talking
my
about.
want to have those
Wanted that job.
discounts was incentive for me to do a good job when I was at the Marriott.
Okay, so you wanted that job. What happened to that job?
Well, I got into something. Eventually, it became a point where I no longer wanted it, and so I went on to something else.
Stall them out, Debo.
And like I say, these analogies, it's very hard to conflate an analogy to relationships. But the one he gave is the best one I've heard. And I kind of feel where you're going with that. But
no, you just gave an answer.
But it's hard.
You said you no longer wanted the job. Okay.
So so my biggest thing is I keep talking about the mindset. That's what's most important about women and how feminism has harped it to the point to where we're now sitting here trying to figure out a woman's perspective. Because I understand what you're saying, Willie, but you're expecting a woman to want you the way that you would want a woman, and we are not the same. That's what it's coming across as. We are not the same. I truly believe, listen, I know a lot of women aren't going to like it, but I truly believe that women were created for men. The word of God is very clear. That's where I stand on. That's where I'm going to keep standing on. We were created for men, meaning we need a man. A man doesn't necessarily need us. God gave him dominion over the earth, and he didn't have a woman. But he said it's not good for man to be alone. And then he created Eve. So we need men. Men probably don't need women.
Don't make a mess.
But we need men. As a woman, it's a part of our purpose. And how were we created? To serve him, our husband. The problem is that most women in today's time see men as dispensable and interchangeable. And we see it time and time and time again. That's why they're divorcing them for whatever reason. Income, because he didn't treat her the right way, or he hurt her feelings, and the list is just go on, and it's getting so much more worse. And that's where we are at today. More and more women are feeling more and more entitled to just interchange men, which is leading to high body count, which is leading to disrespect. Women no longer have reverence. It's leading to a lot of different things that we're not even addressing. And we're all because we're saying, well, it's okay because she needs to not need him. She needs to just only want him. And a woman's mindset is not the same as a man's mindset. Time and time again, we see and hear men who are dutiful and obligated to their women. Women will lose their bodies and because of childbirth and whatnot. And then a man is still expected, he still has to show up. He still has to pay. He still has to provide. He still has to do all these things. Men have a duty and obligation to do all these things. And I'm simply saying that women also have a duty and obligation to do these things. But societal wise, we've gotten so far off to where now we don't hold women accountable to that same duty and obligation because, well, he's interchangeable. That to me, that not expecting a woman to have the same type of accountability and duty to the relationship to choose him, meaning that there's a need and a want, it's crazy to me. But perhaps I'm not understanding it the right way. My first language is Spanish, so a lo mejor no lo entiendo bien. So I'll end there.
The fact that it is the woman that has lost a sense of duty, and it is not both of us that have lost a sense of duty. See, that's the thing. When I speak for women, I'm just speaking for the other side. But I have an extremely balanced perspective about this whole situation. Let's not act like men don't need us as well in that way that you are talking about. Because if men didn't need us, then God wouldn't have created us for man. Boy, my brain was like
I don't speak on
melting
what men
over
need.
here
I don't
because
speak on
it
what
is
men
so
need. I'm not
crazy
that.
how I didn't interrupt you, and it's really crazy how you are coming in and interrupting me. So, as a society, we have gotten really far away from both of our duties as man and woman as it pertains to what we are supposed to be for each other. And so we are going to have to agree at some point about what those duties are, because we have lost a lot of our ways, because some people still believe in traditionalism, some people do not, and we just have to connect with the people that agree with what we agree with. None of it is wrong. None of what we believe and what we want for our lives is wrong. We just have to find those ones that believe the same things that we believe. It's just that simple. And trying to pigeonhole people into this one belief system in what you believe is true is really crazy, because we do live in a modern society. Traditional values are still extremely relevant for those who think that it's relevant. But we have both lost our sense of duties to each other. And we do need each other for certain things. This need that you all are talking about, and I'm speaking it into it in your terms, we do need each other, or we do need to want each other, whichever one you pick. But it's not one side or the other. There's no way that a man can walk through life and make life without a woman, and vice versa. We need each other for that. But everything else is subjective. However, but we're not putting this all on women. I speak out for women in these spaces because a lot of this is one-sided. And you all think that I am just for women being able to do whatever women want. I'm just trying to balance the conversation. I see it from both sides, though.
Hey, has OTC Robo finished doing his chores at home so he can get permission to get online and talk all this shit in the chat?
Some nasty work.
Like, come on, bro. Take out the trash, vacuum, sweep, clean the bathrooms, and I'm saying, fix her some soup, bro, so you can get on the panel.
Well, the fact that Bo says she's speaks for both people is crazy work. Sound good, Bo? I don't believe that at all. You just criticized this man and gave him hell and talk about that's why he deserved to be alone. How's that speaking for both people, man? Come on, man. Come on now.
That's not what I said, Hank. You know that's not what I said.
But what'd you say? Could you explain it? I'm listening.
I just said that's why you are where you are.
God damn. But you speak for both people.
I didn't say I speak for both people. I said I see it from both sides.
Okay, well, you say you see it from both sides. I misspoke. I'm sorry.
I can understand y'all's perspective. I understand what men are saying that they need, and I'm not telling you that you're wrong for what you believe or what you want in a woman. I never tell y'all that y'all are wrong for that, but also there are these particular types of women that believe these particular types of things. I'm saying that you are right, but I'm also saying that I and whoever else believes what they believe are not wrong. All of these things matter because we're all different people, is all I'm saying. I just see, I have a balanced perspective. I don't know what to tell you. I can't see it from one side.
Hey, Naomi, did you want to respond to anything Bo said?
So I'm not going to speak on men because I'm not a man, but I will speak on women. You know, if you want to have understanding, we can definitely have a conversation of understanding. I can definitely have that perspective that, you know, a lot of people don't believe in what I believe in, as far as even down to my religion, which is why my faith is a non-negotiable for me personally. But I will never sit here and sit like a lot of people think that I just always come in for women. Well, I'm a woman, and if I see a woman who's acting wrong and who is treating men as dispensable and no longer has reverence for him, I think so I use the word reverence because it's a deep, it's like a deep respect for him. And so that goes with my faith. But even that, if we remove religion out, because I think we have so many people now who don't believe in God and the universes and all kinds of other things, we can have a conversation about how women need to have respect for men. And they don't anymore. Not the way that they used to. The clip today is a perfect example on how many women actually are. They shame men. Listen, that's how the majority of women treat men. Well, you can't talk to me because you don't look like you have money. Who says that? You don't get to control, but you hear and see these women all the time on social media saying, but I want to be married. Okay, well then humble yourself. Now, I'm a little bit more passionate, but I'll stand 10 toes on what I said, because when I do say what I say, it's because I will address women. I won't address a man because I'm not a man. And I'm actually surrounded by plenty of men who actually will address a man in his point if he's incorrect, but that's not my place to. Men don't submit to women, no matter what anybody says. Now, that's what I believe.
See, a lot of my beliefs come from a place, because I know I'm new to this space. A lot of my beliefs come from a space from having been a father to two sons, being a father to two sons and two daughters. The youngest one's about to be adult. Everybody's about to be an adult. And my oldest ones are daughters. One has her bachelor's degree. She just got her RN and she's locked down. And my next child is finishing up her last year at in her degree. So that's where I just wouldn't want my daughter, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is where my thought process comes from on this topic. It's just from having been a father for the last 22 years.
Can I respond? Can I respond real quick? I mean, I want to respond real quick because Hink brought it up a couple of times, and I appreciate that because I was going to let it go. One of my stoicism to be the thing that actually was but I'm not going to talk directly to the person who I want to talk to. I want to talk to these other women out here and men. It's kind of funny that a person would say, look at the results. And once again, we don't equate each other the same way when it comes to those results. I think my results are pretty damn good. Just because I'm having to fight for my daughter in court, the fact that I even have the financial ability and the aptitude to be able to do it, that says results. The fact that I'm here cammed up right now, that says results. You can Google my name too, Maestro Stevens, that says results. So it's kind of funny how you or anyone else would say something like that, which is interesting, yet the results that you would have, just generalizing women and men out there, the results you have does not reflect the kind of person you are. Just because one has a perspective of something doesn't mean that they are evil or they messed up or they have some type of terrible history or terrible bad selection. So when we talk about the word results, I literally work in the results department. My business is about results. And it's funny when people talk about the results, they didn't get the results that as a man, we would want you as a woman to have. But I have the results as a woman you would want a man to have. And that's all I got to say about that.
Period.
Man, you had to make his point gay, but the period shit at the end of it.
Come on, Bruiser.
My bad. What's up? Y'all can hear
me?
Well,
what happened? Man, listen. Hold on. Bruiser, I'm glad you're here, big dog. But where the fuck is OTC Robo nigga? His thumb's been too tough in the chat today, man. We gotta get on I'm saying our resident crossing guard. Because he was talking too much shit in the chat. He called you weak. He said Hink wife was ugly. Like he was in here talking cold cash shit in the chat. And now he wanted him saying he got off work at 2:00, so he probably had to wait 45 minutes for a bus and then had a 35-minute walk home. And now he got to do his chores and shit, bro. Get your scary ass on this panel.
Like, his itinerary already got him cooked. He got to catch a bus. He got chores and shit. Already don't even qualify to be in a conversation with me. But anyways, on this topic, let me just see if I can add my 2 cents. I'm coming in from left field. I don't know exactly what y'all talking about. I didn't see no damn clip, but I did hear y'all talk about somebody's past or something like that. I think that's what the topic is about. And all I can say to the ladies listening is if you got a past, and I think we're talking about sexually for the most part, you just got a track record of poor decisions, own it. Wear it on your as a way to be vetted, because we need to see that. We need to know what you did. We don't want you to hide it. We don't want you to try to transform into something else, because like I said in the comments, that's just not working. No matter how hard you try to reinvent yourself. I just did a show about a woman trying to get baptized and be reborn again. It's just not working. All of the stuff that you did in your past is pouring through your future. So just own it. If you've been a bust down, if you've been giving Guac 3000 head, continue to do that. That's who you are. Don't try to change that. There's a God that's going to deal with you. I'm tired of women trying to reinvent themselves to this pure being later on whenever they start to come down out of their peak value. Just stop it. Just own up to your resume and present that and pitch. Take your best pitch, your best sales pitch. There's some guys out there that will deal with you. It might not be marriage. It might not be long term, but you're going to get something out of it. So why run away from your past? Just embrace it.
So are you telling women to embrace their wholeness?
Yeah, I mean, well, think about it like this. They indirectly they don't really have a choice. They're just trying to. It's a denial process that they're going through whenever they try to claim purity or some type of change of mentality. All of this stuff cannot be erased. It just can't. It shows up in the bedroom. It shows up in communication. It shows up in conflict resolution. It shows up in her preference whenever it's about selection. It doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. Show me a woman who completely made a complete transformation from her past to now, and none of the things that she had, or none of the trauma that she went through, none of the back shots that she liked a certain restaurant, none of that played into her future. She completely becomes unimpressionable, and she's fixated off of what she went through in the past, and she's making her decisions and judgment based off of what she experienced. So she just need to wear it. Some people just ain't gonna be able to, and that's the thing. That's how you differentiate and separate the women from the ones who are actually doing the right thing and making the choices. But if everybody want to try to transform into this pure woman, this pure being at the end of their peak, then now we got a group of men that's going to be confused. Like, no, I want who you really are. Don't try to transform, because it's just not working. It's not working, period. Oh, there go OTC, Will. You called it up.
How long before you just start making a bunch of nonsensical points real quick? Oh, he got the safety vest on.
Nigga, I told you I just got off work.
I'm
a PhD.
Get off work at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm a PhD. But I've been smoking and chilling since I got to the crib.
Mm-hmm. Bro, you breaking a Colt 45 on your drive home from work?
It's a Modelo. I'm a grown man and I work in a bull run factory, car. You know what I'm saying? You don't know how us regular men do out here when we actually putting in work for 12 hours. Your arms is real, weak and shit, but your stomach is big.
Yeah, my arms are weak and my stomach is big because I don't drink and drive from my factory job. All right, nigga.
I'm a PhD.
Mm-hmm. You smoking a blunt?
I'm living comfortable.
I'm
still living comfortable, Willie. Don't do that. You already know. I already told you. I'm saying don't do that.
OTC, is that a blunt? You smoking a blunt and drinking it? You done spent 12% of your pay already on your way to your vehicle.
Oh my God! Damn.
This nigga don't know about rationing. You know what I'm saying? He don't know how to save, put money to the side, plan it out for. You know what I'm saying?
His weed out.
Of course, him. He got no.
I know that's right, though. I know that's right, though.
You know what I'm saying?
I know that's right. You gotta rationate them joints.
Every pull of that blunt is an hour salary.
He don't know what it's like, man.
I came here.
You know what's the crazy thing about it, Robbo? I can't even get mad.
I'm young. I'm 28, so I still got some time. You like 40. You like so maybe when I'm your age, then you could talk shit to me. But right now,
I'm not gonna even listen. Bro, if you 28, man, hey, slow down, man. If you 28, bro, slow down, my boy.
You slow down, Biz. How many push-ups? Oh yeah, I forgot. I was about to get on your meatball head, but I forgot.
But OTC, Robbo,
slow down, boy.
I'm not mad at what you're doing. What makes me mad? I'm gonna tell you what makes me mad. It makes me mad is a lot of women actually flop to your type. A lot of women are chasing the bad boy types, and it's sad. So I know you don't got no shoulders or options. Huh?
I'm a gentleman. How could you label me as such? I'm saying I'm a gentleman to my stinker butts. You don't know what a bad boy is.
Talking about sneaker butts.
He said sneaker butts.
I'm not that.
God,
I'm not a
damn.
bad boy.
But you got me though. The woman to see the guy that got a Apple Watch, a pocket square, and some glasses on, walking down the street, getting ready to go to his software engineering job. But because he's short and look corny, she gonna look at you sitting in the car smoking the weed and drinking a Modelo and like, hey baby, how you doing?
Well, it don't help that I'm driving a Mercedes. That probably might not help, but at the same time, it's like,
oh, that's even better. Now you got the click magnet.
Shit, what kind of Mercedes you got?
What year is it?
Come on, it's a vintage. It's a vintage. It's a vintage.
There you go.
Relax.
That motherfucker. I was gonna say if it was a new one, he'd be struggling making them goddamn payments.
Hold on. At least I got the balls to fix my own car up. Niggas out here buying cars, taking them to the mechanic.
Motherfucker gonna be struggling making them payments.
Just like you take your wife to the therapist, huh? You don't know how to work them.
Hey, look, LTC, I ain't mad at you. I bet you that car paid off though, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So
that's all that matters.
You got about 400,000 miles on that motherfucker though.
That motherfucker's on the second engine.
Mercedes are very durable cars. First of all, don't even do that. And it's not that much. It's definitely not that much.
I don't have a car in my name. I don't have a vehicle, so I don't know.
I know that's right. OTC. I hear you, dog.
Huh? I don't have no cars in my name, G. No, hell no. Nope.
Okay. But ladies, but can y'all at least admit, out of all honesty, let's just do accountability test. Isn't this whenever y'all were young and dumb? Because I'm gonna just assume y'all smart now. Y'all probably would have went to the OTCs, Robos versus the Maestros. Is that true?
Why you gotta put it like that though?
Hold on, let them answer. Dumb? You don't even know how they're going to let them answer. When you was young and dumb, you would have went for the OTC versus a Maestro, right?
God
damn, no accountability.
No, I'm sorry, I am being accountable. My oldest son's father he's a Maestro. I mean,
you got a now named after you.
I was part of the OTC. I was the one that was smoking the fucking blunts and drinking and shit. I mean,
so you was Miss Pearl, you was a Pookie of the relationship. Is that what you're saying? You was a Pookie of the relationship?
Yeah, I was a Pookie of the relationship.
What is the Pookie version? Is it Chandrika? Is it
Pookie
version?
Yep, Swishes, and then what was it, Andre? And I was 17, so I was just
cigarette burn on your left hip.
No, I ain't doing no cigarettes.
You got butterfly tattoo.
You was a Sharkeisha.
Okay, so Darwin, listen.
You got a lower back tattoo?
Listen to me. You're the second guy that mentioned a butterfly tattoo. Now listen. I have
Darwin. That in the baby fat.
That's a part of the tattoo, but I had no idea that it was like this long-standing thing about women. Maybe if I would have known that
ain't know it was gonna age well, right?
I would have. I mean, I got it, but it's not because I'm one of those women. I don't even know. It was just you got a butterfly tattoo, and I was like, yes, because I like butterflies. They represent metamorphosis and transformation. It was like personal. It had nothing to do with. But I got it now. Everybody like, you got the butterfly
I'm not
tattoo.
Gonna even ask Bohemian.
So what is it?
One. She got tattoos. She got to have one on the lower back or on the hip. You got the whole hip done.
This like I thought I showed y'all already. It go a little lower than that, but yeah. I got a back tattoo. I got that when I was 18. I thought I was grown.
Naomi, what you got down there? You got that?
So I don't have a butterfly, but it's a tribal.
I was finna say tribal, but I ain't want you to hit me with discrimination policy.
No, sí, está bien. Okay. Okay, so I would say when I was younger, like, 16, 17, 18, but like my culture didn't allow me to like really elaborate into it, and so I got married very young to my ex-husband. So yeah, there's that.
That's what's up.
And then also I wanted to say, Bo, I just wanted to say I apologize for interrupting you. That was an emotional reaction. I'm working on that. So.
And also, first off, I do not have a tattoo on my back. Don't assume just because I have tattoos, I have a tattoo on my back. I didn't get my first tattoo until I was 27. Damn. I didn't get my second tattoo until I was 40. So don't do that to me.
Shit.
I do not have a tramp stamp. Thank you.
Oh, you called it a tramp stamp? See, I was holding back. Now,
that's what it's called. I don't know what to tell you. That's what they call it.
I don't take that as an attack.
I didn't get tattoos when I was young.
I'm not attacked. It's not a shoot that.
No, that was she. Know that wasn't against her.
She's using a
All
general
girls
term.
don't know what that is.
I'm not a tramp. I just was a young lady that got tattooed. But
yeah, no.
Say what y'all want.
Miss Pearl knows that was not against her. She knows that that's just something that they call.
No, I'm not a tramp.
The tattoos you got to worry about are the tramp stamps, and then like you're saying, I got a tummy tuck tattoo, scar covering tattoos, or the girls that got tattoos right above their coochie because it's trying to symbolize rebirth because they don't let a bunch of niggas in there.
Oh
like those are the 3 tattoos you got to look for in women. All the chest, like the Eve paw print tattoos and all that shit that we already know. The neck tattoos, all of that we already know them women. But you got to be looking for the ones that got the other ones because they'll tell you a whole lot about a person when you meet them. If they have those like typical promiscuous tattoos. Like we can't say Bo's tattoo is promiscuous. That's not. She got a fucking chest and arm. And
yeah,
Bo,
really, come on, man. You got the spirit of Bo with you today. Because I'm like, hell no, brother. I always agree with you, but this is the first time. It's like when you and Bo get along is a time that I do not agree with you on the first time in my life.
Like, Bo don't have Bo's tattoos ain't big like because they don't wear titties.
No, hell no.
You can't say it's a masculine
all
tattoo.
kinds of tattoos like that.
Her tattoos are
black for men. All that stuff. Stuff.
First of all, my tattoos are done by real artists. First off, all of my tattoos make a lot of sense. My tattoos look very good. Don't do that. I don't have cheap tattoos. The reason why I have this big thing on my chest was not because I wanted it. It was a cover up, and I had to get it because I didn't know that.
Oh, you put somebody's name on your titty?
I didn't like the original one, and it had to be covered up.
What you had to get covered up, Bo? Was somebody's name on your titty?
No, it was so it was like a rose, and then some other like tribal thing up here, like her arm tattoo is a part of the old one. I just didn't like it. It was my first one when I was 27. I didn't do a very good job at picking a tattoo artist, and I wanted to get it covered up. When I got some real money, I got it covered up. And so I met a real artist. I like art, so my body got art on it. Like I don't get tattoos just arbitrarily like, oh, it's a good day for a tattoo. No, like me and my artist dream up a tattoo and we like, cool, let's do it.
I ain't gonna lie. Is that a whole arm sleeve? Is that a whole arm sleeve?
No. I got a tribute to my son right here. And then all I did was add some leaves over here just because I wanted something.
I ain't gonna lie. When I first saw your tattoos, I thought maybe you had a Harley Davidson in the garage or some shit.
No,
you was giving me this biker girl.
No, I'm an artist.
I get it.
I feel.
But it's just saying like you just get on a bike and roll out or something like that.
I feel like it.
So you thought she was a bull dagger?
I got.
Look, Bohem, I'm gonna take that as an attack.
Why you keep trying to instigate, Don?
I came here to instigate.
I see. This motherfucker ain't shit.
Man, y'all stop coming for Bo. She been right.
Look at the homeless man.
The homeless man.
God damn. Motherfucker living in that goddamn 87 Mercedes.
Get him that like grease ball.
No, man, but for real though, man.
You called me a grease ball.
Tattoos are a red flag, man.
I know that's right.
It's funny that y'all try to defend this because, and I'm not picking on nobody specifically, but just tattoos in general. If you have too many of them, now yes, there's exceptions to rules. We say this all the time, but for y'all to sit up here and actually try to say that tattoos for a man when they have sleeves, the stamp tramp, the with the YN on the all kind of stuff. With any of those tattoos, if you a man, see, it's so funny. You talk about that credit score. So which one weighs more, the credit score or the tattoos?
The credit score. I can get your tattoos removed faster. I can fix your credit.
Come on, really? Really?
As a former credit repair specialist, yes. I'm telling you.
Oh, okay. So now you get to use your specialty. But when I talked about what I do for my company,
I didn't tell you not to use your specialty. I didn't have I support your specialty. I never wait. That's somebody else's point. You can argue with them. They didn't come from me, G. I didn't have shit to do. I know what your specialty is, and I support it. I didn't have no question. So no, that was the other nigga that was here. It wasn't me.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is that the tattoo is just another indication that she possibly could be someone that you may not want to have a relationship with. It shows her past and her history.
That's fair. That's all I was saying. And you was saying that I was agreeing with Bo. I just said because Bo, like using her as an example, her tattoos don't look masculine. A lot of these bitches, when they get their tattoos, they look masculine. I'll give you a personal story. I paid for my youngest son's mother to get a sleeve. And you know why I paid for it? Because I didn't give a fuck about her. I knew this wasn't going to be forever, and she wanted it, and it would shut her up, so I paid for it. And now she's running around as much. She's running around the DC area looking like a fucking nigga. And that's cool because she's no longer mine. She's just pretty. But once she takes, like, you see her body, you're like, oh, shit. You're like, oh, well. And I'm very, very transparent about it. I would have never paid for that if I thought that she was my forever person, because I don't want my woman running around as tattooed as I am. If you haven't noticed, I am heavily tattooed. So I do not want my woman to run around looking like a female version of me with a prettier face. Like, it's just
just to try to bring it back to the thing, like, ladies, don't y'all find it weird that a woman is asking people to forget her past? And she's shown proof that she's able to come up with the necessary funds to be able to pay for her digital footprint to be curated, or like to have stuff removed that may remind people of her past. Why? I guess the question is, why haven't she or people that want their past to be forgotten invested in getting somebody to curate their digital footprint?
The same reason girls who get BBLs only get their ass and titties done and not their face, because that shit's expensive.
Because that's not going to do nothing. She needs to change. Brittany Renner,
oh my God.
like Brittany Renner, Brittany Renner, one of them females, like, she's gotten what she's want from a lot of dudes for a long time. Even when she was able to pull PJ Washington, that wasn't enough, right? And now she's in a place to where the access to all these rich men that she had, they not looking at her the same as years back. So she's going to have to accept that, you know what I'm saying? If she wants to be with a man, she's not going to find no dudes out here that's just going to do whatever she want like she used to have. Like, men is waking up, man.
Well, let me tell you this, OTC. I don't think any change she can make is going to persuade any man that she's different, because we just saw proof. She just proved.
Yeah, she did the most.
She was more like a chameleon by changing.
She did the most
with the religious thing, and then
Kevin Gates,
back. So it would take a fool to really take on her new change and actually believe it's coming from some type of integrity or genuine place. So I think she kind of cooked on that.
Yeah, I want to add on that because that's a good point, and that shows how women will try to be like their man.
Oh my fucking God!
Right, like they'll try
to get your pistol
to when they really like that man. If he likes something, you know, they'll tag on to it and start being interested in it. That's what women do. You know what I'm saying? And she tried to do that, and then from my own observance, from what I seen, it looked like even the little clips that they tried to show like it was cute, he was really irritated with her that she was faking. She was faking. She was trying to, oh, I'm Muslim now, and she tried to tell the world, oh, I'm Muslim now. This is what I believe. But the world was fooled. But when you got the nigga that you wanted, he could see through what the world could.
Well, here's the thing, though. I think she filed for divorce. I think what's the dude name? Kevin Gates. I think he was totally fine with how She represented her. And I think somebody said in the comments, simps, the super simps, we got the super simps. The super simps know that she like that. They don't care. They rather be, they would be with her, continue to behave the way she is.
You're right. You're right.
They're gonna embrace it. It's not that those simps or anybody else is gonna say, "Oh, you need to change it to another person." No, they fine with, as long as they getting their needs met and they can be around a woman. They okay with her. It's always gonna be a group of men that's gonna be willing to take her on. I just don't think that I don't think there's gonna be a group of men that's gonna try to take her on with a new change mindset and expect her to be consistent with this new mindset. That's all.
No, I agree with you, but I disagree where you say like she doesn't need to change. Like she does need to change, because the reality of it is she got a predatory kind of mind state.
Well, the whole thing about this need to change thing, to just give you some more context, I'm under the impression, and I could be wrong, but it's just based off of my experience and my work, that these women can't. They just can't change. So what I'm trying to do, I heard you. So what I'm trying to do is push, just stop it. Just quit it. It's not working. It's literally not working. Just be yourself, be who you are. If that's the resume you got, just take your best pitch. All of these women that's trying to sit here and clean up some past trauma or whatever, I get it. You can go get healed. But a lot of this stuff is still going to pour into everything, all of the traits, all of the character attributes that goes forward to making you compatible for a relationship. There's just no way around it. Just take your best pick. That's it. Take your best pick. And a lot of these women that's trying to go through this facade or try to carry this try to mask themselves around this new identity, they actually suffer even more, because now they're trying to be something they're not. You done groom yourself and you done curated yourself into this being, this person. And it could be bad. It could be positive. But that's just who you are. And ain't no way of getting around it. It's going to come out whether you like it or not. And a lot of guys are equipping themselves with tools and mentalities to be able to detect this shit. And now they kind of walking away and they dealing with these women transactionally. And that's the game. Because ain't nobody putting themselves at risk marrying these women off of the facade that they came into this new being. They done went and sat in front of the church pews, and now they all holier than thou. They just not going for it, because these women they hit men with the bait and switch, and they reverting back. Once they get into comfort and they get what they want, they switch back to the same motherfucker. It ain't going nowhere. It's just suppress so they can get the outcome they want. And I'm like, stop fucking suppressing it. There's guys out here that'll take you on without you having to suppress it. You just got to pick the best one. Just take your best pick. There's some guys out there. And look, I'm not trying to be on the record just calling everybody simps. This is just their preference. You can call them a simp all you want. That's what they want. That's the outcome they want. I can't be mad at it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You right. And at the same time, it's like a twofold problem, because the women, you know what I'm saying, like they don't change because there's, like we mentioned earlier, there's other men out here that's simps. So like I've ran and this is why, you know, when I talk about this is why I don't even, to be honest with you, I don't be talking about women with a lot of other dudes, because I know that they really can't handle the conversation, because they'll try to flex like they get the baddest or they had the most women. And me, I'm really humble with it, but I just, because I've been true to this over time and I actually had to attract women, I'm not a pretty boy, and I really was in the streets, and then I turned my life around and started doing the right things. It's like it's impactful when I meet a woman. So I have a story. So I don't have to come at her on some shit like, oh, is you trying to fuck with this? I could just be like, hey, is you trying to smoke a chill? If she get a visual of me and she fuck with me, we gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? If she's not under no pressure. Everything is about attraction. And the women's not gonna listen to dudes that come up with, because this is the thing. I acknowledge too that women want a man with money. I get that. You want a rich man, but this is the problem with a lot of you rich niggas. You think that's all you need. And now you done lost her, because yeah, some of these bitches will sit here and pretend and act like, oh, you're providing, you're doing this. Yeah, I'm loyal, and then she cheating. And this is where all these divorces come through. Now these bitches talking about, oh, they're divorcing over irreparable differences. Irreconcilable. What's the shit called? Irreconcilable. I can't even. I don't know what the fuck the word is.
Oh my God!
I don't know what the fuck the word is. Excuse me.
Irreconcilable.
Yeah, irreconcilable.
Yeah. But that's not really like you would think it's some shit like, oh, he beating the shit out of her. He controlling and manipulating. You would think it would be everything that a narcissist is. But that's not why women is divorcing. You feel me? So, you know what I'm saying? I think it's some things that men can learn as well. It's not that you need to be a pookie, but the way that you attract women needs to be a little different. And it's like, I feel like when you can attract women through when you've been through trials and tribulations, then you can guide her better. Because if you ain't been through nothing, if you can't tell her about how a time you was backstabbed, how you gonna prevent her from being backstabbed? How you gonna be able to see through anything around her if you can't even acknowledge when somebody is fake smiling in your face? Like, and this is where the real protection come from. Yeah, you gotta have money, but you gotta be able to read people too. And that's another big reason why a lot of these marriages is falling apart. Niggas wanna, oh, I got the money, I got this, I got the name. And then look what weirdo nigga did. Oh, Google me. Oh, I'm sorry. Skedaddle. What the fuck? Nigga, so and then it's like you weird for even running away after that. So after she said that she won't Google you, you ain't even gonna keep going, you give up, huh? And this is what's wrong with a lot of you bitch ass excuse me. This was wrong with a lot of you niggas with money. Like, you would think that's just enough. Like, you don't gotta court her. You don't gotta, hey, how you doing? How was your day? What you doing later? Like, you think you don't gotta do that. Like, nigga, that's part of attraction. You can't skip it, no matter how much money you get.
Yeah, but OTC, you
like,
talk
so
about
it's like
that situation was when he first met that girl, though.
You said what?
You talk about after you've been in a relationship for a while. That's two different things, though.
That's the point. It's continuous, which was, and that hops off a point that Bo was saying earlier. It's like she do gotta feel like you still like her. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not your job she has to know that you with her, but that don't mean the compliments stop. You may not compliment her all the time. And I did want to push her back on that because, you know, it does get to a point where, oh, now you fiending, you want me to goddamn support your whole well-being and who you is. Like, a nigga still gotta be me, but at the same time, a man still gotta support his woman, encourage her when she got an idea, or if it's dumb, tell her. But if it's smart, then be her support. Like, it's all of that works together. It's not just a man control shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
she has to have her own
when,
mind too. And
but
if
OTC,
you
when
look back in the
you
day,
conflating two different things,
women
it's
had a
confusing
role.
it's confusing to the conversation, though, dog. You understand what you're doing, right?
Nah, well, I'm sorry. Explain it to me.
So when you was you conflating two different things. So you talking about, like that woman was talking about a minute. That's something different than what you're talking about now. So now you conflating them together, though. It makes it confusing.
Conflate what?
When you sit there and talk about a man, that man trying to pick up that woman, and he talking about he just quit doing it or quit pursuing her. You know what I'm saying? Then you start talking about, well, man needs to continue to do whatever he needs to do to get in order to get her. You know what I'm saying?
No,
that's two different things.
I see. No, I see what you said. Nah, it's like, no, I'm coming from the perspective, like, because if with me, I attract women, right? So, like, I don't want to say I peacock, but I'm a different kind of nigga. So, like, I see the attraction, then I pounce. In this situation, this sounds like, dude, he got money, he seen her, oh, I want her. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, and if that's the situation and you see her, you want her, then that was a weak approach. I'm not saying that he should have did the most. I'm not saying that he said, oh, let's go to Roof Chris. I'm saying that he could have approached her after his questions and been like, okay, well, what are you doing later? Do you want to see a movie? Do you want to chill at the crib, watch? Now, like, he could have did that, but to go and say, Google me, bro, that's weak.
Bro,
and that might have worked in the years, but in the past, bro. But bitches, a lot of women dealt with a lot of rich dudes. That's not enough. They don't care if you got money. And that's just the truth, bro. I didn't have sex with women that I ain't gonna lie, not on purpose, but they was dealing with men that had way more money than me. But they was fucking me though.
Did you say they don't care? You don't have money? Did you say you don't care if you have money?
You said what?
Did you just said? I just want to make sure I heard you clearly. Did you say they don't care if you have money?
No. I said Yeah, I did say that, but in regards, you can't cut it off, right? They don't care if you have money if you also don't have the character.
Man,
right?
what? Okay, let's. Okay, so do you think women could? Do you think women are a good judge of character? Yes or no?
You know what? I really think they, and it's going to sound counterintuitive, but I think they do. I think they choose wrong on purpose.
Oh, OTC, come on, man. All right, so
I'm not
it was
gonna.
it was a rhetorical question. To be
I'm
honest with you,
gonna keep it a band
it was
with
a
you, bro.
rhetorical question, sir. And the
I'm
reason why I
keeping it
say
a
is
band with you, bro.
because the reason why I say that because you just said that they had a character, like they can't even judge character. So why would you put that onus, that responsibility on them, where we all sat here and said multiple times on the panel
Because
that
women are not children, and they have their autonomous beings, and women can
okay,
demonstrate that they.
we get that. I get that.
Okay,
I mean,
then. So that's
we're all
why.
humans. We're all humans. But
Okay,
I think
then.
that to your point, I
So
think what you're missing, because you said you are 28. I'm 38. I believe other men are here are older than me, and I still got so much more to learn. I'm a lifelong learner, but I can definitely tell you there's a difference between the age of 28 and 38 in terms of mentality, especially when you have to.
there's plenty of people that's older than you that's dumber than you. So that's a moot point. But go
I
ahead.
agree. I teach these people across the world. So I agree with you. So to my point is that you have to actually understand there's times where you need to isolate yourself and you need to grow. And oftentimes in our 20s, we're not going through that period of understanding that I need to isolate myself and I need to grow. So that way I can have a different perspective. Now, why would I say that? Because I'm telling you, I was what the term is called, and I'm not going to reveal anything else. But bro, I've been broke for a long time. Like you think I look like I learned to cut my own hair. That's why my hair is cut every time I get on the Lapeef network. So y'all wouldn't say this nigga got a lot of hair and shit. You know what I'm saying? I just learned how to change a tire a couple years ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real with you. I'm keeping it all the way funky with you. I never needed to do it.
So cut
I had
my
to learn how to
hair
do a
off,
lot of things.
and then I guess I'll be this adult, more mature, this more.
No. All I'm saying is because we had the conversation in the back chat one day, about a month or so ago privately. So I gave you your piece. I gave you your props. All I'm saying is that once you get to this next level, which I believe that you can get to in the next 10 years, you're going to have a different perspective. You're not going to be saying from the perspective, well, I don't need no money, or it's just the money and this and that. Because in order to become a leader, in order to become that top person, you don't have other people tell you what you are and what you're not. Marcus Aurelius had a person who whispers, "You're just a man." He ain't need that, but he had that happen to him. When you are a man and you are a leader, yes, you do speak on. You can Google me, or you can look me up, or you can do that. Now, maybe not at the right time. That wasn't the right time to say that. But as a man, you do say shit like, "No, I'm that nigga," or "I'm the shit."
I'm not saying that was wrong.
How you say it and when you say it, it gives context. But you just don't say. I think it's a cop out. I think it's a cop out when men are saying, "No, man, he shouldn't say this or he shouldn't say that." You can't say that if you ain't never been a real leader before. That's all I'm saying. Because you gotta talk highly about yourself in order to be in that position.
Can I get in here?
Hold on. Do you think the streets comes with leadership? Let me ask you that, because I know y'all hate the streets. You think that comes with leadership? You think that you pick up any qualities from the streets, being around niggas like that, having to be in an environment where niggas is low tempered? Like, do you think you gain some leadership from that? What do you think? What do you think about that?
No.
You think no?
Fuck no. You don't gain anything positive from being around low bottom of the barrel people, low emotional intelligence people.
So why is one of the richest? I might add, he on some devious shit, but he wanted to be a street nigga. He was in the streets. Everything.
So OTC, you made that statement. What do you think you get from being a street dude? What type of things do you learn?
I'll tell you. When I first, because
hold on, old hell.
When I was a young nigga, my pops was already in the streets and he was already in tune with a lot of shit. All right. So when he would be certain places and I would be with him, I would see what it was like when niggas are around him. And when I grew up, because I didn't grow up with my dad, he lived in a different state. I told y'all I had a stepdad. That was early. I don't know if people heard that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, so I had to protect my mom, right? So I'm saying all that to say, where the fuck was I going with that?
Oh shit.
You supposed to be talking about what did you learn from being in the streets?
Oh yeah, okay, boom.
See, it's some left-hand cigarettes.
I'm back. So I feel like when I was in the streets, like I learned a lot about people. I learned you gotta have a certain test of character. You gotta have a certain nerve. Like capacity, my nigga. You can't be frail. You can't be weak. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then on top of that, it's like, it's the most important situations in the streets is when you stand up. And this is what don't get talked about. Like, it's plenty of other niggas running around doing the wrong shit. But when you actually stand on some principle, like, that's some type shit that'll memorialize you. I'm not talking about just wronging somebody because they did something to you. I'm talking about, like, somebody did something to your moms, your peoples, and you like, oh, we had enough. Somebody then they taking your friends out, and you like, okay, this is over with. Now I'm saying those type of situations, I can't sit here and act like those people are evil. And this is what we don't acknowledge about the streets, the people that stand up. So you think that
So-
everybody that killed is just this piece of shit scum, and you don't know that when people is killing other people, that some people is gonna pick up guns and protect themselves. Right?
Okay, so
Whether they
you
got
feel
a
like
felony or not.
you couldn't learn those same lessons by not being in the street. Everything the examples you gave, a square dude can learn those same lessons, right? You realize that, right?
I agree. But I feel like a lot of them not being taught those lessons.
So if you agree with that, I got you. If you agree with that, why would you? I got you. If you agree with that, why would you take them penitentiaries, do street shit, dude, and take them chances on messing up your future or you losing your life?
Now you can't address my past as if I'm doing that now because I've been got out the street.
No, I'm not saying I'm not doing that. But what you just sit there and said,
what I'm doing.
But what you sit there and said, you're uplifting and praising street dudes like they're learning life lessons that you can't learn in the square dude can't learn the same life lessons.
I already said that they can learn these lessons without.
I know you said it, but you made it sound like you was glorifying being a street dude. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. You want to talk when I talk? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Now I'm saying my solution. These young boys don't gotta go to the streets to learn this type of grit. All they need to do is there's always first of all, there need to be more rec centers. There need to be more rec centers where the kids can go as they growing up around all the hoods. You know what I'm saying? So them kids got something to do with their spare time. Number two, and even if it's a square kid, they need to be going to some kind of not military school, but they need to taught how to deal with weapons. You know what I'm saying? How to wield responsibly. You know what I'm saying? They need to be taught how to do these things. And this will increase, you know what I'm saying, all of these men with their lack of insecurity. Because, I ain't gonna lie. It is a lack of insecurity in a lot of these dudes, especially these ones that got a lot of money because they know they can't fight. You got a lot of money, you're not a fighter, and you got a whole bunch of problems with people that ever had a fight in their life and people like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be fair on all points of the board. You know what I'm saying? So, like, this is the reality of things, and if we really want to touch these issues and get, like, these things fixed, we gotta work together. It's the same thing with the women. The women, it's a lot of, from the women that I've come across, and I've dealt with a lot of women, they usually have multiple dudes, but they separate their time. Or if I want to come, if they want to see me there, it's like they separate the time. They make it important because they want to see me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that a nigga is comfortable with being a side dude, because Naomi said that before, so I got to point that out, and I just remembered.
Jesus Christ. My man, you all over the place, dog.
Let me finish.
No, shut up, dog. You all over the place, dog. You can't even stay focused on one topic.
Anyway,
you were sitting there glorifying. So why? Let me ask you this, OTC. Let me ask you this. Why are you over glorifying street life if that's not what you about? Or that's what you do. But you gonna sit there and say you sit there and make a statement. Every young man needs to have gun training. Every young man don't need to have. You did, dog. You was bragging about it. When you're bragging about it, that's you glorifying it, brother.
That's what I was doing. I was offering the solution for it. You ain't even. I forgot.
No, dog, because you all over the place, dog.
But I already offered.
And you eventually got to land the plane.
I already said it.
OTC, you eventually got to land the plane, brother.
They need to learn.
Go ahead, man. You just want to ramble.
They need to learn how to fight. You know what I'm saying? If they learn how to fight, they learn weapon training. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have the confidence that they need to work through life, instead of being like a lot of these bitch ass old niggas that the way that they excelled in life is they gossiped. That's what they did. They act like women. That's how a lot of these dudes, they sat there and talked behind the scenes. Oh, you better not work with him. You better not give him. Oh, you was thinking about working with him? You better not do it. You can't trust him.
OTC, you gotta land the plane eventually, though.
No, we don't need no more of those bitch ass old niggas. We need the young niggas to grow up with some heart. You know what I'm saying?
Right
With some
on.
real
God
skin on
damn.
their bones, be able to tell and have discernment from the real and the fake. All right, and we
So
can, and that's what we
you
need.
gotta land
And
the plane,
I'm gonna land it there.
OTC. Good,
That's what
thank
we
you.
need. I'm gonna land it there.
So what you was talking about, you was glorifying the street life. You was bragging
No, I
about it.
wasn't. I just offered a solution. I
I
said
got
they
you.
don't need
Yeah,
to
you
go
offered
through
a
the street
solution
life.
after
They
you was
can
bragging about the
learn how
street
to
life.
fight. They can be in
I
fighting
got you, man.
camps.
Okay,
They can
I don't
take up
need you. I don't need you to co-sign.
boxing,
I got you,
Muay
brother. My credit
Thai,
good.
and then
I
they can
got you,
have
dog.
weapon
I got you,
training.
dog. I got you, man. But I
Okay
thought you
then.
landed a plane,
Okay
so that
then.
means you
Okay
got
then.
to
Don't act like I didn't
stop
offer a
talking.
solution.
You offered
They don't
a
have to go
solution
through the
after you
streets.
glorified the
They
street
don't
life.
have to get locked up. No, I
You
said what
offer.
I was talking about my life. Just because I'm speaking on my experiences doesn't mean I'm glorifying shit. And that'd
No,
be
you
another
said they
problem.
said
Hold on,
young men
that'd be
need. You
another
said
problem
young men need to be
where
going to gun
because you
training
was getting
and all that. What do you?
you was one of the
What
niggas
is
that
it?
got bullied in class and you kept
You're
your
right.
motherfucking mouth
Everything
shut.
you saying is right,
And
OTC.
and when a nigga and
Everything you saying is factual.
everybody that
You're
was
right.
joking in
Everything
class,
you
you the
saying
one,
right.
hey, why y'all keep laughing? Why y'all keep laughing?
Go ahead, man. I'm gonna let you get it
That's
off,
what you
brother.
was, nigga. And that's why you
This
sit
is
here
your outlet.
and you
This is
acting
your
like
outlet,
that,
brother.
my
Go ahead
nigga.
and get it
Just
off.
be you. Just be
Go ahead
you.
and get it off, brother.
You not, you know what
You
I'm
had a
saying? You
hard
got
day
your
at
deep
work. Didn't
voice,
nobody listen to
but you
your ass
still
at
a little
work.
kid.
So now you got a place
You still a
to
little kid. You
release.
still
No,
little
Maestro,
Let
where
it
you get
all
that
out, brother.
mic?
you still little Hink on the inside.
Yeah, I got you. A little hink on the inside. I got you.
But hey, yo, Hank, on some real shit, bro, it is a lot of lessons that you can learn from the streets.
Okay, now another man glorifying the street. Go ahead. What's your
It's
thought
not
on it then?
glorifying. It's just
Go,
what it
no,
is now.
OTC. I'm talking to. Oh hell no. Go ahead, brother.
I ain't
Go ahead.
glorifying nothing. I'm just telling you what it is. Have you ever been in the streets?
No, sir. Go ahead.
Then you wouldn't know nothing about this.
I'm glad I don't. Go
boy,
ahead.
man.
I'm listening. I mean, it's nothing to brag about. See, that's what I'm talking about. Glorifying. When you bragging about this shit, you're glorifying it. But y'all telling me y'all not doing that. But go ahead, hell no.
I was not bragging.
Bro, I'm not bragging.
Hold on.
I'm not glorifying, because if I was bragging, I could come on here and tell you exactly what I got from it. I ain't telling you.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Exactly.
Go ahead, man.
It is lessons that you can learn from it. That's all I'm trying to say, bro.
So what? Okay, and so OT couldn't answer the question for me. Maybe you can. What lessons did you learn? No, you didn't, brother. Oh hell no. What lessons did you learn from it, brother?
Emotional intelligence.
You learned emotional intelligence from the streets.
Yes.
No. Oh hell no. You said you learned emotional lessons from the street. Is that what you're saying?
Learn how to fight.
Yes.
OTC, let the man talk, man. Calm down, brother.
Listen.
Oh hell no. So I want to reiterate again. You said you learned emotional intelligence from the streets. Is that what you said?
Yes. Hold on. But
okay,
let me
what else?
elaborate. Let me elaborate.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I grew up a very, very angry person. I ran around shooting people in real life like it was Call of Duty. Like now that I'm 40, I learned like, yo, bro, you can't just always go off the deep end and be ready to pop niggas and tie them up and do whatever to people. Like, bro, like I've been convicted of this shit. I got homicides in my jacket and all. Like, I'm telling you exactly what it is. Like, I was an angry individual. Now, me up here sitting there
allegedly, I don't want to be caught up in nobody's court cases, man. I don't want to be summoned.
He said he was already convicted. So
yeah, he said he was convicted.
Okay. So hold on. So you're saying that streets taught you that you can't. So you're saying the streets taught you that you can't just.
That I can't be running around.
No, he said the streets taught him real dope. He said the streets taught him emotional intelligence. That's where we're at now.
So I can't just be running around off of emotion, anger. Okay. That is an emotion. Whether anybody.
I'm sorry.
Me to regulate my anger. Hey, yo, bro.
Let him finish, though. Let him finish.
It's consequences that come with this shit. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I learned a lot about business in the streets. Like, it's a whole bunch you can learn. You can learn how to decipher bullshit. Like, every day I be hearing people on all type of panels and podcasts and shit talking straight bullshit, bro. I've sold pussy. Nobody up here on this panel have sold no pussy in their life.
Do you know how many hoes we've had on this panel before?
Have you? That's not what I said.
You said nobody else up here sold pussy. Do you know how many hoes we've had on the panel that sell pussy?
fellas, how many of y'all have sold some pussy?
I had a
And
father growing up, bro, so I'd have to do none of this shit.
zero. Okay. Now, I know a lot about women, shit that I can't even
Respectfully,
get
I don't do
into
that.
on
King.
YouTube.
Well, you ain't never sold pussy. You managed
Wait,
people. So
yeah, I was about to say
sold.
you got a coach to sell. Like how that work?
you managed
No.
the product.
It's 2025, Biz. I wouldn't put it past them. It's
Hey,
2025.
What are we talking about right now? And this whole point is
Nothing.
just
We're talking
What
about
I'm
nothing,
saying,
Will.
but
We
all this
allowing
whole
these
topic is
brothers.
dumb.
it is
No,
things that
we
you
allowing
learn
these
from
brothers
school.
to speak on learning leadership in the streets. And so he
Man,
said emotional intelligence
who the fuck has
was
to do that?
oh hell no, said he learned emotional intelligence. Shout out to that brother for learning emotional intelligence out in the streets. OTC said he learned how to be a leader out in the streets. That's what we're learning today. So I just wanted these brothers to get the opportunity to express himself. He learned how to sell pussy in the goddamn streets, and OTC learned other things.
I want.
But what was
at
all
the end of the
sure
day, what bro
that a
said,
square dude can't learn
the
these same
overall
lessons.
message, because Hank is
I
not
got
gonna
you,
mess up the
OTC, man.
message.
I
He
got you,
not
man.
gonna mess
Come
up the
on, brother.
message. So
Hey,
young
Hank,
boys, we went
I'm
through all that
I'm sitting there
bullshit,
saying
right?
this
We
though.
made the wrong decisions.
I got you. Okay,
Now
so
you
shout out
don't
for
have
being
to make
accountable,
those
brother.
decisions
Shout out
no
to you for
more.
being
We know
accountable,
better.
brother.
He can't
Shout
tell
out to you for being
not to
accountable.
jump
But
in
let
his
me
face.
ask you
You know
this.
why?
Oh hell no.
Because
Let me
if you
ask you
won't
this
listen
though,
to him
brother.
because he's
Do
never
you
been
feel like
in it.
that you could have learned these same
Guess what?
lessons
Now
somewhere
he gonna
else
talk at
other
the
than the
same time as
streets?
me. Now
Hit
I
the
can't
mute
barely
button
hear
on
you,
that
Brody.
boy.
I wish you could, but OTC still talking.
Repeat that for me one more time.
Oh hell no. Let me ask you this question. Do you feel like you could have learned these same lessons that you learned, besides selling pussy, of course, that you could have learned these same lessons not being in the streets?
No.
You don't think you could? Okay, cool.
No.
All right, I wanted to.
Hold on. Let me finish my answer. I gave you the answer. Let me qualify it. Because
okay, go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
How the saying go, like anything worth keeping is worth fighting for. My life is worth keeping. It's the struggles of my yesterday that define who I is today. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I couldn't have learned it. I couldn't have got as much value from it as I did right as I ended up gaining, if that makes sense. Like, for instance, my first case was a homicide. I beat it, overturned it, and all that. So we in the clear. We ain't got nothing to worry about. So, but while I was down the county, I gravitated to the old men, like, and they was giving me game. Like, when I was on the street, I didn't have no old heads. I used to beef with them. So when I finally got down there and I got a chance to sit and park and it ain't nothing I could do about my situation, I learned a lot. 12, 13, 14, fighting homicide down here with all these grown men giving me all type of game.
Excuse me.
No, yeah, I wanted to
a lot of these dudes, they can't tell you nothing about girls. They're the ones getting used. Look at all the guys who they call incels. They're the ones getting used. That square dude. So you telling me that incel square dude, he could take he could have learned the lesson, or from not being in the streets? Clearly, he didn't learn the lesson because his dick dry as hell. He ain't getting no hoes.
Yeah, I want to get in there after him. Let me. So I understand the point that I think they're trying to make, at least how I interpret it, and a lot of people make this point, but where I will push back on it is the things that you learned from going to prison or wherever you were and learning from the old heads are things that you should have learned from male leadership just in general, without such high stakes. So I understand that you can learn anything from anything. Like when I used to do my thing, I learned a little bit about business from doing that. But because I'm just that type of person that learned from everything. Most people in the streets, I would argue, don't learn from what they go through. And I think it takes a long period of time, because whenever you do something illegitimately, it takes you a long time to learn from it. It took me. I didn't study for my driver's test. I just did it till I passed. That was my mindset. I took it 4 times and eventually I passed on the 4th time. I said, yeah, I wasn't going to study for it, but I passed it. But it took me 4 times. And I think when we do things illegit, like I remember the first time I sold weed, right? My homie told me, he said, yo, this is what you gonna do. You gonna put it in the freezer to preserve it or whatever. And he was just giving me a little bit of game. So me, I'm a little bit smarter, so I like to research things. I research it. And when I look it up, it say the last thing you ever want. It say the last thing that you ever want to do is put weed in the freezer because it breaks off the trichomes, right? So that taught me a valuable lesson of like, oh, these niggas is stupid. They making it up as they go. Okay, so like I kind of like operated from there, and I just learned that like, yo, most of these niggas don't know what they're doing. Most of these niggas don't know how to shoot guns properly. Most of them don't know how to fight properly. If you line up most street niggas against people who know how to do certain things, yeah, they're gonna beat up a square nigga who never been in a fight. A street nigga not gonna beat up no nigga who know how to fight. A street nigga not gonna outshoot nobody who know how to shoot. Right?
Street niggas tend to just all they are is just emotional versions of the mothers that are raising them. That's why they can't. That's why they're emotional. That's why they lash out. That's why they want to shoot instead of fight, because they're just as emotional regulated as the women that raised them. 99.9%
did you not hear
the street niggas that applies to?
Willie,
did you not hear that they learned their leadership and emotional intelligence from the street? That's how they learned it. You didn't hear them say that?
From a woman.
Lashing out.
I used to box too. I raised myself, bro. I didn't have no mom or no dad, nigga. I raised myself, and I'm a $250,000 nigga from the street.
So your parents let you down. Shame on them.
Yeah, I mean, we're not saying
They
nothing.
let him down. How?
Yeah.
Oh my God, let's fucking go.
He said he didn't have
OTC. Did you not hear what he said? His parents didn't raise him. They let him down.
Oh yeah. Nah. I agree with that.
I thought he kicked it already.
But I just want him to understand that
he's
even though that
lining up
situation,
now.
that's unfortunate that he had to raise himself. However, if he did have parents, or if he did have a different situation, those lessons that he had to learn in the environment that he had to learn them in, he would have learned those things in a more controlled environment by just simply having, adult leadership around him, like the right type of leadership. He wouldn't have had to I had to learn a lot of lessons the hard way too. A lot of us did. A lot of us got to learn lessons about business the hard way because our parents didn't know business. So we might have fucked up 100,000, 200,000. Listen.
Don't. Hey, Miss Pearl, baby girl, like she's sick of our shit.
The overall thing is not to tell kids to go through the streets to learn the same lessons. It's that they can learn these lessons through different ways, but it's like people try to act like, and this is an announcement to people that's still in the streets too. Because they can transfer their
Don't do that, JR.
They can transfer their skills from what they was doing in the streets. If you a trapper or you pushing and like you actually keeping track of your money, you know what I'm saying? You not dipping into the profit, you're keeping track of your books, you could be accountant. Like you transfer those skills into something that's proper, because this is the time where, you know what I'm saying, technology is advancing. And it ain't nothing that nobody gonna be able to get away with. So when we talking about the streets, we're not talking about it to glorify it. This is a time, and then when I'm 28 and I ain't that old, when I was growing up, it was still that little bit of, you know what I'm saying, phones weren't really like that. Cameras weren't on the street lights like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it was a different time. There's cameras everywhere now. So we're not promoting
but y'all was glorifying the streets though, OTC.
We're not
y'all
promoting
y'all shame me because I wasn't in the streets. You know what I'm saying? You try to make me feel some type of way because I wasn't a street dude.
What happened? We started talking about our life and you felt offended. You felt offended because you were square ass nigga. Nobody was trying to target
I'm not offended, dog. I'm not offended at all.
To target you, and then you made a big thing about these street niggas. We weren't saying that kids need to do exactly what we did to learn. And I actually provided solutions. I said they can learn to wield a weapon. They can learn to.
They don't need to be. But see, one of the that's another problem. A kid don't have to learn how to wield a weapon. That's not a necessity.
No,
they don't.
They need to learn how to do it.
No, they don't. That's not a necessity that they have to do that. I wouldn't want my son have to. Okay, let me say this: if my son has to wield a weapon for just on GP, that's a problem.
You ain't no leader, gang, and I rest there. How you gonna protect?
What are you talking about, dog?
I said what I said. I'm done with that.
I think that eventually kids should learn how to, or especially boys, everybody. I think everybody.
Do you think it's a necessity though, real dope? That was what he's saying. It's they have to. They have to do it. No, they don't have to do it.
Yeah.
No, it's not a necessity.
It's not a necessity. You look. You could defend yourself. Hold on. See, this one. Now he talking about old head. We went from the shoulder. See, they have to do it because they can't fight. So they have to use a weapon. They have to use a gun because they can't fight for shit. So when I hear people like that, that lets me know they don't know how to go from the shoulders. They don't.
No problem, Hank.
OTC guys like OTC has some. They have to yield a weapon because he can't fight. He looked like he was just whooping.
I got videos of me fighting. Stop lying.
I don't want to see your videos of you getting whooped. I don't want to see that, dog. I don't need to see that.
Hold on. This is the problem with you square ass.
Shit, I don't need to see that. You gonna be looking like Rocky after Clubber Lang got a hold of his ass. I don't want to see that for you, OTC.
Fights, nigga.
I know you do.
What's the problem wrong with you? You a bitch.
Who's you fighting off, Bubba? When you was in jail, who's you fighting off?
I never said that you was a street nigga. I never tried to come at you in a way that you work a job. I never said nothing.
No, you did. You sit there and said I'm a square.
Trying to make me
you
like
said you laughed at me because I'm not a street dude. Which I'm cool. I don't want to be that. That's not my life. That's not what I want to be. I'm okay being one of them L7s that you talk about. Shout out to my goat riders. Shout out to the white horse riders.
I done fought niggas.
Shout out to the guys who rode the camels in the desert. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
I'm saying like just.
How long's your cable toe? Shout out to them. See, you don't know about that. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna leave it there.
Hey, well, hold on. You said rode a camel across the desert. Hold on there. You talking my language, square.
So they don't know nothing about that though. They don't know. Hey, Will, how long's your cable toe? That's all I need to ask you. And you'll say the rest. I ain't gotta say nothing else.
These niggas be goofy online. I know y'all.
Yeah, we all started level 3. We all started the third level.
Except my boy, the stinker bus is all good, and my boy.
I know. That sound real questionable though. God damn!
I used to have the same mentality, and I used to think that like it was power. I used to think it was power and shit
women,
like
nigga,
that.
Not you, grease boy.
I just want to say, as long
you want
as
me to call you stinker, but you're nasty.
As long as a man's ability will permit, is if we could continue this conversation, Hink. So you know what I'm saying, to answer your question, but y'all act like seriously. You say we not glorifying being street niggas. But y'all sure are proud of what y'all got from being street niggas, it seems. And then if you look at where you guys are in life, from what we see, it's nothing to be proud of.
How? I am something. What are you talking about? I've had my own places. I have my own crib. I got my own car right now. Yeah, you hit setbacks. Matter of fact, it's millionaires. It's millionaires that go broke and lose everything, lose their company, lose everything that they have, and then they got to get it back. So, and I'm not even old like you stupid fuck. You're 40.
Damn.
Like, nah, I gotta come. Hold on. I gotta come at you like that because nigga, you don't sell your doom and gloom to me. Because I'm 28. I ain't even hit 30 yet. I got a lot of time and I got a lot of experience on my resume. I was just in the streets and I got a lot of
and that's part of the problem, though, OTC. Just because you're 28 doesn't mean you got a lot of time. Tomorrow's
like he's 18, 19.
Tomorrow's not promised.
Like that.
I got you, though.
Like that, so don't lie. Don't try.
I know you. I think like you one of those dudes that think you're gonna live forever. I know. I understand. I understand.
You don't know me, and you old as fuck. You probably can't.
I'm glad. Look here, I'm 50 years old and I'm blessed.
Don't make.
Let me tell you why. Because I made it to 50. You better pray and hope you get there, dog.
Nigga, shut the hell up. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You worry about you.
You're right. You look like you ready to go bucket shaking.
Exactly.
That's what you look like. Go shake your bucket on the corner.
You a grown ass man. You've been.
Go shake your bucket on the corner and get your sign that said "I will work for food."
You've been catty this whole time. Then you try to mix up the message. you try to act like you was telling the young boys that they need to get in the streets when we started talking about our life.
No, you was glorifying it. We'll just reiterate the same thing I said. You act like you was bragging and glorifying it.
It's always a weird ass bitch ass nigga like you.
I got you,
that's
brother.
gonna be like, oh, you're glorifying it when he's actually talking about what he learned. People are talking about what they learned. Well, I'm not.
But you was bragging and sitting there saying you learned. My man was saying something about learning leadership. You said something about leadership.
And it's clear that you was a.
And my man O'Hale said something about emotional intelligence, learning that from the streets. That's what y'all was sharing.
You're a baby, bro, and it's clear. I can tell. Like that's why you're getting out your body right now.
Hey, in his defense, bro, you ask O'Hale now. You ask him a direct question. He just answered it in his defense.
Yeah, I know he did. OTC didn't.
Well, yeah.
So don't say that I
did answer the motherfucking question, nigga. What the fuck you talking about, bro? How many times I gotta keep repeating it?
Oh,
I
wouldn't
said the
say that you.
solutions: weapon training and fighting.
I wouldn't say that you
They don't gotta
glorified
be in
it,
the streets.
but
But you don't. You see how you keep
Hold on, let me hear
walking
what
over
the guy
that?
say. Let me hear what Dope Daddy guy say real quick.
I wasn't saying that. I wouldn't say that you glorified it, but you
He
did
didn't
make it seem
glorify. He
as
was telling his story.
yeah, no. But when asked the question, he did make it seem as though he couldn't have learned those lessons other ways, as if those were the ways that he had to go through to learn those lessons. When in reality, there are other avenues and resources that you can use to learn these basic life lessons, like
Bro,
emotional intelligence.
I'm
So that's the only
40,
way it
bro.
can be perceived that you were
Listen,
Well,
pushing it.
let bro speak for himself.
Bro, I'm 40. In 1999, half of y'all probably want, well, I ain't gonna say half, but it's a few of y'all up here that probably wasn't even fucking born in 1999.
I was
Till
6.
after.
In
I wasn't born
1999.
in 1999. I was born in 1996.
Yeah, I'm 83, so I don't know about that one.
See, the problem with this conversation is we all got a cousin. Like if you watch Boys in the Hood, there was Ricky, and then there was his cousin. Y'all, it's always that one cousin or whoever it is that you've been telling them stop doing that, stop doing that, stop doing that, stop doing that, stop doing that. Then they get caught, and they get caught, and then they get caught. Then they want you to help bail them out of the thing you've been telling them stop doing for the past 10, 15, 20 years, aka being in the streets, slanging this, slanging that, doing this and doing that. There is no reason why we should ever be glorifying, to Hink's point.
We never
really
glorified it, and that's what y'all keep doing by
OT,
keep saying
I'm not saying you, OTC. I'm not saying you.
He did not glorify it either. I'm not letting y'all
OTC,
do that.
hey, hold on. I
Y'all
thought y'all got leadership and emotional intelligence. Why ain't they being displayed right now? Why ain't the display of leadership and emotional intelligence being displayed right now since you learned it in the
I'm
streets?
trying to get some clarification because where I'm from,
You got to hear him out, though. You got to hear the man out. You can't get clarification without listening to the man. You got to hear him out.
Well, so the problem is OTC. You get every time you get on
that's
the panel.
that countryside of me. My bad. Oh hell no.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You've been talking the whole time, bro. The
y'all talking at the same time. I can't even hear
I
what bro saying.
think the biggest thing each time that you do get on the panel, you bring up some street shit. You bring up about where you from, what you do in the streets, banging. You did this, you did that.
No,
that's
I don't.
Something
You a
that
liar.
you always bring
it's all
up.
recorded, you moron. You just blatantly lie. Like
that's
not
not
what
a
I get
lie
on this
at
panel
all.
and do every
You
time I come
literally
up.
get on
You
here
just
each
blatantly
and every
lying,
week
meatball.
and bring up something that's going on in the streets that you did in the streets. So when you do that, that makes it seem like you're glorifying it. We don't give a fuck what you did in the streets. I don't know who else came from the streets. I came from the streets. I don't even talk about the streets. That's not a life that nobody wants to live.
So
When
Hink started talking
let
about
me
people
finish talking, bro.
glorifying
You won't even
because you're
listen.
lying, and that's what you bitch ass
And there's
niggas do.
some way somehow, if
You're
we're talking
still like
about
a woman
emotional
in talking. Like you'll
intelligence,
start off with a
you're the
lie
youngest man
to
on this
further prove what
panel,
you got to say.
and you act
I
that
already
way.
said what you said was
So
wrong.
if you have
Nobody
some type of
glorified the
emotional
streets.
intelligence,
You
then you
can't
would
make it like that's
understand
what we was doing.
that you would allow for
You
men
just a bitch.
to have conversations and talk. But you won't even do that. All
Nigga,
we're
no,
doing is
Hink was
having a
talking over top of
conversation.
me the same time.
So if we and
nigga,
you're
you
still
doing the same
talking,
thing. You ain't
still
different.
talking.
Y'all butt buddies. What you talking about?
Right. So look,
When
listen
Hink
to
was
what you're
talking, I
doing.
let him talk. When
You're a
niggas start talking over
20-year-old,
me,
you're a
I start talking over
28-year-old
niggas.
man,
But you
and you're
don't like when it
saying
happened
that
to you,
two
but you want to
men are
talk about
butt
some hood shit.
buddies on the internet.
We didn't already address that. Hink ain't no motherfucking street nigga. See, the problem is y'all niggas want
Right.
to be
See,
hood.
and here you go
That's the
again with the
problem. You
street
want to
nigga
act
shit.
like you
Who
hood. You're
cares
not an
if Hink is a
outspoken
street
person.
nigga? Hink
You're
is
not an
50 years
outspoken
old. Why
person.
would we
You're a
care? Why would
meatball
we
in
care if
glasses
Hink is a street
that
nigga?
sit behind the desk, nigga.
Hey, I'm
That's
just
the
glad
truth.
that he
And you're trying to get your shine on these
Use
little peers.
some type of common sense, bro. Hink is a 50-year-old man. Why the fuck would we want him to be a street nigga?
A 50-year-old emotional baby. That's what he is.
Why would we want Hink to be a street nigga?
Nobody said we wanted him to be a street nigga. I'm not a street nigga anymore.
Why are you bringing
now
up
you're
him
lying.
being a
Here
street
you go.
nigga?
Because I already said it. I've been working. I've been out the streets. See, this is what y'all do. See, you're trying to twist the audience. Like when
I'm not trying to twist the audience. I'm going off of what it is that you're saying.
so that they think that I'm pushing some street shit. I'm glorifying it when I was talking about my life, and then dude started talking about his life. And it's the problem with you, like I said, it's not even about the streets. It's about you square ass bitch ass niggas that you want to really glorify the streets.
What makes
You want
us
to
square?
find the dumbest ignorant nigga that you can that
what
can
makes
sit
us
there and be
tag
like,
the
oh
square
yeah,
ass
oh
bitch
yeah,
ass
I was
niggas
in the
so they
streets
can
and
know
I
who you're
loved it.
talking
I
to.
did this, I did that. That's what you want to find so that you could be like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. But when you run into a man that grew up, he said, hey, I put the streets down. Now I'm working. I actually got responsibilities. I got a car. I got bills. Then you want to, oh, well, you still, and the whole time it's like, you're showing how you a bitch. Because you shouldn't even be worried about a
So
nigga talking about
the
his
truth,
life story.
the truth of the matter is,
If you had
that if we was face
if
to
you had an
face, you wouldn't even
interesting
be
life,
talking like that.
hold on. If you had an
Thank you, Viz.
interesting life
Thank
to
you.
talk
I
about,
wanted to say that
let's
same
keep
shit.
it a
I'm not a
buck.
violent person,
life
but I
to
was gonna
talk
say that
about,
same.
then
If
you
this
wouldn't
nigga,
be
if I was
buck
with this
here.
nigga in real
you wouldn't
life,
be sitting
he would see
here
it ain't no
judging
square right
every
here.
and
Like
other
this shit
any
crazy,
and other
man.
life story that come across your motherfucking table. It's all the same with you working ass niggas. It's if he's from the streets, he's got to be a criminal. He's got to be somebody I can't trust. And you don't understand that some people
That's so silly.
in the hood,
Nobody thinks like
resort to
that.
crime because they
So
have
I have a
obstacles.
question.
So
I have a question.
it also
OTC.
further exposes y'all morality. You don't have morality.
Okay, so
Like if
OTC,
somebody's
I need you to pause. I need you to pause for a second.
JR, mute that nigga,
That
bro.
nigga don't know how to pause. He
Like,
he don't know
Go
how to
ahead.
pause.
real quick.
Go ahead, because y'all kept talking. Go ahead.
Here's the question, and I
Right. So
really
because
like.
somebody else is talking, you want to talk over them. That's
Let
a whole lot of
Naomi, let
emotional
Naomi talk,
intelligence.
bro. Meatball, shut the hell up.
You in Chicago, right? Because I'll be out there 2 weeks.
He don't sound like he's from Chicago.
Nigga, I'm
No,
from
he
VA,
said
nigga,
he
you
from,
know
I think he
that.
said,
I'm
say
from
what?
VA, Virginia, 757, Chesapeake, Norfolk
Oh,
Coast,
okay.
nigga.
You'll
Come out
definitely
here,
get your
nigga.
ass beat the
Come
fuck
for
up.
DC. Come out
Dirty
here,
ass
nigga.
boy.
You been knew that too. Matter of fact, every video I post, it has
There we go again.
757 in a label. You a bitch
What happened
ass
to the
nigga. Don't
emotional
even try to
intelligence you
flex
learned
like
from these
that.
streets, man?
And
Come on, brother.
I've been asked you to fight. I've been asked
What
you to
happened to the
fight, nigga.
leadership you
I've
learned in
been
the
asked
streets,
you to get in a
brother?
You do
boxing
not
ring.
want to fight me,
I've
bro.
been asked to get in a
Hey, you
What happened to the
better off
emotional
fighting
intelligence,
Willie or
brother? Come
something,
on, man.
If
man.
you want to box,
OTC,
if you want
what
to box,
happened?
let's set it up. Pussy.
You better
Stop
off
talking.
fighting
Don't do
Willie,
that.
bro.
Don't do that because I'm not one of them. If you want to
Wait, Viz,
record
what
it,
the
let's
fuck
do
you
it.
mean he better not
Let's
fight
do
me?
it. Don't do
I
that.
better
Don't
whip
do
your
that,
ass
nigga.
too.
You a bitch.
The fuck are we
You a
talking
bitch.
about?
I've been called y'all niggas out.
I know, man.
Nigga,
OTC, you the
if
tough
somebody
guy.
go to my
OTC, man, you a
No,
tough. We
hold
know
on.
you a tough guy, brother.
nigga,
Calm
I
down,
fought
brother.
I'm fucking with you, bro.
No. We get that shit clear. I fight at
OTC, we know you a tough guy. You ain't got to prove it.
the difference between, like, you know what I'm saying, me and that nigga is I know what I'm doing. He gonna be
nigga
emotional.
proving
He
what?
gonna
Y'all
be
the one
tired in
talking
the first
shit.
2-3 minutes. Like, that's cool. Don't put, like, listen, y'all go learn about putting niggas in front of me physically.
Hey, man, you look, y'all need to let OTC have this, man.
Willie, you want to box,
He
bro?
just got.
Willie,
He had a
you wanna
hard day
box,
at
bro?
work, guys. He just
You
got
want to do
off.
something?
He
Like,
got to
what
get
you
it
want to
off,
do, bro?
man. That white man was telling me what to do all up and
What do
down the
you want to
aisles of
do?
the with the forklift and
No,
shit.
don't play tough. And when I ask you to box, you don't got no answer.
OTC, you don't have enough paid time off to box
Nah,
me.
exactly. That's what I thought. So why did you say
You
that?
don't have enough
So why
paid
did you say
time
that?
off to fight
So why
me.
did you say that? So why did you say
Now you
that?
gonna
So
shit
why
on
did
that
you say
man.
if you put me in front of you that you
Now
gonna
you
do
gonna shit on that
something? So
man.
why did
I
you
was
say that?
talking to Viz. I wasn't even talking to you, bro. You acting like the woman that raised you, nigga. Shut the fuck up sometimes.
Nigga, whatever,
God
nigga.
damn.
Nigga, be
Hey,
direct,
all I'm
nigga.
gonna
I ain't
say
with
is
that
this:
pussy ass internet
if
shit.
I
Nigga.
was your
What the fuck
father's
wrong with
son,
you?
he wouldn't have left me. I'll say that. He'd have stuck around to raise me. So, like, let's not pretend.
So
Nigga,
Will, I'm glad you said that. Will, I'm glad you said that because real dope. Let me say this real fast before OTC get done lighting up his joint. This is the type of boy that's gonna end up when you leave your son with a single mother. Right here. This how he gonna look, just like him.
Nigga, I don't
Look
got no
just
kids.
like him.
Yeah,
Real dope.
put me on the screen.
Don't
And I'm
leave
in my
them kids
work
just because that woman disrespected you or
Used to be in the
emasculate
streets,
you.
now
They're gonna end up being a bunch of OTCs.
respectable
Now
man.
go ahead, OTC. Continue
They
crying.
trying to mute me.
Hey, Drake in a
Working
bed,
man,
smoking a blunt in the car.
Don't forget
Hey,
that.
don't
Shout out to the working man. Shout out to the working man.
I just want y'all to know it's different types of street niggas. So, like, for example, like an OTC, street. OTC ain't never got no money, right? Niggas who get money, they always get money.
Damn.
It don't matter. No, I'm
Nigga, how
just
you
keeping it a
gonna
buck.
tell niggas is who got
Niggas who
money
get
or
money,
not.
They
Nigga,
always
look at
get
your
money.
background.
And
We
they
know you
that.
don't have money.
He
Look
know
at
he
your
don't get
face.
no
We
hoe.
know you don't have money.
OTC, come on.
Pour out a little liquor for the homies. Let's see.
OTC, so you
pour out a little
you used to get money?
liquor for the homies. Pour out some liquor for the homies.
Bro, you drinking a 40-ounce can. That's how we
I
know
bet
you
he
don't
won't.
have
Making
money.
100,000.
I bet he won't pour none of that liquor out because his broke ass know he can't replace it. That's why he
Bro,
won't
you
pour it
look like
out.
Snoop Dogg and Nipsey
Nigga,
Hussle
you
was
think you
combined,
doing
bro.
something
Like,
by
we
talking
know
about
you
I don't have no money?
You
Nigga,
don't.
you niggas with money
We
is getting
know you
cheated
don't
on.
have money.
No,
Look at your
Bro,
face.
the
this is the
richest
thing.
bitch in the world.
When you was in the
divorced
streets,
a
you
rich
didn't get no
nigga
money.
to be rich.
Take your hat off.
You losing. You're
If
losing.
you
I ain't been
if you
divorced
getting
and have
money,
my
take your
shit
hat
been
off.
taken.
How
Like
are
the
we
women
losing,
that
nigga?
choose
You
me,
have
they
a
choose me because
roommate
they
at
like me.
28.
You
Bro,
pay
you're a
for pussy.
28-year-old man
Like
with a
you
roommate
come
and
through
a
the door
station
like I don't
at
care if you don't
Like,
like
what are you
me.
talking
I got
about,
this
bro?
He said a
money.
roommate.
You the
You a
bitch.
fucking
Like you
crossing
don't
guard
like
at
you
a
don't attract
factory.
women, nigga.
Like, what are we
He's
talking
You don't
about,
attract
shacking up with a
women.
bunch of hard
You
ankles.
the type of nigga to tell a
Bro,
bitch
you
to
get
Google me.
$17 an hour. You know how much
He's shacking up with a bunch of
You
hard
the type of
ankles.
nigga to tell a
A
bitch to
whopping
Google me.
$34.
And then
Like, what are
she'll
you
walk
talking
out
about
after
right
she
now,
get her
G?
food. She'll walk out after she get her food. She gonna save a plate after you go to date on a date.
Y'all leave
And she gonna take
OTC
it,
alone, man.
and we gonna
This
eat
man got to get it
on
off
that
today.
little
He got to get it
Rubris
off
that
his
you bought.
chest.
Know what I'm saying? Because you went and you spent your hard-earned money on her because you
Talk
wanted to
your
show
shit,
her you into
OTC.
that, and she
Talk
gonna
your
save a
shit.
plate for me. You bitch ass nigga.
You
Talk your
sound
shit,
like
You think you
OTC.
big and
personal
bad?
experience.
You think you big and bad?
Oh, hey, Naomi, you still got that question? Oh yeah, you on mute.
They
Ask
gotta
the
mute
question.
me when they look stupid though.
You got
OTC, let the woman answer her question, man. Let her answer the question.
Go ahead.
So this was my question. One, do they understand the word glorify?
No.
Because I think the biggest issue that I'm having with is like, okay, so I'm trying to kind of meet him halfway, OTC, because
There
I
they go
still
answering
think
for niggas.
I still
She
think
said, "Do they
OTC that
understand?"
you
But she didn't ask the
okay,
person.
okay. So I still think that
It's childish.
OTC, in
Think
my
about.
opinion. Okay, what?
He's talking to
Keep
himself.
going,
Go
keep
ahead.
going. Yeah,
Go
keep
ahead. He's
going.
talking to
No,
himself.
the crowd heard me. She asked the crowd and not the person that said it. When we're all
You, when people do that, you gotta keep pushing through. You just gotta act like they ain't hear.
Okay, so here's my thing. So
Yeah, treat him like that special needs child.
The fact of the matter is,
they really think they doing
what
something.
we can,
They
what
childish.
try to like meet halfway
They
is
doing nothing.
Something wrong with that boy.
meet somebody halfway is
Look
kind
at
of
him. He
like,
can't
know
hold it
where
in.
they come from. So
He ain't doing
get
shit in real
from what
life though.
He was from like the street life.
That's why they all smile.
When
Damn,
I'm
let her talk, man. God damn.
what I'm trying to see if he will elaborate
Nah,
on is
when grown men
when
talking,
if-
I gotta address that. But go ahead,
if
Saint,
you-
my fault.
It's a female talking.
Hank was saying something, so I addressed his bitch ass. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Please don't call me stinker butt because
I call you Naomi. All right, go ahead, Naomi.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Now, my question to you, OTC, and would be one, what have you changed in your current life that you are no longer in the street life that you are most proud of? Because I've heard you speak a lot about your street life, about how you're like when you're a side dude for some women and they bring you their plates from dates.
The insults, yeah.
No, this is what you said, and I'm not shooting it as an insult. This is like a general question. What have you improved in your life outside of the street life that's not tied to it, that's a positive? Because I've heard a lot about your street
life. Are you gonna let me answer, or you? Because you.
When she's done talking.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Now you want somebody else to land the goddamn plane.
Because I heard.
It's just nasty work, man.
As
much your ass talk, you want somebody else to land the plane? God damn.
Let's start with that first question.
Well, we could start with my felony was in 2020. Convicted in 2022.
Yeah.
So
what kind of felony?
Convicted of what? Isn't it my turn to talk, Meatball? Or did
what kind of
felony? Go ahead, go answer the question. What did you learn, brother? What did you learn,
I just had to
bro?
make sure because Meatball got out of pocket.
Yeah, what did you learn? Come on, OTC, stay focused, bro.
All right. So, and he made me lose my train of fucking thought.
You said you was convicted. What was the conviction?
One of them.
Oh yeah. So like I said, you know what I'm saying? Like I got convicted in 2022. So if I wasn't obeying the laws, right, I would be violating my probation, right? So that means that I'm in good standing as a citizen, right? So I have a higher standard as well than you, because you may have more freedom than me because I made the mistake. So I am actually forced to be a better citizen than you, or I gotta go back to jail. So
Do you, OTC, do you remember her question, brother? She said,
yeah,
what
I
did you
remember. She's like,
learn?
hold on.
What did you learn?
So what I've learned, yeah. And I had to point that out, because every person that's on probation has to follow the terms of their probation or go back to jail. You're not on probation,
So you learn how to
you're not
follow
under
directions.
you're not under the strict requirements. So it's not the same.
You're supposed to do that as a law-abiding citizen, right? Like you should be doing that as an adult, a
So
responsible
you're not going to
adult.
let me finish because you're emotional.
No, I'm not emotional. I'm making a very clear
You told me
statement.
not. You told me not to let her. Not to interrupt her. But as I'm speaking, all these interruptions come in, and then it's like, oh, you're so immature, OTC.
Do you have
I
kids?
never said that you were immature.
Guys like you just need to be seen and not
that's
heard,
exactly
man.
what all of
Guys
you.
like
What woman
OTC
you
need to
think
be
gonna
seen
keep
and
this
not
baby?
heard. This is crazy.
What woman you
Man,
think keeping that baby?
Listen, Hank. Nobody even asked you a question, and you keep popping out the cut or something. Like nobody's even talking to you. Like I don't even for a minute now. Like you
This
just
nigga's
keep
been
popping
talking
out
for
the cut,
7
having
minutes and
something to
answering a
say,
question
and
yet.
acting like nobody's doing nothing to you.
Okay,
But
so
when I get
OTC
on your
focus.
grease ball, when I
Listen
get
to
on
me.
your spit
Listen to
shine
me.
forehead,
Focus.
then you
Okay,
want to be like somebody is
Mira, por
not
favor.
raised properly.
Por
Because
favor,
you keep
déjame
playing
estar
with me.
hablando. Escúchame. Please
Shorty, I
focus.
don't listen. I'm not Spanish, so
Okay,
I
so
know a little
you weren't
Spanish.
You don't understand
But
English either, dumb
don't
motherfucker.
do that. Don't do that.
Shit.
I'm not Spanish. Don't do that.
Now
I don't know
listen.
what the fuck you
My
got going on.
question.
I don't know what
My
they didn't let you
question.
think that you got
My
something going on. But you need to check
My
that shit, shorty. I'm not the
question,
one.
cabrón. Mira, listen. You're gonna make me come
There
out
you
of
go with
pocket
that
as
Spanish
Puerto
shit.
Rican. Like you're
Because
not.
you
You're a
won't shut
woman.
the fuck
Don't
up,
come out of
man.
pocket.
You're a woman, shorty. If I'm
Don't come out of
speaking,
pocket.
then
Don't
don't
let
talk at the
OTC
same
do you
time as
like
me.
that.
Because I'm going to let you talk.
The question. You
When?
haven't asked a question.
Shit.
Hank, who
Did you
spoke to
hear
you?
my question?
Like you keep
I
popping
didn't
out the cut. Like what
answer.
is you, a
Listen,
Diglett,
I'm
bro? Like you a
not
Pokemon or
asking.
something? Like what's wrong
I'm
with you,
not
son?
asking for
Like
A
you.
you really
Pokemon.
5 years old.
Bro, listen,
Shut the
I'm not
fuck up. You
asking
got
for your
gray in your
history.
beard. I
I'm
can't pay attention to you right now,
Wow.
Naomi, because I got a
asking
40-year-old
for
kid
your
that keeps
question.
popping into the fucking
Again,
conversation,
God damn.
and nobody's talking to him.
Naomi, the problem is you're trying to ask OTC questions, and that's why most of us don't ask him questions. We just say mean things. We just say what we think.
Because he's
You know what I mean?
unhinged.
But we think
He's
nobody's right.
unhinged.
Naomi's a woman. Naomi's a woman, and then y'all sit here talking like you can't get
He's
punched in your mouth.
unhinged.
But
He
when a
can't
nigga
help
asks
himself.
you
He
to
said
meet
he
up,
learned
when a
leadership.
nigga asks you to meet up
Said
and
he
let's do
learned how to
something,
follow
y'all want
directions.
to play like somebody
He
gonna do
hasn't
something to
displayed
you.
neither
So
one of
you're
those
the
things.
bitch. You're trying to act like you're powerful with your cutting off your words, this stupid ass panel. But in real life, you're not doing nothing. You're not raising a fist. This is all pretend. See, and this is what happens when you would have real
God
come
damn.
face to face with some real shit.
You know
Like
what?
I did, like
Unfortunately,
Naomi
OTC,
is a woman.
you wouldn't put your hands on Hank because
Naomi
you
is
would
a
go to jail.
woman.
You're not allowed to touch him, right?
Naomi is a woman, so like
It
I know,
violated
like
his
I'm
probation.
paying attention to the
OTC,
niggas that talking shit.
It
Hank
violates your
allowed to put his
probation,
hands on
brother.
you. You
Don't no
can't hit him
woman
back.
talking shit come fly
Hey,
over you over a nigga
technically,
talking
even
shit,
with him
and that's
smoking
why
weed
I
on
keep
camera,
having
you
to
breaking your
sidestep
probation.
her dumb ass.
Yeah.
But yeah, Naomi's
Like
dumb too.
you
But go ahead and go
you're
ahead
not
and
even
go ahead.
listening to your own advice of being a law-abiding citizen. You smoking weed on camera and shit. You on probation.
Nigga, weed
That
ain't
don't make
legal.
sense.
And you
Nigga, weed ain't
no.
illegal anymore. Nigga, I'm
So,
in VA.
so OTC, if Hank smacked you, would you like hit him
Weed is
back?
not illegal here anymore.
Hey, so
Fuck.
OTC, what did you get a
We have
felony for? What did
dispensaries,
you get
dumb
called for?
fuck.
So what did you get caught doing? Just curious. What you get caught doing?
Now
Nigga,
you
I
can't
got
hear.
caught I got
Oh
caught.
shit, he
I
ain't
got
said nothing.
That was
caught.
the magic question right there. All you had to do was ask that one question, and he
no,
ain't.
real quick. He didn't
Finally
say
got
nothing. I'm
quiet.
gonna go check the sex offender registry because those are the only niggas I'm telling you what they was.
God
Definitely got sex offender vibes.
Nigga, you don't. I don't even think you get probation for sex offender. You
All
a
right, come on
loser.
now.
Yeah,
You
What
even
you do
suggested
get
that.
probation. You definitely get probation.
Get probation
on
for that.
probation right now.
Well,
Fuck
you
yeah.
a creepy motherfucker, boy.
Man, you know you get probation for that.
And see, look, hold on. Let's
So
point this out. Let's just
answer the
point this out.
question.
Now I'm gonna tell what my actual felony is. My felony
Oh,
is
shit.
actually, you know what I'm saying?
Public
Nigga
indecent.
I'm trying to
lying.
remember. Finance.
Nigga lying.
I
You
forgot the
forgot
name
it?
of
How
it.
you
How
trying
you
to
forget
remember?
your felony?
Yo, shut
How
up.
you forget your
I
How
felony,
you
forgot
trying
the
to
man?
name
remember
of it.
your
I ain't gonna
conviction?
lie.
Okay,
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't
you a
gonna lie.
thief.
But I'm gonna
You a
tell you
thief.
what I
My
did.
fault.
I'm gonna
What?
tell you what I did. It's a word for it, but I'm gonna tell you what
A
I did.
scammer?
So you a
I
thief.
stole a whole bunch of luxury designer shit, and then I wouldn't have been caught, but I pawned it. All right.
I know.
That's what
You one of them
So you a
smart dumb
dumbass
criminals.
thief.
But look
You
though.
you a dumbass thief.
But look though. Yeah, it was dumb. Yeah, it was dumb. I'll give you that. But at the same time, it's like, look what y'all just tried to suggest that it was. You just tried to
OTC,
say
that's
that I
not
was a,
street
you
shit. I
just
just want
hold
you
on,
to know
shut the
that.
fuck up. You just tried
That's
to
not
say I
street.
was a
You're
sex
not a street
offender.
nigga yet. You
Yeah.
gotta
You just tried to say I was a
qualify
sex
your
offender.
street.
You just
No,
tried to say
qualify
that I was
yourself real quick.
I was on
No,
probation for being
qualify.
a sex
You a
offender, and you
klepto.
think that's
You a
funny.
klepto. Qualify
You
how you
think
a
that's
street nigga.
funny, and this is what's wrong with
You
you.
a
Y'all niggas supposed to
klepto.
be grown
Qualify how
ass
you a street
men,
nigga. You just went through a
and you think
phase.
that's
Like
funny
you just
though.
was taking shit.
And
That's
this is
like
why you
you're
wonder
not
why
a
no
street
women want
nigga.
to be with
Like
you for real.
I'm all
Like, cause
right.
you would
Wait,
think that's a joke.
qualify
You
how
think
you a
being a
street
sex
nigga.
offender is a joke.
All right.
Hey, real
Jesus
quick.
Christ.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, we could go
Miss
on and
stealing
on for
from
days why these bitches is cheating on
Miss
y'all
Pearl,
niggas.
let me
Cause guess
ask you a
what?
question.
You
As a
could talk about
resident
how
woman on
many
the
times
panel,
you've been married, and I could talk about how many times I fucked a married bitch.
I need your
Who's
input
winning?
as a woman,
Like,
right?
I don't. You're
If
losing. You're
you
married.
gotta come
You're
off mute for this
committed,
one
and
though.
your bitch is cheating on you.
Look, I'm
You're
trying.
losing.
So
I'm
look,
You're
trying to.
losing.
if you had to pick
Like
you
you're
got
not
between
you
winning out of that.
OTC
bro,
and
you
real
went to
dope, who are you picking?
jail for stealing
I didn't go
clothes
to
and
jail. I'm
taking
on
it to the pawn
probation. Now
shop.
he's lying.
He's a
Where did I
booster.
say I went to
Yeah,
jail
You're a
at?
listen,
Why y'all
booster.
stop lying? How
I
old
don't
is y'all?
know any
Like, how
quality
many times I
women,
have to check
married
y'all
women
for
at that,
lying and
that's going
saying
to
some
sleep
shit that
with a
I never
nigga that
said,
went to
that
jail
there's no reason for
for
you to believe.
stealing
I
and
never went to
taking it to
jail.
the and getting
I'm on
caught by
probation.
going to the pawn shop.
My time was suspended.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Willie,
OTC,
what
you
was
a
you trying to
booster.
say?
So well, I said this, right? You said that, you know what I'm saying,
Well,
he get more
anyway, I
bitches
don't give a
than dope.
fuck. And
Who
y'all
would
know
you
what
pick
time it is.
if
These
you was in a
motherfuckers
lineup
pussy.
and you
You know
had
what
to
I'm
pick
saying? They
between
get on the
OTC,
internet, fake
Robo, and
fraud, but
Real
you know
Dope
what
Daddy?
time it
Who are you
is. I
picking?
don't even gotta
Hey
be
man,
I'm
didn't
here.
you
going
just
Dope
sit there and
Daddy
say
all day.
you just got off of work though? Why don't you
Brittany
go wash your
Renner.
ass? Take a
Where
shower,
he
you
go?
dirty motherfucker.
Where he go?
I think you quit.
He gave
No,
me
Man,
he
let
probably
him go, man.
He
So
probably
we
should have
can
went
get
to
back
the
on the
man.
conversation.
Let that man hit the
The
shower.
worst
He
thing-
stinks,
hey, no,
man.
The
don't say
worst
he
thing he
quit,
could have
bro.
ever
That ain't,
did was tell us that he a booster.
hey, look, don't say he quit, bro.
I
That's not
thought he
it.
about to be like, yo, I was a street nigga. I had a gun charge. I had this, that, and the third. Nigga stole some TVs out of fucking Best Buy.
That
Like,
nigga ain't steal no
don't
TVs.
don't
He
say that
stole
he
under
had a he quit, bro. He
$500
didn't quit.
worth of something
And tried to pawn it. He
That's
didn't even try to
that's
sell
how
it in the streets. He tried to pawn it. He took it to a store.
Yeah.
Hey, he got some dope fiend ways, don't he?
Look, I worked
yeah,
at
man.
Cash
That's some
America.
crackhead shit,
I worked
man.
at Cash America when I was in high school. When you pawn something, it comes on a triplicate, right? The white one go to the store, the pink one goes somewhere else, and the yellow one goes to the police. They come and pick that shit up every week to see what's been pawned, and then they run that against the shit that's been stolen, including police reports. So anybody who's a booster, right? We all know boosters. I'm fuck with y'all. Don't try to be too bougie, but we all know somebody that's a successful booster, right? Because saying we like expensive shit and we don't mind not paying full price for it. If you got an issue, I can kiss my ass. But we all know that professional boosters know not to do that dumbass shit. The last place place you take something stolen is to a pawn shop. It's regulated by fucking the city police officers. So not only is he not a street nigga, he's not a good criminal. Like you just know his, like Miss Hinks said, his IEP plan, or IEP when he was in school was long as fuck. Like you just know it was. Like this is what happens when you just like that. You saying leave
They
no
love
kid
them
behind.
kids.
No, that leave no kid behind shit. This is what happens.
God damn.
This is what happens when you let anybody graduate, bro. This This is what you get.
Well, that's a nasty work, JR.
Why y'all be doing that fast?
They are finally got that nano banana. That's what it was.
Damn.
That nano banana.
Shady as hell, yo. Y'all shady as hell for that. Oh, folk, nigga, y'all shady as hell for that. Yo, y'all niggas ain't right, yo.
Yo, how did you get this nigga in the world? He done stole somebody's dog. And that's how you know he's not even a good dog thief. That dog ain't gonna sell shit. You gotta go steal Frenchies.
Man,
I'm looking for one too. I'm looking for one. When you say that, I'm looking for one.
You want a Frenchie?
Yeah, they taxing the hell out of them motherfuckers.
Hey, Hank, I got a buddy that breeds. So if you for real and he deliver, he'll bring that motherfucker right to you.
What's he charging though?
Yeah.
I got a quick question. Can we hear what Miss Pearl had?
I really am with Viz for sure, but we can talk in the back.
For sure.
Can we hear from Miss Pearl? Because I think Willie was finna ask her a question. I like getting free shit, bro. I'm want some free game. Tell me some shit.
So no, I was saying that OTC said he get more bitches than real dope. I was just asking the two ladies on the panel if they were choosing between men, which one of them is choosing OTC over real dope, knowing everything that you know about them.
Well, you ain't shit,
I
man.
said that it mattered. I was going with the latter.
You ain't shit.
I was going with real
shit. He ain't shit.
That's an easy. That's a layup.
He ain't shit.
They choose me. They don't got to worry about nothing. They don't got to worry about nothing.
Here he go.
I'm always like, look, maybe he did quit. I thought his data just ran out on that Boost mobile phone.
Oh man, goddamn.
Bro, why you trying? Hey man, hold up, bro. What's
OTC gonna be asking them to borrow money. He gonna have to borrow their car. He gonna be insecure sometimes. They gonna have to hold him and all that type of shit. He gonna be actually where you going all day, like where you at. He gonna be on that.
Bro, I got 5 phones, 3 of them Boost, bro. What's wrong with Boost, yo?
You know exactly what's wrong with Boost. That's why you got 5 phones. So you know.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck you doing with 5 of them?
You know what the Boost phone is for. You know exactly
what this goddamn dog, man.
Could the service cheaper, son?
Hey man, listen. Anything you can buy all cash and not put a name down on, you know, it has a certain value to a certain demographic of people, and I get it.
Nah, I mean shit. It ain't
hey, y'all
like
killing me. So oh hell no. Let me ask you a question.
What's hood?
I asked you something earlier. Do you think that you could have learned these same lessons that you learned in the streets? You could have learned it somewhere else. You feel like you had to go to the streets in order to get these lessons?
Nigga, I had to go to the streets to stay alive. Fuck the lesson. That came as I got older. Fuck the lesson. I wasn't worried about the lesson. Nigga, I was worried about how the fuck I'm gonna eat tonight. Where the fuck I'm gonna sleep. Now, when I hit 25 and I look back over my life, like, oh shit. Then I started taking account into all the lessons, like, oh shit, bro. Like, damn, like, nigga, you survived this. Like, nigga, I remember my man's got caught a headshot, bro. His shit laying on my fucking lap, bro. I'm like 13, bro. Like a lot of this shit.
So you actually was a street nigga. See, that's the difference. You everything OTC wish he was.
God damn.
So that's the difference. So we can have a conversation now because you being real. And
that's
what
it sounds like.
You're not a nigga claiming to be a street nigga because all he did was get caught with some bootleg ass Gucci purses and then got to sell it. Like that's different. That's just a dumbass nigga. You now you was a street nigga. That make a little more sense from listening to you talk now. But
on some real shit, real street niggas don't go back and forth and bicker and call motherfuckers names and argue and all that other shit, especially on the internet.
Neither do niggas that can fight. That's also something else to point out.
100%. 100%. We ain't know all you meatball. You got a shiny forehead, like, bro. You 28 years old. You calling some woman that you don't even know stink a butt. You don't get no hoes. Your hair fucked up. You a hard ass 28. Come on, man. Just be cool. It's all right if you got picked on and now you want to be tough that because you're on the internet. That's cool, bro. We get it. Everybody go through their stage. You know what I'm saying? They different stages in life. But no, man, real street niggas don't move like that.
He
And
probably got
that's
caught stealing that
fact.
stuff to impress a girl. That's also why he's so mad and so hurt. He stole that shit to try to go impress a girl and took it to her. She's like, I don't want that shit. And then he tried to pawn it after that. So he can get at least a couple of dollars, then he can go pay for some pussy.
On some real shit though, like I really feel like a lot of the shit that I learned, I couldn't have got it no other way. Like nigga, my mom came home 1998, nigga found shit on her plate, nigga kicked me out, nigga. I ain't had nowhere to go, nigga. She sent me to my dad, nigga, abused me, nigga, kicked me out, chained the refrigerator. I literally didn't have nobody, nowhere to go, nigga. Like, so I get it. Like, I'm not the average person. Like, if you was to go and ask 100 street niggas this shit, you would get 100 different answers, but the other 99 you could generalize. Like my circumstance, my situation is completely different from a lot of folks. Not saying that I'm special or no test subject or no shit, but it just hit different. Like now I'm 40. Like I be looking back on shit that I did 2008 when I first moved to the city that I'm in. Now, like, damn, bro, like you survived. Like, yeah, bro, like I'm still here. Now I be looking back at on my life and shit. Like, yo, you know what, man? Maybe that shit that I did to little dude when I beat him up and took his pipe off of him, and I went and hit somebody else with that shit. Maybe I didn't have to go and hit nobody else with that pipe. Maybe I could have just beat him up, took it, and put it in the crib or buried it or some shit. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, but that shit, age, wisdom, maturity, life lessons, like.
Well, hell no, I'll say this, and you know what I'm saying, and this is from my experience coming from, you know, and I didn't have the exact same experience as you did, right? And like you said, everybody have their own individual experiences. But the truth of the matter is that even when you were running the streets, I was running the streets, if whoever else, you know what I'm saying, did their time enough, we all made the decision to be there. So even with you even pointing out that you had to take this pipe from dude and you hit somebody else with it, you know what I'm saying? That was the decision that you made, right? So I think in those situations, we actually can be able to learn something. We can learn the life lessons.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. My bad. Thought you was gonna play it.
But I think that we can learn those lessons without having to choose to take that route in life, because for you to hit 40, realistically, that's a blessing. You know what I'm saying? I got plenty of homies that I looked up to when I was a shorty that I'm older than now because they not here no more. You know what I'm saying? And that's all from the decisions that they made. So I think that that's the deciding factor. Yes, there are definitely tools that we can take from the streets and apply it in the real world, but there's still ways that you can develop those tools without taking that path. You know, even with whatever it was that you was doing for your OG to kick you out, you know what I'm saying? Was that a necessity for you to do it?
You from the Chi?
I'm from Chicago, yeah.
Yeah, I already know. You said my OG.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting. I'm appreciative of OTC. And last time I gave him some grace because, you know, I thought, to be honest, I thought y'all was trolling. I thought it was some joke or something like that, because it was interesting how it started off good. Then all of a sudden it started to tip on that kind of, and I'm not joking, but like mental ill, you know what I'm saying? The conversation of mentally going health issues, and to see the situation today, you know, when you see something one time, maybe that was an accident. The second time, okay, maybe that's a coincidence. The third time, now we get into a pattern here. I'm a big pattern picker. And I think that it's interesting where I listen to certain women on panels when they hear a man who is about his business, he's stoic, He's not perfect. Once again, I say it again, not perfect, but can speak on what he believes in and can have the results to prove it. And they don't hear that man chastise or criticize or get on men. This is a prime example of why. You after a certain amount of time, like it's just like the women, you gotta leave certain niggas behind. Like we can keep saying shit over and over and over again, but I would rather remove men in my life that are not on the same page that I am than keep wasting time allowing them to waste their breath. And I do think that glorifying the streets, going back to that word glorify, that I think Naomi was saying, I think that's it's an issue in our community. It's an issue obviously in the US, but especially the Black community, because the whole purpose of why I think men who lead by example is to help eliminate excuses. Maybe I'm not speaking for all men, but that's me. Meaning I do what I do. I make sure that I do it at the top level. I try to do it as best as I can, regardless of the failures I've made. That way, when I talk to other men, I can look them dead in the eye and say, why couldn't you do it? I wasn't special. You want me to give you the time that I was in jail? You want to give you the time that I did this, the time that I did that? Or doesn't that shit really matter? What are we doing right now? What are you doing right now? And why aren't we getting where we need to be? And if you keep using this whole street shit, especially when we're at the age of 35, 40, 55, whatever the case is, if you made the mistakes in your 20s, cool. But if you're not using that to teach other men how to be better by example, then you are a part of the problem. And I don't have shit to say to you. So I keep that smoke on both ends of the candlestick. It ain't about just modern women out here doing X, Y, Z. It's a lot of niggas on here that's doing this rhetoric too, trying to glorify street shit at the same time. Like I think Willie said it. Like it's like that's his the Yoda to the Skywalker type shit. Like he's trying to be the street Yoda, where we have it sounds like a Yoda actually on here that is about that street life. So yeah, I just have a problem with that whole rhetoric that men be doing that.
You know something I heard a while back, man. If you can't change the people around you, change the people around you. It is what it is, man. You have to do these things. You can't keep running with that crowd knowing that, you know, that what's going to, your end result's going to be. So, hell no. Let me ask you this. Would you, if you had a son, would you want him to go to the same situation that you went through in order to learn your lessons?
I mean, if I had a son, me personally, knowing what I know now from my life, I would never abandon the motherfucker to begin with. So I got a daughter right now, bro. I got full custody. She 10.
Mm-hmm.
She run around with engagement rings and $100,000 in jewelry. She go to school with $40,000 jewelry on every day. Like, she got a $20,000 engagement ring on her finger, bro. It's grown ass women out here that can't get them.
But why do that though, bro?
I would never abandon my child. Like, the only way that I ever leave or forsake my daughter, nigga, I gotta be somewhere dead. I gotta be somewhere laying with no breath in me. Outside of that, everything else ain't a fucking option.
Hell no. Why drape your daughter, a 10-year-old daughter, in that to go to school though?
Because I wear diamonds. I want my daughter with the same shit I got. I got Louis Vuitton. Guess what? My daughter got fucking Louis Vuitton. I got Jordans. My daughter got Jordans. I wear real jewelry. My daughter wears real jewelry. And if I had a son, it would be the same exact way. Like, me personally, this is how I am. Like, I dress myself down to make my daughter look better. That makes sense? Like, I'll dress bummy on purpose to let my daughter get the shine.
No, I'm with you there. I'm with you there all day.
That's why I put it in. That's why I went and got her an engagement ring, and I went and bought her diamonds and a Rolex and all this shit. That's why I did it, nigga. I don't even got a fucking Rolex, and I made the money.
No, I get that. I get that. But why?
She got property too.
Why spend the money? Why spend that money on why spend those material things on a 10-year-old?
Because I want her to have it. I got it. I want her to have it. Because I got it too, and I want her to have it.
Okay, but I'm sorry, BS. Oh hell no! Do you think that? And I understand you're like giving her what you either didn't have or what you do have. But do you think that you are inadvertently teaching her materialism?
No.
And setting a standard?
No, And I say that because, like, my daughter, if I go on my safe right here, right now, and pull you out every report card my daughter ever got, like, from school, like, now granted, this is my daughter's second year in school. Prior to this, she's been homeschooled her whole life. I did that. Me, and I would take her to my mom, my brother, like, we would do that shit. But you get what I'm trying to say? But every report card my daughter ever came home with, nigga, straight A's. You fucking deserve that. Look, if we go in the fucking Target tomorrow and you see the brand new Xbox and you say, Dad, I want it, nigga, I ain't worried about it, nigga. This is a well-deserved investment. I'll put 2 of them in the fucking joint. I don't give a fuck. Get the whole rack. Give them away. I don't give a fuck. You earned that. That's like if I build a company and my bitch helped me build it and we fall out and get divorced, you fucking right, I'm giving you half. I might give you 55 fucking percent because you helped me build this shit. It ain't like you, because you earned it. You deserve this.
Wouldn't
It ain't like you just coming in and just.
Bless you, baby.
Me saying that that's not me saying that they don't, that she doesn't earn it or deserve, that she didn't earn it or deserve it. I'm speaking more so in the sense of if we both, you know, agree that if you say that you came from the streets, then you know that setting her up at that age, sending her to school with that's damn near drawing attention, unneeded attention towards her, to where God knows if somebody at the school might target her, or even one of the knuckleheads that's, you know what I'm saying, picking up their nephew or some shit like that. They see a kid, a 10-year-old girl, walking down the street with a Rolex on her wrist. You know, that's a good way to not only put her in a bad position, but also put yourself in that same bad position as well. So again, that goes back to what I was speaking on earlier of us being able to make decisions, and where we know that this cause is going to have this effect, and where this potential could happen, in which we see all the time in the streets. So I don't see the point in sending a 10-year-old kid. I get it. She absolutely deserved it. But sending a kid to school with a Rolex or a $20,000 engagement ring is crazy,
Let me clarify, brother. Let me make this one statement and you can get, I'm going to punt it right back to you. I don't let her wear her watch to school. Like, that's just unwise. Her Rolex is a 98 Rolex. A female's 1998 Rolex. That shit appraised is like 80,000 right now. Maybe more. So I don't let her wear that to school unless she got like a little 3rd, 4th grade concert or some shit like that the school putting on. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, now her ring, yeah, she wears that every day. Her pendant and shit, she wears that every day. But the watch, that's a little bit different. But I digress.
Interesting. Why an engagement ring specifically?
Honestly, it's because we went to a spot downtown. I went in there to go and see if I can get her Rolex. It was something wrong on the Rolex. I think it needed a brace. I mean, a band took out, or a pin changed, battery changed. That's what it was. And
Rolex don't have batteries.
Huh?
Rolex don't have batteries.
No, I don't follow that one, Pimp, but you could be right.
Wait, Viz, there are
the old ones. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, it's some Rolexes with batteries. G. Some.
Oh, okay.
But I took her to go and get it looked at and shit, right? And she was like, she seen the ring and she walked right up to it. She was like, can I see it? Dude took it out the joint and it fit right on her hand. Like, I'm like, oh man, I cashed him out right there on the spot. I gave him like $5,000. I had to go home and bring him back the rest. Like, I'm like, yeah, bro, I want that. And I got it and I gave it to my daughter that Christmas. Like, I do my Christmas shopping all year round. Like, so I never stop Christmas shopping type shit. So I seen this, she liked it, put it on, it fit, I want it.
Hey, Viz, just to be clear, bro, the Rolexes that had batteries are from
Yeah, the old ones.
like
Yeah,
1980 to 2001. The reference numbers are 1700, 17,000, 17,013. And it's
Yeah.
just the date,
yeah,
or was
the
a regular
oyster
date,
quartz.
or just the date, just yeah, it's not the. But the rest of them,
Right.
Nah, don't have batteries in it. Yeah.
Well, let
Okay.
me say this. Shout out to you, Hell Now, for being compose yourself so we can have this conversation with you. So shout out to you for that. I understand you want to, spoil your daughter because she deserves it because of the accolades that she was able to accomplish in school. Shout out to you for that, being a father to do that. But as far as what I was saying, like you said you had a child, but you wouldn't want your daughter to go through none of that bullshit because you would be there for your child, right? I think that's what you were sharing?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't believe that you don't learning lessons in the street is not the only way you can learn lessons, right? I don't believe that at all. I'm a prime example. I'm not a street dude. It wasn't my life. I didn't have to. Thank God I didn't have to do that. I probably wouldn't be here at the age of 50 if I was a street dude. So, but I also believe that you can learn lessons, even the square dudes, as y'all like to call them. Even the square dudes can learn lessons. Same lessons you're talking about: the leadership, the emotional control, and all these other things. I believe you can do that. And I prefer my sons or all our children to learn it that way than learning it from the streets. The streets is the last place I would want any of our kids to learn lessons, right? I don't want our sons to have to go to jail in order to learn how to be disciplined, learn how to have learn self-control, learn emotional intelligence. That's the last place I would ever want any of our kids to do that. So shout out to you though.
Oh hell nah. I would argue that you didn't actually learn those lessons in the streets. I would argue that you learned those lessons when you were dealing with the consequences afterward. I think most people and most guys in the streets, they aren't emotionally intelligent. They're typically the opposite. But at a certain point in time, when you're dealing with those consequences, and maybe you sitting down and you talking to the old heads in the jail or whatever, you start to learn these things. Like, you know what, let me operate better because I don't want to come back here.
Hey, look, and that's a fair assessment because in some ways I did learn shit while I was sitting there. Because when I go, they put me in the hole, bro. Like my joint say in my file, like he don't play well with others. Like I go straight from booking, get fingerprinted, and they take me straight to the hole. Like I'm no contact, like because I don't play that shit. Like, and they go for these guys and these girls, like the same exact way. But yeah, like when you sitting in that motherfucker and ain't nobody in that room to talk to but the walls and yourself, like you do start seeing shit from different perspectives. Like, damn, like if I would have did what my mom and them or whoever said do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe I wouldn't find myself here, but nigga, fuck it, I'm here now. Me wishing, hoping, thinking, and praying and feeling ain't gonna get me out of this motherfucker or change my circumstances right now. I'm here. I gotta be here. I'm gonna be here. I got to find something to do to make this shit happen. Go ahead, Naomi.
Thank you for using my name. So, here's my question.
So you don't
So,
want to be called sugar butt or whatever they call you. You don't stinker butt. Yeah, stinker butt.
no,
Nobody call stinker butt.
no, I don't want to be called speaker, but my name is Naomi, right? Or Mama G. Okay, so my question to you, oh hell now, is what I was trying to have with OTC is the fact of the matter is I understand that you experienced that particular type of life. I get it. Even down to you saying, I had to do this to survive. Majority of people who were in like high poverty areas, like here in the DFW, it'd be like Oak Cliff, Oak Cliff or Pleasant Grove. You got to do what you got to do to eat, and I get that. I'm trying to get the understanding for that. But what have you done now outside of the straight life that is positive in you changing that? Because I can assume that now at the age of 40, you see that that's not something that you like. And that's not something that you want your children to go through. So, what moves are you making outside of it to leave it and be better? If that makes sense.
Well, I mean, shit. I got a portfolio. Like, my daughter owned property. Like, I got properties. I got 5 houses in the duplex. So if you want to split it and call that 6 houses, like I got capital. I got assets. I got shit. Like, I do shit. Like, I buy, sell, fix, and flip houses. Like, that's my thing. I tattoo. I cut hair. I do every fucking thing. I do cars. Like, I do a whole bunch of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a hustler. Like, my hustle ain't just relegated to selling dope. Like, bitch, I'm a hustler. I can sell pussy. I can sell a car. I can sell you a house. I can sell your ass some water from the goddamn ocean and you will buy it. I'll sell your ass a book in the magazine subscription that I know you don't need and I know you never gonna read, but you still gonna buy it because the game I'm gonna run on your ass to make you buy, you just gonna want to buy. You know how I know? Because that's how I met Daryl Dawkins, Chocolate City that used to play for Philly. That's how I met him, selling him book and magazine subscriptions that I knew he didn't need and he wasn't gonna read. I've done that type shit too, going all around the country. Like, I've done a whole bunch of shit, but I got my affairs in order. My daughter owns property. Like, my name and her name is on the deed to all of my properties. Like, we're cool. Like, I ain't worried. I ain't hurting. She got a college fund already put up. Like, I don't want her to go to college. I'd rather be fucking married by 17, 18, 19 and go on and be a productive woman. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? But shit, it is what it is.
Hey, dope. To your point too that you had mentioned with learning from the consequences, I think a part in we had talked about this before on a previous show, but for me, I feel like I avoided a lot of shit in the streets because I was able to learn from other people's experiences that I was seeing firsthand. Even if we take it from a perspective of the movie Paid in Full, right? When and what was bro name that got into the dope game at the last minute?
Richie?
Ace. No.
Ace.
Ace. So Ace wasn't in the streets, but he was much smarter than Cam, and who was reckless as hell. And then even the Kermit the Frog motherfucker, he's smarter than both of these dudes because he was able to learn from other people's mistakes. You know what I'm saying, that they saw in the streets. So, in my opinion, those are the ones that is the smartest way to go about if you are going to run the streets, compared to just being a crash out. To where, of course, your lifeline probably ain't gonna be too long in that, to where you now learning from the mistakes.
Because they both told, I don't fuck with Paid in Full because both of them niggas told, both of them read it. Ace and dude
Rico.
Both of them told. How you think the feds got the drop on Cam? He told. He damn near tell you he told when he walked back to the hoop. He was like, yeah, man, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Of course, he'll say I went out like a punk. Yeah, nigga, you a fucking rat. Yeah, you went out like a punk. The same punk he was. You both ratted.
Yeah, I would say I think that
a young thug and gun in them.
Oh no, he's someone what's name. I think I don't want to get it misconstrued. I think that when you overcome anything, it's powerful once you come out on the other side of it. But I think the questions that people are asking is they're trying to figure out if OTC or if you, like, what is that redemption story? Like, how did you come out on the other side? Because a lot of guys, they haven't really, they might not be in the streets no more, but it's like, all right, what have you turned that knowledge into that you're touting, and what have you turned these lessons into? You know, and I hear what you're saying, and it sounds, you know, your daughter, she got property and all that type of stuff. So it sounds like you on the right track. You're doing your thing. But yeah, I think like when you overcome something, it absolutely is a beautiful thing to see. Like, because I think that's like how you really judge a man is like, all right, you failed in business. Cool. Did you make money again? Like, what was your next business? Your next business? Your next, like what? That's what really. It's not about getting money. It's like losing and getting it back. Then it's like, oh yeah, you're a real entrepreneur, right? You didn't get a job. You got it back. You did it again. Which is why I don't get when they criticize Trump. Oh, he failed his businesses. He had this, that, and the third. Like, fuck out of here. Like that's like he got his business. Like so. Yeah, so it's all about that redemption story, Like, what are you doing now? OTC, he just like that nigga. He got a long way to go, right? Bruh. But it sounds like you got your, you on that path. So,
bruh, I've been retired since I first got my daughter when she was 6 months. Honestly, I was retired before that, but like a year or two before that, bro. I've been retired damn near 15 years, bro. Like nigga, I'm good. Like, we straight. I'm trying to teach my people how to build generational wealth. Honestly, I want all the black people to get it, but only certain motherfuckers gonna get it. I don't give a fuck who you is. Sometimes you gotta cut motherfuckers off and just leave the dead weight behind. I want everybody to get it. Unfortunately, everybody ain't gonna fucking get it. And for those who get it, salute you. For those who don't, fuck you. Get away from me, cause I'm a rich nigga. I ain't got time to be amongst the peons and the peasants, bro. Like, I'm an upper echelon. Anything coming bringing drama, disrupting my peace and my stability and shit, bro, I'm cutting that shit off. I don't tolerate that shit from my family. I ain't sipping that shit from no hoes. I don't take that shit from nobody, pimp. Like, this my shit. You get on my fucking program, you get the fuck out. Now, I'm trying to teach you something. Do you got some fucking money to put up? No? Then shut the fuck up and do it like how I'm trying to tell you in school you to do it. I'm having you do it because I already know how to do it. I learned how to do it from going through experience. I'm trying to teach you how to do it. That's why I got your ass sitting down right there filling out the paperwork. You learning it the same way I did, except for the only thing is now you got a cheat code. I could whisper in your ear and give you some answers to the test. No. Put this right here. When they ask you about this right here, put that right there. Are you going to try and say?
I dig you.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I feel the same way. I tell people all the time, man. I'm you too close to the trees to see the forest. I've pushed away a whole bunch of people out of my life. All type of family, mother, sisters, cousins. No, if you're gonna come around with that BS, if I can't teach you nothing and I'm the one showing more results than you are, I don't care if you're older than me. I don't care if you think you independent, this or that. Your results ain't speaking. You gotta get away from me. That goes with friends, males, females. It don't matter. You got it because you're gonna drain my energy while I'm striving to get to where I'm trying to go on a mission, and you don't let nobody disrupt your mission. You might go detour, you might get off balance, but you don't let nobody disrupt your mission. I do think that it's also interesting that, oh, hell no, you are an exception to the rule and I think it's already mentioned before, because if I didn't hear your story, the same way I aim to give little bits of pieces. And this is the crazy part. It's so funny how when we are transparent, it ends up getting pushed back in our face. But then when we ain't saying nothing, we want to go internet and Google somebody to figure out what the truth is. Most people don't even know what the hell they want when it comes to these panels and this information. So I just laugh, but I try to give a little bit of every time I get on this panel. Let me give you a little bit more insight. And so, oh, hell no, I think you are an exception to the rule. And I think that's a beautiful thing, but most people will never have that. I also think it's healthy for men to understand and women to understand life ain't fair. Like, you got people, this is the funny part. Oh, hell no, you admit you have multiple felonies and you have custody of your daughter. I have no felonies. I have nothing. I've never hit, beat, and I've been fighting for my daughter for 3 years.
Let me tell you how to do it, bro. Cheat code.
I'm just saying that I'm not crying about it.
50 joint split custody. They have to.
Hey, Maestro, shut up and get this game.
Listen, this is for every nigga out there, bro. G's on my set, bro. If you got kids, take that bitch to court, bro, and you do it first.
Okay, so let me. So I initiated everything, paternity, custody. I initiated everything. I hate repeating myself because I know the people in the comments and chat that are waiting to say, well, but I don't care because I'm proud of where I am. So I initiated everything. It don't mean you're going to win. If they have their grip on the situation, they're going to still use everything they can to keep that child support coming. It's an alley-oop. It's a financial business. The whole point I'm making is it does not matter what each one was, because like you said you have multiple felonies and you have custody. I don't know if you fought and litigated your own case and you pay for lawyers. But it's all I'm saying is that no matter what our past is, our issues are, what happened to us, that there's a possibility that life is not going to be fair, and you have to keep fighting if it's worth it. If it's worth it, you have to keep fighting and do whatever you need to do. But I will tell most men, do not take oh hell's nose path. That's an exception to the rule. Do not go, don't do that, because you're being unfair to the community. You're saying that, hey, and I'm not saying do oh hell no. I'm talking about people who don't redeem themselves. You're saying I can be a piece of shit, I can be an asshole, I can be in the street, I can do and then one day when I change my mind, decide I want to be a good person, everybody in the world is supposed to forgive me and forget the fact that I hurt the community multiple times, many times in life. And to me, that's an unfair thing to say that, and then you have the same outcome, or you're expecting the same outcome of those who actually got it out the mud, still worked hard, did not commit, crimes to get felonies and things like that. But yet we're supposed to all have this equal level of playing field. That's all I'm saying, is that I don't want men to get it misconstrued. You ain't gonna get as lucky as oh hell no. Most of y'all gonna be in jail or you're gonna be dead. You don't get a second chance with this shit. That's all I'm trying to say.
Maestro, my situation is kind of like this. It's like the bitch who do OnlyFans from 18 to 30, and then she come out and find the husband at 40. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it could happen, but the odds and the likelihood, you looking at like 0.2%, like a 0.2% Like, them ain't odds you won't pick up and die some. But I would never advise no motherfucker to do it my way. My way come with a lot of heartache and pain. Like, I don't know if nobody heard me earlier, bro. Like, nigga, I was 13, bro. Like, nigga hit my homie in his head, bro. Nigga, his shit was laying in my lap.
You from Florida?
No, I'm from Atlanta, bro. I'm from the west side. The Bluff. Nelson and Van.
Okay.
Simpson Road and Vine Street.
Yeah, y'all gonna have to get OTC checked out, because shit, every time y'all bring
OTC retarded. Like, he just retarded. Like, we being honest.
Yeah,
like,
this conversation went way left than where we started, but sometimes it happens that way. I'm saying that's the way the Lord allows it to happen this way, because somebody gonna get these blessings. Whether it's somebody like with my man, oh hell no shirt, or with these heifers out here, somebody gonna get these goddamn lessons. Shout out to you, brothers and sisters, who's up here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. This is some crazy work with JR's picture of OTC and his past life of boosting purses and selling dogs.
Hell, dog. Y'all keep coming at that man like that.
Because he said some wild, stupid shit. So we got to correct it. Hell no. It's got to be corrected. It's got to be addressed. Look here, dog. If somebody's saying some wild shit, it's got to be talked about. Whether you gonna get joked out, joked on, we just gonna have a good cordial conversation like we're having with you. It could have went that way with OTC. OTC didn't want it to go that way. He wanted to go left. So that's what we're going to take. We're going to oblige this retarded little special needs boy, and we're going to take it there with him. But now we're able to have a civil conversation like grown men and grown women with you. We can take it there too. I prefer to take it the way we took it with you, though, right? I feel like we get more out of it. But when you got special needs motherfuckers like OTC who like taking it left, so sometimes we got to do that in order to teach these tough lessons. And so that's where we went.
The problem with OTC is that he don't know that he done, right? So
God damn.
he be on here trying to just talk over everybody instead of just listening and learning. Like, he don't know that he's stupid. He don't. And listen, there ain't nothing wrong with blue collar people. You gotta listen, man. We need blue collar workers and stuff like that. But like, he don't know that he dirty. He don't know, like, just because you're a blue collar worker don't mean you don't gotta get a haircut. Don't mean you can come, just looking all dirty when you get on camera and all that type of stuff. You allowed to take a shower. You allowed to get a haircut and work blue collar jobs. Like, so I was gonna say he gonna learn. He not gonna learn. He just gonna keep arguing with everybody and talking over people. But it's fun.
Hey, yo, that's crazy. You say that because I'm woofing like a motherfucker right now. That's why I ain't sticking my face.
No, but look, he do this. This is his look. This is his look. You might just don't have a haircut. That's that nigga look every day. So it's just different.
God damn.
That
Some
nigga get up
nasty
there
work
every
out in these
time looking like
streets.
that.
You know what I
Let
learned
me go
after
get to
the
these
no
super chats.
snitch rule? I learned something, and it's so crazy that a fucking heroin addict told me this, bro, in the middle of the bluff. He said, man, even a fool can deliver a message, yo. That's the realest shit I ever learned in my life, yo. A crackhead can deliver you a message. God use anybody, yo. He'll use a prostitute, a fiend. He'll use a murderer.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like, the truth is the truth is the truth. It don't matter who or where it come from. Nigga, the devil got to tell you the truth.
Right on. Hell no, I think he's trying to read the super chats though. He's trying to get that money.
Get that
All right. Coheed Bears are losing again. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine.
But he ain't shit. Well, he ain't shit.
Marcus Evans, hello to some of my good people on the panel. This is some nasty work I'm hearing on a Sunday. So needing someone in slavery. Interesting. Marcus Evans, $2. Shout out to Brother Hank Biz, Naomi, Miss Pearly, Willie, EDB, Maestro for holding it down on Sunday despite the nonsense. And I'm gaslighting.
Man, my girl gotta need me.
Brother Hank, Bo doesn't bring a balanced perspective. She brings a Bob perspective. Don't fall for the nonsense, my good people on the panel. Marcus Evans says, talk that ish, Maestro. And for your mom with the $2, the streets lead to jail. Jail leads to man butt.
God damn.
Street boys contract STDs, contract STDs and on DL time.
Hold on, can I respond
Jail
to that?
Brothers, hold on. Jail Brothers equals Bussy Poppin', the OTC. Hold on, I'm almost there. A second. It might be. Is that all of them?
Don't worry, you're gonna learn to just ignore the super. Like when people super chat shit about you, just ignore it. It don't matter.
Nah, real shit.
Yeah. I want to thank everybody that has tuned in tonight. Thank you, oh hell no, for your transparency, man, and joining the panel. I appreciate OTC coming through and then crashing out and leaving. I want to thank everybody that has fallen off thus far. And for the people that hung in there as long as they could, much love. Thank everybody for shooting, chatting, all the support. Y'all make sure y'all enjoy the rest of y'all football. Unfortunately, the Bears suck. All Chicago teams suck at this point. I'm starting to lose hope, man. Starting to lose hope. I can't believe them goddamn Cowboys won. So screw you, Willie, today. I'm hating. I'm just let you know straight up. I was hoping that you could be in the same boat as us today. But unfortunately, them Cowboys prevailed. So I guess we're going to have to listen to Stephen A. Smith talk about this shit tomorrow. But y'all enjoy yourselves. And again, thank you for your support. Support everybody on the panel, and we'll catch y'all next time.